Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah, yeah, yeah. See if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better. Just know that love and joy and peace is one in all of the same space. That you were chosen just like God. Your energy. That's right. Only you can make the change. Shine your head at you. Shine so bright from darkness to light. From darkness to light. Yeah. And you'll find your way out. Yeah. Oh, it won't seem way out. Yeah. The power of God will flow through you from way out. You'll feel it from deep within, and from there you can begin.
Welcome. This is DJ Genesis, and this is Alchemizing Energy. Man, I have been getting so much information from so many different places. And I got like some shows coming up. Man, Roblox is not the only child's game that is being under fire now. Now they're saying Minecraft has some things going on. So I'm going to be bringing my daughter up again sometime, maybe tomorrow, so that we could discuss that as well. But today, we were going to go over this whole Minecraft. Now there's a whole thing about Minecraft being sued. So that's crazy. So I'm going to be bringing my daughter on about that. But today's show, it seems to me that the music industry that we once knew, the black music industry, is over with. You know, people like Will Smith, you know, Jay-Z, then now L.A. Reid. You know, I'm not sure if we've even been aware that L.A. Reid has a lawsuit right now, you know. And these people were like instrumental in black music. I mean, these are moguls. It seems like all of them are just on the way down. They're on a downward trajectory. I'm trying to figure out, like, okay, why is it that all of these black men that seem to be at the top of the game, I mean, seem to have the world, I mean, billionaire status, you know, billionaire status, like really high up there. It seems like all of them are now under fire. Now, I'm sure that they are not the only ones that have had any kind of a sexual harassment type of a situation, but I tell you what, right now, what's happening, they are all getting hit. And I'm not sure what's really going on. I'm not sure it's like just people are just coming out the woodwork, but it is getting hectic. Okay. So I'm going to start off with Will Smith, because I'm like, wow, you know, he's getting hit upside the head. Like, I'm like, wow, you know. And so I want to just get into it real quick. Let's just talk about what's really happening in the music industry and what and how it's affecting these black artists. It's crazy to me. It's like, I mean, Will Smith, that's my childhood. That's, you know, that's parents just don't understand, you know, the Will Smith show. I mean, all these different things, Prince of Bel Air, and you know, all this stuff. And you know, Jada Pinkett Smith, you know, Different World, you know. I grew up on these people, L.A. Reid, you know, his music, you know, all the people, all the artists that he even created. It just seems like everybody's getting just thrown underneath the bus. Like my entire teenage years, childhood, like everybody I thought I knew, they are just looking like a bunch of fools out here. And so let's go into what's happening with Will Smith. Let's go.
First is the whole entanglement shit with Jada and August Alsina. Then his daughter is writing Tupac letters. Now this shit. So a violinist named Brian King Joseph, you might recognize him from America's Got Talent, is suing Will Smith and Trey Ball Studios management for sexual harassment, retaliation, and wrongful termination tied to Smith's 2025 Based on a True Story tour. Now here's what the lawsuit actually says. And this is the part that really got people stuck. Joseph claims that he was invited to join the tour after performing with Will Smith. But things allegedly turned dark on a stop in Las Vegas in March 2025. According to the complaint, his hotel room was entered without forced entry, and he found unsettling items that didn't belong to him. And allegedly, among those items that was left in the room, a handwritten note saying, "Brian, I'll be back. Just us," signed with a heart, signed Stone F. A beer bottle, wipes, and a red backpack. A bottle of HIV medication with someone else's name. Hospital discharge paperwork for someone else Joseph claimed he believed someone might return with sexual intentions. So he reported that to hotel security, local police, and Smith's management team. And according to the lawsuit, that's the shit that got him fired. And then he's saying that another violinist was hired to replace him. And Will's lawyer already said the allegations is fake, false, and reckless, but this shit ain't good for Will Smith. But I want to know what y'all think. What do you think, man? Jump in these comments and let me know.
This is insane. Like, what is going on in the music industry? I mean, I've already know that, people already said that Hollywood was crazy, but this is getting out of hand. You know what I'm saying? Like, what? Wipes and beer bottles. Like, what was going to happen with the beer bottle? Like, what was about to happen with that? Okay, so let's go in. So there's a whole lawsuit that this violinist is suing Will Smith. Let's go. Sexual harassment. Let's go.
A professional violinist is suing Will Smith over allegations of sexual harassment and predatory behavior. Brian King Joseph was a musician on Smith's global tour last year. In a lawsuit against Smith and his company, Joseph says that he was wrongfully terminated after bringing light to a, quote, sexual threat of violence that was made against him. Smith's attorney called the allegations false, baseless, and reckless. The new complaint follows a $3 million lawsuit filed last month by a former associate against Smith's wife, Jada Pinkett Smith, claiming that she verbally threatened him. This is a story that surprised many people. I don't know enough about the background of Brian King Joseph to speak to him. I don't know Will Smith personally. I can't speak to him. What I do know is that this story is going to be unpacked in every possible way. Why do I say that? Well, these types of allegations come up and many celebrities blow them off. They write them off. They pay them off. They ignore them, not because they're guilty or because they're innocent, but because they don't want the attention. So the fact that this story's already made it to light could mean one of a few things. It could mean that it's a nuisance lawsuit and Will Smith wasn't going to dignify it. Jay-Z did something similar when he fought it and won. Another possibility is they couldn't agree to terms and so it became popular. Or this person, Brian King Joseph, isn't looking for a secret settlement. He wants justice and he wants public justice and he wants the world to know what happened to him and he's telling the truth. All these things are possible. It's not for me to decide who's telling the truth or who's not. Based on the information we have, I don't have enough information to have an opinion on what happened. What I do know, though, is that in the age of post-Diddy celebrity suits, the world's going to be paying attention. This could be I don't want to say trap door, but this could certainly open up other allegations and other stories. Not about Will Smith necessarily, but just, we saw what happened with Diddy, right? This started off as a very small thing and it turned huge. No one would have thought 2 years ago or even a year and a half ago that the Diddy lawsuit from Cassie, the civil suit, would result in, a string of actions that lead to Diddy being in prison for years and documentaries made and other celebrities implicated. It's gone in so many directions. I'm not saying the Will Smith thing is this big. What I am saying, though, is that it will be scrutinized similarly because Will Smith is a huge figure. Will Smith has a super high Q rating, super recognizable, super famous, genuinely and generally beloved Of course, after the Grammy slap incident a few years ago, his popularity has declined. He's still an A-lister. He's still very, 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 very popular. But he's not Teflon, and he's not seen as superhuman and perfect anymore. So that means that people who may have ignored these allegations will be looking at them. Not saying that it's right or wrong, but they will be. So this is a very tricky moment for this to be happening, and we'll continue to follow it. And we're not going to sensationalize it over here at Night School, but we are going to break it down as it makes sense. So stay tuned. As the facts come out, we'll address the facts.
And this is crazy. You know what it seems like to me? And let me just put myself. It seems like to me that there is a lot of homosexuality in Hollywood. And what's happening is that people have tried to hide it for so long that now it's become a toxic situation, just trying to hide the fact that you might be, or you might be a little freaky, And it sounds like to me that in a lot of these situations, you have a lot, you have the Tyler Perry situation, you got the Will Smith situation. And what it sounds like to me, you had the people that was coming out about Diddy saying that he was gay undercover. And I remember when Wendy Williams was saying all this, she was pretty much out in the whole thing. But it's interesting now, after the Diddy trial, how everybody's coming out. And there seems to be STDs tied to this stuff. It seems to be like, HIV medication. You're like, what is going on? This stuff is getting really crazy. Sound like really are we really trying to protect the situation that hard that, we're willing to, threaten someone with all types of weird, I don't know. I'm not sure if this guy is saying whether it's true or not, but this is really over the top level of what is going on. Now, like I said, we all knew Hollywood to have their little freak out parties. I know that Quincy Jones was known to have, I think he was bisexual. You had Richard Pryor. You had like a lot of people. You had what's the guy that owns Arista Records? I forget his name. The main president. And he was known. I heard that he was known for kind of turning young boys out. And I'm not sure how much of this is just the culture, right? That there's a lot of gay people in Hollywood, and then they use that. And this is really the gay lifestyle, And so I'm not sure how much of that is what that is. And so it sounds like it's really extreme right now, but it's just Clive Davis, exactly. I mean, he was known for like turning people out, in the industry. So I'm trying to figure out because it's just crazy. So let's just go to the next slide. Let's talk about the next one. So 50 Cent was actually talking about the fact that Will Smith was known for like kind of being a mentor to young men, but he was gay. Or he is gay, or maybe bisexual, and there's like this whole thing about this. Let's go.
Yaz's mom brought Yaz to Charlie, and Charlie came and got me and was like, "What you want to do?" I started writing for Yaz, like that's why it makes me mad to see what's going on with him right now. Like I can't believe what I'm watching.
Right.
I can't believe what I'm watching. Like for you to flip that way and turn like you doing gay porn and like what is wrong with you, man?
Surrounded by a whole lot of strength, he's surrounded by a whole lot of love, and all he has to do is add discipline.
Who is best to give you advice? And it's Will Smith. I'm getting so much good advice.
Jaguar Wright told us that Bashir Gray's downfall happened because of Will Smith and Diddy, and now look at Bashir Gray's X account. This is absolutely crazy. Jaguar Wright called this out months ago, and now look what we're witnessing in real time. Jaguar Wright literally told us that Bashir Gray was abused by Diddy and Will Smith, and he went running away from them. And we saw his downfall.
I've heard stories about him running out the house, and now he is doing straight up gay porn. But was he probably already gay, or did he get turned out? That's the question. Or was he mentally ill already? And people, I believe there's a lot of people that might be slow that get into the music industry. They might have mental illness and they get taken advantage of. Imagine a person that is at the height of like they're really like a musical genius, right? But, might not always, might not be all. Because if you think about all your greatest artists out there, some of them, if you met them in person, you'd be surprised that they might be, might have a social anxiety. They might have other issues going on. And it's interesting, even in acting, think about what it takes to be an actor. Let me just give you a example. My daughter, she's in theater. The majority of the people that's in theater, in her theater thing, are all on the spectrum. And I found that interesting, like all these people that's in theater. But imagine what it takes to like have that level of like, talent, but there's a certain level of vulnerability there because maybe you might be very talented in one thing, super like a savant, a genius at that level, but in other things, and that's really where you get this management of Hollywood. And then the people that, hey, listen, I just know how to sing and dance and that's it. I don't know about business. I don't know about, and then you have this overarching thing of people taking advantage of these people that are talented. Look at how Kodak Black. Look at some of these people that's in the industry and how they kind of move. Everybody is not of sound mind in this industry. And what you're seeing is that you see like the people that are at the top seem to be taking advantage of those people at the bottom. Let's go.
All happen in real time.
50 Cent is nowhere close to backing down, y'all. After exposing Diddy in that new Netflix documentary, he is now moving on to expose Will Smith for his alleged involvement in the damage that was done to Bashir Gray and August Alsina. Folks are claiming he and Diddy were allegedly running a shady mentorship program where disturbing things were done to young men who joined. Jaguar Wright tried to warn out about this mentorship years ago, but no one listened to her. Now both August and Bashir have been turned out, and their careers are basically non-existent. So what's the truth? Did Will really mess with these boys and turn them out into freak-out substance addicts? Let's find out. Okay, so if you've been keeping up, then you already know.
I remember there was a time when August Alsina, I think he beat up Trey Songz or something like that because of like that he was coming on to him sexually, or was it Chris Brown? Whatever it was, I remember August Alsina was he was not even thinking anything of a gay way. When back in the day, August Alsina was like a YN. He was an R&B singer, but the way he presented was almost like a YN from Louisiana. And he wasn't talking no gay, nothing. But as time went on and years go by, now all of a sudden he's in a male-on-male relationship. I think it's really interesting how people come into the industry one way and leave out another. This is really crazy to me.
Stories have been going around for quite some time about Will using his supposed mentorship program to allegedly turn out young men, including Bashir Gray and Meek Mill. Jaguar first talked about this a while back, and according to her, Will's former assistant Bilal told her everything.
Who knew that your husband was doing things to boys and did stuff to your son and you ain't do shit about it? Bilal told me everything.
They're good friend who.
Bilal told me, Jada, he told me that you knew Will was in your child. Yes, he did. Wonder why he left that out of his Tasha K interview.
In that interview, he said a lot. He said
everything but the thing that was important. That he know that Will Smith, Jaden, he rapped Sheer and he rapped Meek Mills, and you know Bilal. Now I don't give no how far in the desert you run. You'll go from a Philly nigga to a Sand, but they'll still get you.
He's Philly though, Jay. He's Philly.
He make.
Wow, this is crazy. But I mean, let me fast forward this. I don't want her. She was talking about me last night. Like, I don't want to be playing too much of what she got to say because she was just talking about my ass. So anyway, let's go.
All began with his manager, Charlie Mack. Charlie brought Brashear to Will and Diddy for mentorship. But by the time the supposed mentorship was over, Brashear had allegedly been violated in every possible way. Now, coming back to Jaguar, the reason people took her seriously was that Bilal, the person she says gave her the information about Will being inappropriate with Brashear, had already been publicly claiming Will was gay for some time. So it wasn't hard to believe he would go to Jaguar and share what he knew about Will.
So speaking of Bilal did an interview with Tasha K and a few other people. He also did one on the Make It Make Sense network, and he was talking about the situation with Will Smith. Let's hear what he had to say. Let's go.
Admitted to me that he had sex with Bashir Gray, but it was consensual, right? He said, you know, Will raped me. You know, Diddy made me suck his penis. You know what's going on. You know, Charlie made me suck. Well, I'm going to give you a chapter from the book since I owed you something. Okay. In the book, in one of the chapters, they talk about mentorship. So I grabbed my husband. I said, listen, I don't know. I didn't know what happened. Nothing. I was just asked to come. Is this true? Yeah. No, I'm gonna let you. You about to see if it's true from the paperwork. Oh, we telling something that got paperwork involved.
You know, he's surrounded by a whole lot of strength. He's surrounded by a whole lot of love, and all he has to do is add discipline, and he's gonna be all right.
It's like Uncle Will, you know, who is best to give you advice, and it's Will Smith, and I'm getting so much good advice.
A lot of stuff is about to come out about Will, Jada, and Charlie Mack. It is gonna be unbelievable.
They're both bisexual. They do weird things in their house, and young men have left their house screaming to get away from them in their mentorship. Meek Mills, Bashir Gray left that house screaming. August the only one that stayed, and I guess he was really sick. He needed a dog.
It's no secret in Hollywood that Jada hates me because I have a strong relationship with Will, and I do my own thing.
Why don't she hate Dwayne?
I can't answer that question.
Why don't she hate Dwayne Martin?
Well, she's gonna love anybody that treats her like she's a god, right? When you're a narcissist and a sociopath like she is, and I'll get into that.
You know, but when you lose your man card, that's the only thing I can think of. You lose your damn man card.
What is that? What do you mean by that?
You give up your ability, your right to being a man. A man don't take it, a man gives it. So when you give up that man card, you don't get that back.
A man don't take it, he gives it. So if he giving it, he cool in, you know, like if he doing some gay stuff and he giving it versus taking it, is that better? Like what?
You're saying what I think you're saying?
No, I'm saying what I'm saying. You don't get that back. You come into this world as a man one time. You give up that right for anything, for fear of being hurt, fear of somebody doing something, for wanting to gain something. When you give up that man card right, you lose some spiritual energy that has always been pushing through. Like if a woman gives...
I think it's interesting that, you know, that he kind of changed his whole tune and just got out of the whole Hollywood out of nowhere and then became like a scientist or a mathematician or whatever. It's interesting. Let's go.
It's her womanly right. But when you give up your manhood, I've never seen somebody recover from it. That was all the people that went to the puffy parties. That was all the people that did all those things thinking that there was never going to be a consequence for what they were doing. Got punked out and picked out by some greater desire. You shouldn't have a greater desire than being a man.
Say what now? Not Will Smith's ex-friend and former assistant brother Bilal exposing Will for forcing Brashear Gray into having relationships with him. This explains why Brashear is now getting his back blown by other men on camera. Apparently, after Will was done with him, he discarded him and completely ran him out of the industry too. And as if all this wasn't bad enough, Bilal also alleges that as soon as he started spilling all this tea, Jada got pissed and threatened to have him unalived. In fact, as we speak, he and Jada are in court battling it out. And baby, the receipts that are being put on blast in this trial are nasty. Okay.
Man, listen, this is getting crazier and crazier. And I wanted to like actually get into some of the things that he's saying that was going on. Hold on, let's go in. Let's see if this is the part. So apparently, like, there's like these tapes and going on, and he's got the tapes, and man, this whole thing is weird. Like, what? I'm gonna play a little bit.
Whoever comes out with this video or tape or anything have stolen property. They're going to jail, right? Okay. Now, that's why me and Jada's relationship got to be so toxic towards the end, because she thought I stole these videos. So they're
Videos of her
with other people. But I saw some of the video. Mind you, when Jada at the house.
Was any of them allegedly MC Light?
Yes.
I just
Yes.
had that was just
Why didn't you let me say that?
That's just my own opinion.
Come on,
I have no dog in this fight. But I always felt like, in my opinion, that her and MC Light kind of had something going on, and they used men, Will and MC Light.
No, I was considering moving to California. Hell no. Why would I move? Dude, this is crazy.
To cover it up.
So,
and then we had a lady that came to sit on the show that said she saw MC Light and Jada at a known gay club for lesbians in Hollywood.
So it sounds like Hollywood has a lot of LGBT activity going on, but everyone wants to keep everything hidden. And I think that the hidden aspect is what is causing all this weird behavior to be even able to be sued in a certain way. You know what I'm saying? Like, if people would just be who they are and just say, hey, but I guess at that time, people was not able to be outside the closet, but, and over time, people have still been trying to hide the fact, but let's go.
To see the tapes. This is why she think I saw them, and I saw some things that were unreal, and I saw celebrities on the tape.
Ooh.
So, all right. So let's just say, allegedly who I thought to be on the tape, well, one is a tape, because this is going to come out. So people are going to know.
What did you say, Bilal? Tell the winos.
Okay. So now there's one tape allegedly who I thought appeared would be, there's Jada with a strap on top of Will. Then she's spitting in his face and choking him.
Man, since when is Black people doing this weird sexual stuff? What are we doing? What? So Booman says Hollywood is coming to Texas. They're building University Studios in Frisco. Is that like an actual studio, or is it just like a theme park? Is it a real studio? Okay, so it gets introduced from other people. Okay, but is the Universal Studios, is that like just a theme park, or is it the actual studios where they will be filming like Hollywood movies in? Oh, okay. I think I thought it was going to be like the theme park. I didn't know it's going to be the actual studio. That's going to be crazy. Okay, but I think that there's so much drama going on in Hollywood and California. They have to move around. That's what it sounds like to me. Let's go.
One. Right? So I want people to know when it came out, I'm the first person to talk about it.
Okay.
Then the other one was Alfonso Rivera. Don't want to talk about that because it ended up being a bloody mess. Right? Now, but let me give you the backstory.
Go ahead.
About
You're
her.
telling the winos right now.
Right.
Go ahead.
So let me.
They asked me in court, what did he tell you?
Right.
I don't know. Go ahead.
But it's all alleged.
Because I don't
anyway.
watch my interviews back.
Right.
So go ahead.
So it's all alleged anyway. So, and some of it's from my recollection.
Okay.
So, like I said, the Alfonso Rivera thing was a bloody mess. And in that video, he is begging her to stop. Right. And she's telling him to shut up, right? And on that video.
So what it sounds like to me is that Jada Pinkett is a dominatrix. And they seem to be there's no way that you'd be in that position unless you were into that type of thing. It ain't like he was forced to do it. Sound like she's a dominatrix and she is pegging him and he's saying stop and she got it filmed and the whole thing, and who knows, this is just sound like some old swinger lifestyle, the lifestyle.
Jada had on Timberlands and a fitted baseball cap with the strap.
Hilarious. Not a fitted baseball. Do you know how small Jada is? Jada is like, what, 4 foot tall? Can you imagine her with a baseball cap and Tim's on? Getting it? Come on now, bro. What is going on?
Right? And the reason why she got so much hate for Alfonso Rivera is because they dated way before. I'm not even gonna say dated, went it out a couple of times together, right? And allegedly something must have happened because Alfonso always had money. So back then Jada was broke, and you know that through your interview with Laverne, right? So now
Laverne did put you on the set that day that you said.
So it sounds like to me like Jada's always been gay, or also been into domination play. And it's just coming out that they's freaky as I don't know what in Hollywood. They freak. You know what I'm saying? Right. The stories you hear in Hollywood are crazy. People eating humans and feeding people and drinking people. Oh, wow, that's crazy. But you know what? This is the thing. See, I used to be a DJ. This stuff goes on all over the place. Me being a DJ, I've seen the most insane things. Like, especially in Washington, D.C., it will put some of this stuff to shame, the things you see. So it's like, okay, what? I've seen actual real life vampires, that like live their life as vampires. That type of stuff. So
you walked in, and I have to say allegedly, seeing Will Smith murder the out of Dwayne Martin.
So
and she said you left that day. It was something that happened. It was abrupt, and you left. They couldn't find you. So she put you at the scene of the crime.
And she was on the set. But we got affidavits from other people where I was there. But let's even forget that.
Because I remember Fat Faison Live said that you weren't there. That's not happening. But Laverne, another producer, said she hadn't spoken to you in years. That was the last time she spoke to you was when.
Man, this is crazy. So listen, I'm not gonna play the whole thing of that. Please go to Tasha K and watch that whole video interview. It's some wild stuff. He said that Jada was up in there in the room watching the videos on high on all type of different substances and just playing with her. So it's just some crazy stuff that he's alleging. But he's saying that he got the videos of it. It's about to come out. Everything is fixing to come out, and this video is very recent. So I don't know whether he's got a lawsuit coming out. I don't know exactly what they did to him to make him start tripping and turning coat on them. But honey, they need to I don't know, pay him off or whatever he's looking for, because this guy is going in. Let's go.
So, Bilal first came for Will when he showed up in a heated interview on Tasha K's show. When I tell you the messiness was at an all-time high, I'm not even exaggerating. Bilal was exposing Will to the ground as his life depended on it. He made some graphic claims about the time he personally witnessed Will Smith engaging in anal activities with Dwayne Martin in Dwayne's dressing room. He said Will was bent over a couch as Dwayne drilled in and out of his hole as if he were digging for gold.
Open the door to Dwayne's dressing room, and that's when I see Dwayne and having anal sex with Will.
Let me process that for a second.
There was a couch and
Okay, so here's the thing. I have to question even Bilal's motives. Why is he doing this? What is the reason? Why is he exposing Will Smith? That's the question I have. Like, what is the reason for this? Like, what did Will Smith do to this guy that he wants to tell all his secrets all of a sudden? I don't think it's right. I mean, if he's gay and they've been keeping it secret, whatever, that's what they call a lavender wedding. They're both gay and they're married to each other and they have kids, and and they do their little freaky stuff on the side, and they understand what each other are doing. They understand what they're into. Why would this guy bring all this stuff out? What's the purpose? Let's go.
Will was bent over on the couch and Dwayne was standing up on him. Murder. It was murder in there.
Now, as you can imagine, the things Bilal was saying had people gagging, so the interview went viral very quickly. And guess what? Within just 9 hours of it being up, Jada lost her mind and tried to threaten Bilal into silence with a lawsuit. She also accused him of attempting to extort her and Will before he came out with this interview. But baby, she was better off being quiet, because this just pissed Bilal off even more. He appeared on Tasha K's show again for part 2 and dragged Jada for filth, and even dared her to go ahead with the lawsuit if she isn't scared of him going all out with everything he knows.
Before we put out the interview, all we put out was a clip that went ultra viral. Okay, everybody in the world got this clip. It was trending for days on Twitter. Okay, before the interview comes out, what shocked me is Jada is doing her book promotional for Worthy. She goes to the Breakfast Club and she sits down and they ask her about you, but they can't not ask. Like, it's so huge. And to my surprise, she answers.
It's ridiculous, right? And it's nonsense. And this is a person that tried a money shakedown that didn't work. We're going to take legal action.
The reason Will responded, the reason why Jada responded, because they know it's true. Will's never responded, and they responded in less than 9 hours.
They did. That was a fast response.
That was because he know what I saw in that dressing room. He know other things that I saw. She did all this to try to scare me, but I fear no one but Allah. Jada, listen, in 2 weeks, if you don't sue me in 2 weeks, if Tasha K will have me, I'm back here and I'm dropping evidence. Period. You said I extorted you. You said it's a money shakedown. You said a lot of things about me, and you know that the things that you said.
But is it a shakedown? Like, what is the reason? Why would a person? I mean, and I'm not asking why because I'm on his side. I just wanted to understand, like, why would a person all of a sudden come out with this? All of a sudden, and for what reason? You know what I'm saying? I mean, what does he have to gain except for money? And because if he said that he was his right-hand guy and this was his friend, and what kind of a friend would come out like just? I mean, unless the guy did something to him or tried to harass him in that way, why would he come out with this story? Like, what is the? Did he see everybody else like talking, and he said, "Well, now it's my time." Was he making less money? Why would someone come out all of a sudden, like when this whole Diddy thing is happening? Why is it now? Why now? You know, because I mean, if you work with this guy for all his time or whatever, why is now the time to? And I the StreamYard is pinned. If you like click live chat, you'll see the StreamYard link at the top. If you can't click it from the actual from your phone, it should be at the top. Or you have to like actually oh, he stopped feeding him with his salary. He stopped giving him money. And so therefore, okay, it makes sense now. Cause like, okay. And that is how, you know what? They said industry rule 2080, record company people are shady. And it seemed like the whole Hollywood is shady. It seemed like if you listen, people are willing to put their foot on your neck. If you got somebody working for you and you on some freaky stuff and they get wind of it, you better watch out. And it seemed like everybody in Hollywood was on some of the wild, freaky dicky. So let's go.
That were untrue. Let's get into a little bit more of it. Jada runs Will. Period. Me and her at war. I'm gonna put Will to the side. Will is to the side. Me and Jada. I will say this because I know you're watching. Mm-hmm. I know Karen Tense is watching.
Who's Karen Tense?
That is her PR person for years.
Okay.
Right. I know they're watching. Jada, you're a bald head liar and you're a addict, right? You told the world that you were going to sue me. As of yet, and you said you're going to do it swift. It's been over 2 weeks. So Jada, I'm giving you 2 more weeks to sue me. If you don't sue me, this is what's going to happen. All the parties, right? And the men that you hit with dildos, I'm naming names, right? All the salacious stuff that you have done and hurt other people, I'm naming names. You assassinate my character. You say I extort you. Well, extortion is criminal. Like I would be in jail right now if I tried to extort.
Anyway, people seem to believe what he is saying.
Right. Anyway, that's exactly. I'm like, anyway. Like to me, it is extortion. It's like you're trying to get something out of the thing, whether it be fame, whether it be money for these interviews. Something is up. Because I'm like, why would he be the one to come out now about this during this? Why now? Because I mean, how long has it? 40 years of a friendship with Will Smith, and now you're willing to hedge your whole friendship because you stopped getting paid. What is the reason? Welcome to the stage. Do you have any idea about these stories and what's going on?
I listened to him in like months ago with the stories that's going on with Will Smith. It's true. He's not lying. And I mean, it just is what it is. The times that we're in with Hollywood being exposed, it's no surprise that that's why even this stuff with Epstein, it just goes to Hollywood too. It's crazy. This stuff is deep.
So, my question is, why is it the black Hollywood people and not the white? Because I'm sure that they got freaky parties too, but you don't hear all of them are hush mouth. I don't know. Maybe the white parties are way worse than whatever black people are. The most thing they can say, okay, Jada was pegging some people. Oh, she's spitting his mouth. But I bet you the other Hollywood parties are probably even worse. They probably cutting up people and getting it in with the.
Yeah, the white ones, that's what they do. And they make black people do it too. Because at the end of the day, it's about sacrificing. The Hollywood industry is ran by, they believe in the devil. So
you can't say the word. Don't say the J word.
Oh, my bad. But the D word. So that's what they believe in. I don't believe in that. But they believe in that, and that's what they worship. So as a result, they've made people do a bunch of sacrifices, do stuff like eating feces, drinking urine, just crazy stuff. I mean, taking all kinds of drugs, drinking, spiking people's stuff. That's how it goes, and if you have to do a favor.
I've heard about Clive Davis doing that. The parties were so wild back in the day, honey. I heard they used to have just plates of like just pills, and people would, you don't even know what the pill is. You just take it and just whatever's gonna happen is gonna go down. I heard that those 70s parties were just off the chain, and that's where you get because when you start mixing in drugs, you know what I'm saying, you ain't all the way there.
Mm-hmm.
Especially ecstasy, because I used to be a raver. I used to be in the rave scene. When you start doing them type of things, things that you kind of like, the line can get crossed because you know, the way that the drug kind of reduces your inhibitions, you know, you might end up doing some old gay stuff, you know. You have a subconscious gay thing going on, you know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, I never did no drugs like that.
yeah, like the ecstasy, people be getting on the ecstasy, you'll be like, dang, you just kissed that dude in the mouth. What the heck? You know, be at the club and you'll be with a real macho dude, and then he get on that, and you'll be like, what? So, and this was it was in the rave scene before it got into the hip hop scene, you know.
Yeah.
We was already used to people because the rave scene was already kind of like, you know, you was already on the fringes of like society anyway.
But in the hip hop scene, I mean, it was behind closed doors with the hip hop stuff. See, they used to dress up crazy like as if they came from a spaceship with shiny, you know, stuff like that. But some people you could tell were kind of zesty. You know what I mean? That did some zesty type stuff in the industry, but it was behind the scenes. We just never got to hear about it. A lot of names were protected in hip hop back in the day.
I heard about New York. I heard about some of them parties in New York that would, honey, it would put whatever this thing is to shame. I heard that their parties was off the chain. You know, I've known people that like, you know, directed movies in New York. I know a lot of people, and that would tell me, man, New York was off the chain back in the '90s and the '80s and you know, all that time.
Mm-hmm. Like you hear about people like I call them Africa Bam Bottom. That's what he like to do with little boys' bottoms. So Africa Bam Bottom is one of them type of people who like to do stuff like that. And he's old school hip hop.
Yeah.
So it's not changed. It's still the same. That's how you get to make your big break. You have to get on those kneecaps, or you have to bend over, or you have to get licked or lick somebody. That's just how you have to come up.
You have to have something against you, you know, and that's the crazy part.
Yes.
And do you remember? I'm not sure how old you are. Do you remember when August Alsina was like a super straight guy?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he was getting into fights. Was he not getting into fights with people about like whatever? Somebody would try to approach him on some old gay stuff. He'd be fighting, scrapping with people. Didn't he scrap with Trey Songz? Him and Trey Songz for the longest had a beef with each other about like some old gay stuff that happened. Now all of a sudden he's with a dude. It's like what?
Didn't somebody snatch his chain in a concert or something like that at one point in time when he was normal?
Yeah, like August
Yeah.
Alsina, not like, and then it's crazy to see this whole 360 with him after he fooled around with Jada Smith.
Yeah, she turned him out.
That's crazy. I think that, you know, that's a crazy diabolical thing going there. That's interesting.
Because it's not every day that someone who has allegedly been in Will's inner circle is exposing him. I don't know about y'all, but I've never seen a liar get this brave when he knows a lawsuit is on its way to him. Usually people who lie will just go quiet, but not Bilal, honey. In fact, he went on another podcast called Make It Make Sense, and he had even more to say. Everything he said here was him pretty much calling Will Smith Diddy Jr. So according to Bilal, Will allegedly lures young men into his circle by promising them a mentorship. But next thing you know, these men are allegedly bending over and taking it from the back while their careers remain right where it's at. When he is done, he either allegedly passes them over to another industry executive to have their fun with them, or uses his power to silence them for good. He even said Will literally admitted to him that he SA'd Bryce Shear, and apparently there is paper to prove that the alleged SA happened.
Long story short, when I'm in Chicago, this guy's acting erratic. Like, I mean, crazy. He's getting stopped by the cops. There's male prostitutes involved. There's mental illness involved. There's drug use involved. And I'm really trying to see what happened to this guy. And one day he said, you know what happened. You know that Will R-worded me, or however y'all kind of say it on YouTube. You know that Diddy assaulted me. And you know Charlie Mack made me suck his private part. Right? And I'm like, whoa, this was a full admittance. And he's going, and I'm like, I didn't know when.
Why did they do that to him? And then now he's like, he has no career. Why would they do this to a person? Like, he was on his way up. He could have been I don't know what he could have been the next thing of, but you know, with that whole like series that was going on, he probably could have put out an album. Why would they just destroy this guy like this? Like, what did he do? You know?
He probably just kind of lost his mind a little bit, or maybe they said something to him and he probably threatened. And then they threatened him, and he probably got paranoid because they're powerful people. That's how the industry goes sometimes.
So A12 said that they lie about this too, false allegations. I don't know. Like, why is he out here the way he is now? Like, what is going on? Because how'd he go from being like this to what he's looking like now? Like, it's crazy. I mean, he's on Twitter looking wild. You know what I'm saying? What is going on?
He's in the corner, balled up, snot, so much sweating and pain that blood is coming from his nose, right? And this is me and him in a conversation. And he was like, please don't tell him, right? Will admitted to me that he had sex with Bashir Gray, but it was consensual, right? So I'm like, okay, so now it's starting to make sense because I would have never believed that the way this guy's acting, something had to happen. So now, Will told me, and this is going to be in paperwork and everything, right? So when Will told me that he did have sexual intercourse with Bashir, he said Bashir did ask him to stop. Will said he finished, completed the act, then stopped. Right then and
wow.
There, when a person says stop, that means stop. Period. So I do believe.
Hold on, but here's the thing. Here's the part that I look at him kind of funny. You're complicit, sir. You get an allegation. The guy's up there crying, snotting, blood coming out of his nose. And then you go to the guy that's being accused and he tells you, yeah, it happened and I finished him off, whatever. And you're like, oh, okay. All right. I just trying to make sure. Like what?
That part I can kind of see like is not being true. Because why would somebody admit to raping somebody?
So then you think this guy might be kind of like stretching it, like just adding more.
Yeah, just like a little stank on it a little bit. So it's kind of like, bruh, why would somebody incriminate themselves saying that they would,
Well,
you know,
he
but
was with him for like 40 years. Maybe he didn't think that the guy would ever tell on him. I'm like, I don't know. Like,
come on. Will Smith is not that naive. Come on now.
Been the keeper of his secrets for all these years and never said nothing. And now I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out why is he going this hard against Will Smith? What did he do?
Something happened.
Something had to have happened. Let's go.
That Will Smith assaulted Bashir Gray. Charlie Mack and Will gets a lawyer for Bashir, and they try to get me under NDA. I tell Will, I'm not signing. I don't even have an NDA with you. How am I getting an NDA with him? You understand what I'm saying? So I hire a lawyer, right?
Mm-hmm.
When I hire the lawyer,
yeah,
he comes back and says, this is the best I can do. He said, I'm going to have y'all do a mutual NDA, meaning that Bashir can't tell people that you know that Will and Diddy assaulted him. And I want to say the R word, but I know we're on YouTube. Then you can't say nothing about him. So I said, okay, well, as long as he stopped telling people that I know Will and Diddy did to him. You understand what I'm saying? Period. That was the
how did jump from just Will to Will
and it's all going to be, and you got to follow this case.
How did it go from just Will to now Will and Diddy? You know, it's like what?
Ooh, what that one show? Does Diddy have anything to do with that boy's show that he was on Fox?
I don't know. Were they executive producers? I don't know. What was it called again?
Oh, God, I forgot.
Kind of about like Diddy, wasn't it? Like that whole. I don't know. What was like that whole? What was it called?
Somebody in the comments will have it.
What was it? Empire, right? Was Will Smith and P. Diddy, were they both executive producers of Empire? Like why would they even be involved? Like what did they just see him on there and was like, yeah, fresh meat, let's go. You know, like how did that even but you know what was crazy is I think the same thing happened to Will Smith with Quincy Jones.
Ding 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 ding.
Because didn't he have to do some more wild stuff in a movie, you know, after he hooked up with Quincy Jones to get Fresh Prince of Bel-Air? So is this like a whole passed down, like,
Even when you think about that movie, I think what is it called? 6 Degrees of Separation. He wasn't acting. He was not acting. Oh no, that was him.
For that whole thing by getting, you know, done up in the movie, didn't he get like a big praise for that?
Yeah, he was basically a fraud, but he was like a homosexual fraud, and yeah, he wasn't acting. Shoot, that's him.
Listen, we need to. I might do a movie night and rewatch this movie 6 Degrees. I might do a Discord and invite everybody to watch this movie 6 Degrees and have a discussion about this because this is something interesting that's been going on in the Hollywood industry that people really talk about. Like we're just seeing the aftermath of it and how people have continued to behave this way. So he says, yeah, they're trying to push a lot of elite black men. All of a sudden, you didn't notice Tyler Perry, Will Smith, not to bring up 50 Cent's work. Yeah, it's interesting. I'm trying to figure out.
Why isn't 50 Cent talking about himself?
Yeah,
'Cause he's done some weird stuff too.
yes,
But
he
I'm
leaked
pretty sure.
a gay man. And so was Bashir Gray? Bashir Gray. Was Bashir Gray already gay and he just got kind of taken advantage of?
Come on now. I doubt that boy was like that. They took advantage of him.
So he says, okay, the TV show Empire was created by Lee Daniels and Danny Strong, who developed the concept together with Daniels directing the pilot and Strong co-writing. Okay, all right. So it's weird seeing people push this narrative and not using critical thinking. Hey, listen, you're more than welcome to come up here and if you hit the link at the does the pin link work better? Because I did put the link in the pin. If you're only seeing the top comments, hit the live comments and you'll see the link at the top. I would love to hear what you have to say about this because I'm like, this is crazy.
And you know what Lee Daniels is? Come on now.
Right. None of the rock groups have any scandal like this, but they was wild. You already know the rock groups. Come on. Metallica and all these, you don't hear none of their dirty laundry coming out. And I'm sure they had way worse stuff going on.
Oh yeah, wearing makeup and long hair. Really?
Right.
Twisted Sister. We know what that was about.
Why do you think that it's only the black people? Do you think it's like to try to get their money? Because it seems like right when people like are hitting at that billionaire mark, they start to all these people come out and start saying I don't know. It's really weird.
Yeah, on the front end, it's like that. There's a front end and a back end. On the front end, it's like what you said. Then on the back end, it's like, okay, well, black people's minds, the way we work, you know what I'm saying? We could influence a lot of people around the world. So
And said, listen, I need you to go against Will Smith. And then they have to hire lawyers and go through the court. And now their money gets to dwindling down. It's almost like you can go in. This is a situation that seems like you can go in, you can get a certain level of power, you get a certain amount of money and prestige. But right at the end, at a certain point, if you don't get out of that stuff and take your money with you, honey, you're going to have a downfall of like no other downfall. I don't know if they're using witchcraft or whatever they're doing, but it seems like all of the people that went to the top have this really crazy downfall that's happening on them.
Yeah. There was a guy who was talking about this company, a Ford Weaponry Company, and he was talking about Michael Jordan, Bill Cosby.
By using their own people. They're using their own black people. Guns N' Roses, no scandal. Metallica, no scandal. Kiss, no. And you already know they was probably wilding out. You know what I'm saying? Come on now.
Oh yeah, and like I said, this white guy, he said that Bill Cosby, who was Michael Jordan, and I think it's OJ. They tried to invest in this company called Ford, but they made weapons, and as soon as that happened, all hell broke loose on each of their family members.
There's something going on with this. I don't know. It's interesting, to see this guy going this hard. He was his friend for 40 years. Like, was he like an agent, like a CIA? Was he a handler? How? And then he got the call, like, okay, now it's time to, I'm gonna give you like 10 million to just go hard on the situation.
Great point.
Something just don't seem right. Something ain't right. Because if Jada Pinkett wants to tag dudes and stuff like that and jay off to and masturbate to videos, why is that everybody's business? I don't know. I'm sorry. You know what I'm saying? If you probably put a camera on half people in America, you're probably gonna see some wild shit. You know what I'm saying? So why is it that this guy wants to do this? Like, I don't understand. Let's go.
All that's coming out in court.
And since we are on the topic of Will allegedly using mentorship to trap these unsuspecting men, let's talk about Bashir Gray, because it's been rumored for a long time that this is what he and Diddy did to him too. And to make matters even worse, Bashir's tricking mom Andrea was allegedly in on it too. So the story goes, Bashir's former manager back in his days on Empire, Charlie Mack, supposedly got approval from Andrea to hand Bashir over to Will and Diddy for career mentorship. This made sense, because at the time, Bashir was actively pursuing both acting and music, so having two of the best in both worlds was exactly exactly what he needed to get ahead. Even Brashear thought the same thing. From the interviews he did at the time, you could tell that he really thought Will and Diddy were going to get him to the next level. If you were to tell him about it after Will and Diddy were done with him, he would turn into a raging substance addict and start sleeping with men on camera for chicken change on Twitter. He would have...
Bro, what? Do you see that picture of him? Do you see how he looked after they got through with him?
That makes sense now.
What is going on? And his mother, and here's the thing, you see the same thing with Aaliyah. You see the same thing with the people that was dealing with R. Kelly. And it seems to me like the whole thing is just like these parents don't even have no idea what they're getting their children into. You know what I'm saying? These parents are bringing their kids into Hollywood, and they're like, oh yeah, work with my son, Will Smith, P. Diddy. Yes, go ahead. And next thing you know, their son is up there, get.
That makes sense, though. I mean, did you watch the Diddy documentary? Did you watch the Diddy documentary?
I did.
Okay, so it kind of reminds me of what that woman was saying on there toward the end, where, in that Diddy documentary, where that guy was the producer, but Diddy didn't really help him with nothing, didn't pay him or nothing. And he still owed money. So it's the same thing with this guy, the Brashear guy, whatever, I don't know his name, but it's like they promised him something, yet in return, they didn't give him them. They just wanted to use him.
Yeah, and so it's like, is this like a thing that they even have a thing like, okay, listen, why would they do that? Like, why would they take a young guy and do this to them? Is this like a cultural thing in Hollywood to get ahead, or is this like a match? And then this specific person kind of like wasn't able to handle it, or was it like a matter of like, were they trying to like, why would this go down like this? Or maybe like they gave him the drugs, he couldn't. He kind of lost it, saying like, what is going on with this,
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, this is really sad to even hear this. This is sad. And then I haven't even gotten to the real crux of things because L.A. Reid is about to be coming up next. Let's finish this for Sir Gray, and we'll get into L.A. Reid. Let's go.
Probably laughed in your face.
He's with my man Charlie Mack. So Charlie was with me every step of the way. First out the limo. So Charlie has been with me, 30 years coming up in the business. So, he's surrounded by a whole lot of strength. He's surrounded by a whole lot of love. And all he has to do is add discipline, and he's going to be all right.
It's like Uncle Will, who is best to give you advice? And it's Will Smith. And I'm getting so much good advice. I got my first acting role, Empire, and it's changing my life. And it's like, I'm listening from the greatest, and it's like making me well prepared.
So according to Jaguar Wright, the very last thing that Will was doing to Brashear was offering him mentorship. And remember what I said about Brashear's life going into the gutter right after his mentorship with Will ended? Well, an example of that was a 2022 incident during which he was arrested and found guilty of aggravated assault against a woman he was hooking up with at the time. But this wasn't his first run-in with the law, because back in 2020, his wife was rescued by a man at a nearby gas station after she had gone there asking for help. People didn't even know he got married till this mess came up. She told the police that Brashear strangled her. When the police pulled up to his house to arrest him, he refused to come out of the house. It took hours of negotiations between the SWAT team and Brashear to get him to come out of the house. And when his mugshots were released, people couldn't believe how much of a mess he looked like.
Oh my God. What is happening in Hollywood? What is happening in Black Hollywood, right? What is happening? Was Aubrey a part of the mentorship program? Which Aubrey? Aubrey O'Day or Aubrey Drake? Usher was living with this whole thing. Is just when you look back at everything, it's like, what is happening? What is really going on? Was this like a whole buck breaking situation? Lord says there is no Black Hollywood.
Yeah, it's Hollywood, and dealing with those.
Yeah, there's no Black Hollywood. Yeah, the way that this is looking is that we thought that there was a separated Hollywood, and we thought that the Black people acted different. They were able to keep a mask up for so long about that. We thought that they were not involved in all the shenanigans that the other ones, but they seem like they are over here wilding out too. The only part that I found out about like Bilal is that how did you maybe he felt guilty, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. But for a long time he was complicit, you know what I'm saying? He saw all these things going on and he didn't say much. And now he's coming out with everything. So I don't know. It's interesting.
Brashear Gray, one of the stars of the hit show Empire. Tonight, we're seeing hours of new video from his July arrest that ended with his wife flagging down police and telling them the actor had assaulted her for hours inside their Goodyear home. The bizarre jailhouse interview lasting for 2 hours as they try to piece together a chaotic chain of events.
And as if things couldn't get messier, Jaguar came back again, right when all this was happening, and gave even more details about what Diddy and Will allegedly put Brashear through. She claims that the reason Charlie was even able to sell Brashear to Will is that his mom, Andrea Mayberry, was also in on it.
I don't think that she was in on it. I'm sorry. I'm not going to go into that. I'm not going to I don't think his mom would purposely do that. I think that a lot of times you see the star power and you think, oh, okay, yeah, you're going to really make my child go to the next level. You don't think you don't think that they're going to take your child into a back room and, rape them. You know what I'm saying? So that's the part where it gets really crazy. Yes, Disney and Nickelodeon is demonic as well. This whole thing. August Alsina, yes.
I agree with that comment because notice how Clive Davis never gets in trouble. You ever notice that? All the publishing he has, all that stuff, he never gets in trouble. And he's the top main one who should be going to prison. He should be buried under the jail.
Man, he old as hell, and you never hear his name, and he was a part of all that stuff.
And all the people he done got rid of, really? Come on.
Man, this whole thing is just crazy when you really look into it. And so you have the whole situation with Brashear Gray, which is really sad, and it's crazy how this went down. I don't think, this is going to really talk about how Jaguar said this and said that, but she got her information from Bilal. And to be quite honest, is that I don't think that his mom would want to do that to her son.
Ooh, you'd be amazed. Look at Usher Raymond's mom. Not funny, but you get what I'm saying.
Usher's mom really knew that he was going to be getting holed out by Diddy and this, that, the other.
They know. These moms know. Look at Aaliyah's mother, too. She done got turned out by R. Kelly at the same time as with Aaliyah. Like, come on. It's just despicable stuff like that. These parents know. They just so intrigued by the type of money that they could get off of their child that they'll do anything. Name your price.
Here's the thing. I would also say this is that back then, I don't think that Diddy knew. I mean, people would know that Diddy would have did something like that because, they're just seeing him on videos, doing this and doing that. They're not thinking that, okay, well, he's going to be a part of a music camp. Because back then, we're in the 90s. This is before all this stuff started coming out. Aaliyah. Look at what happened with Aaliyah and R. Kelly. I don't think that Usher's mom. I don't think these mothers know that they're what they're putting their kids into. So if anybody has I have a child that's very talented. I'm not going to. And I'm gonna tell you what I did do one thing when she was younger, and they'll say it's a closed set, and then you have your child back there and they're doing the set or whatever, and they'll say it's a closed set. But I'm there. I'm not gonna leave my child and be like, oh, okay, you could take her off and and do a whole whatever. Hell no.
I've been on set, on when Prison Break was. I mean, it just depends. As long as nobody takes somebody off somewhere to go do something in the trailer, then you should be okay. As long as you keep an eye on them.
So I lived in Atlanta when the producer from Let's Do the Bankhead Bounce did this to a boy that was 15 years old, and he was mentoring, and Heath was in prison when I left Atlanta, the producer. Wow, that's crazy. Wow. Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, so you worked on different sets and stuff like that. Have you seen any weird stuff go on?
Nah, there was one producer. She was co-director, I think, and she was cute. She used to flirt with me. She wore pigtails, but she was real cute. And I wanted to do acting back then, but I saw how it was, and it just felt like work to me. And I was like, you know what? I can't do this. It wasn't for me. So it was okay, just to do one take, we'd have to do like 10, 11 takes. I was like, you know what? I can't do this. So I was like, let me just stay an extra for these just however many days. And I was done with acting. I couldn't do it no more.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, this is a really sad thing, but here's the thing. Let's go even deeper, right? So we talked about Will Smith and Bashir Gray. This is a very sad story that's happening to him as we really get into it. It's really sad. But it's even deeper because now you have L.A. Reid, you know. And if you ever heard of, you know, L.A. Reid, I mean, he's like a big person in the industry. But all this stuff, you know who's connected to all these people?
Clive Davis.
You understand what I'm saying? And that's the part that's crazy to me. Let's get into the story.
New Year's. I hope everything is going well. Sorry for the delay. TJ ATP said, Tisha better come on or I'm going to go bounce. This is unprofessional. Well, excuse me. I did not know. I did not know I was clocking in for work, Miss Mamas. I thought we were just coming to chill and hang out. I didn't know that y'all was literally saying that.
Okay, let's get into it. She got to do her intro. Let's go.
Because he was dating Kim Porter. On top of that, blocking energy, I don't like. You don't even gotta give them a timeout. Disrespectful, knock it off. Y'all like, right? Okay, so where do we start at? Okay, first, do you want to start with Diddy or do you want to move into L.A. Reid? Let's start with Diddy because L.A. Reid is going to be a doozy and he ties into Diddy. And remember Shakir Stewart? I did a deep dive on Shakir Stewart about the way Diddy brutally beat him to death in a hotel. Well, not to death, but he brutally beat him in an Italian luxury hotel with a chair in the lobby and basically left them for dead so much so that Shakir Stewart's mom was begging him to leave the industry. Now,
see, here's the thing. You know, these mothers, I don't think the mothers, and here's another thing. I think that too often, because the boys are boys, we will be quick to leave our sons with these people versus worse than we would do with our daughter. We need to treat our sons just as sacred as we would our daughters because they could get violated just as much as a female could. But when a woman's going to have their mom, I mean, I don't know except for Aaliyah, and a few of the people that was with R. Kelly, I don't see too many moms going to like, let's leave. You know, Ashanti's mom been there the whole time. You know, I think even Monica's mom, you know what I'm saying? Monica, the singer. I don't think that these moms are leaving their daughters with these industry people. But you see it so often with Justin Bieber. You see it with Bow Wow, you know, and Usher. And these mothers will leave their sons to these men because they're probably single mothers. And they think, oh, okay, you're going to get mentored by a male. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's that's like the biggest way that they're able to really do this to these young men.
Agreed. By the way, she kind of looked like a healthy Lark Voorhees, huh?
Yeah.
Shakir Stewart was dating Kim Porter. People say that argument and the thing where he beat him bloody was because he was dating Kim Porter. On top of that, people say that same weekend of the wedding, that's when Kim Porter's nose got broken. Do you know whose wedding that was? L.A. Reid's. It was L.A. Reid's wedding. But there's hold on. Am I still frozen? Am I still? People also say in that same wedding that Kim Porter, not in the wedding, but afterwards in that same weekend, that's when Kim Porter got her nose broken. Now, that was L.A. Reid's.
Exactly, like B2K. And that's another group. See, all these little groups, even with the Pretty Ricky guys, all these groups, these mothers will leave them to one main producer. And the guy will be like, oh, yeah, I'll take care of your son. And he will take care of him, all right. It will turn into a whole nother thing. You know what I'm saying? And here's the thing. Boys do not tell. Men do not tell. I do not tell. That means they're easily victims. They will not tell. Embarrassment. And that is the sad part. We need to protect our young boys, our young men. And it's been and what's sad about this is this has been going on for so long with the single mothers, you know, because it's got to be a thing where you have a little boy, he's talented or whatever, you bring him into the industry, and he gets taken advantage of, and probably never tells his mom for years. Odell Beckham and Justin Bieber into YouTube. Oh man, that's okay. I'll look into that. That's what happened with that. Can you type that in? Because I'm trying. I'm gonna play this real quick. Let's go.
Wedding. Now the funny thing is, Shakir Stewart was an executive for Def Jam. He had a meeting. Okay, he had a meeting with L.A. Reid, and the next day he was gone by a bang bang to his head, and he was put to sleep permanently. I don't mean to disrespect his memory. Listen. Listen. So, yeah. Okay, I'm back, right? So he died under mysterious circumstances. Okay. L.A. Reid was Diddy's daddy. Lots of people call him Diddy's daddy. Why do they call him Diddy's daddy? Because when Diddy was first coming up, through the City College mess, through all that mess, through everything that was going on, a lot of people felt like something was actually wrong, right? A lot of people actually thought that something was wrong with Diddy. L.A. Reid not only stood by Diddy, he fostered Diddy, he poured money into Diddy, but he also poured money into the bad boy lifestyle. L.A. Reid was around when the Cassie thing happened. L.A. Reid was around when Bad Boy was in its prime. Now here's the thing, L.A. Reid, not L.A. Reid, but Russell Simmons did escape accountability for a minute. He will be held accountable, okay? But it is important to actually know the person.
And that, you know what, and that is the reason why I put this title on this video. Is the black music industry done? Everyone at the top, Will Smith, Russell Simmons. I remember Russell Simmons, he had the Simmons card or whatever it was. He had all these things going on. What happened to his empire?
Listen to the music.
Huh?
Listen to the music. It's been done. It's cooked. Nobody wants to listen to gibberish. Come on, stop. It's been done.
And you know, that electronic sound. And what's crazy is it's weird that T-Pain didn't even realize that he created like the end of music when he did that vocoder thing. Because now like AI is singing better than anybody. AI is killing it.
It's crazy. Yo, I've been listening to some AI that's created like 80s funk and all that, and it's crazy.
Timbaland did a whole deal with Suno. So, and then now they're creating AI people. So it's almost like they got to get rid of all these moguls right when AI is about to take over. I think there's a bigger plan here that nobody is seeing. They're getting rid of all the old guard of the industry, and then AI is going to be the new wave that this AI music. And guess what? They're trying to make it so that they ain't gonna pay nobody to do nothing. It'll be all computers. And if you don't own the platform, then you don't own nothing, you know? And all these songwriters, I mean, think if I go on Suno, there's so many people that's putting their little songs in. Everybody's a songwriter now.
Oh, wow.
If you don't rhyme 2 words together, you can put out an AI song, you know?
Wow. Didn't know that.
Yeah. You know the world rhyme about 2 or 3 words, honey. AI will finish the song for you, you know? I can respect instrumentals not made by AI. Yes. Roger and that they did start it, but you know what? T-Pain is the one who made it popular. And so what happened is that you had everybody using that vocoder, that sound, and then more and more, like we started sounding more like computers. So when AI comes out and it sounds similar, like similar computerish sound, we don't even realize that, hey, what's AI and what's a real voice anymore.
Stevie Wonder was one of the first ones to use it too, though. But he did it on a talk show, and he was singing what was it? They long to be close to you on it. So yeah, I mean he was actually one of the pioneers too, Stevie Wonder.
Right. Okay. So, but did he use the whole, like, what's it called, auto tune, or did he use the vocal?
He used the vocoder, but with the thing you put in the tube.
Oh yeah, so
And
you had to
yeah,
be able to play the piano
yes,
and sing at the same time. You couldn't just get up there and just be like singing, and the computer just do it to you. You had to be able to like hit
yeah.
the
He had to play the notes right in your
yeah.
head
Like,
and on the keyboard. Yeah.
so there was a certain level of a talent that you had to have to even do the vocoder. It couldn't just be you up there vocoding and it's gonna sound good. You're gonna sound crazy. You know, so this is where this is everything is going. This is gonna like change this the way this happens is gonna change the whole music industry. Cause you're not all these like people from the 90s are gonna look like terrible, and people all this like having a record deal and all these like because like what it own Diddy owned iHeart, right? What did he own? Didn't he own iHeart or what did he own? What was it the thing he
Chat
owned?
might know.
Was it
Chat.
iHeart? Not no, iHeartRadio is owned by Viacom, but he owned his thing, and then you had Jay-Z who owned the other thing, and that was how music was. People were getting signed 360 deals and all this Live Nation and all this stuff like that, and to get control of the artists. And guess what? Who knows that these people behind their backs didn't sell their voices to Suno and these different AI companies because they don't own their own likeness anymore. And so now you have all these AI companies out here sounding just like certain people.
And that's another thing. Some of the AI is actually copied voices of real singers.
Honey, all of AI is just a copy.
And I'm not sure if these singers are going to even know that it's their voice that's being replayed, you know?
Yes, exactly. I could play a song right now that I did in AI, and you will be like, dude, what is that a real artist?
Yeah, I heard a song about a year ago. It was from AI, but it sounded like Thelma Houston. So I'm like, hey now.
Honey, I've been writing up some songs in AI, and I'm like, man, this is crazy. You know, whose voice is this? I know that they're taking and stealing a voice from a real artist and refactoring it. So let's get back into LA Reid. So now you have all these people that were like the marching guard of the music industry, and they're all getting taken down. Why is that? Let's go.
Responsible for it. Remember how everybody was like, how can the government just create a one-person RICO? Okay. Where are the record executives? Where are everything that did it? Where's everything that came through? I'll tell you where the executives are. The executives were, let's start with LA Reid, all the men of hip hop, right? They are now being held accountable in this time of Me Too, and it is not going anywhere. I have receipts for what LA Reid did to Justin Bieber, what he did to Usher, what he did to the women in the industry, and I have the court documents about what he did to Drew Dixon. Everybody says, where's everybody else? They need to be held accountable. We found the receipts. We have the court document. Cassie lined it up. Drew Dixon is set to end a dynasty of what I believe are men abusing their power and just being general weirdos. Just being general weirdos. The time has come. Okay, so where do you guys want to start, right? Let's start actually with Diddy. Let's start with Diddy, okay? Now, first thing that needs to come up with Diddy, where I'm saying Diddy is done. Where do I start? I feel like I need my pen and paper right now because I'm trying to watch a million screens. I'm trying to make sure this screen doesn't freeze again because I don't know, it's hating on me, right? I guess I'll just watch you guys' chat. If anybody says it's frozen, hopefully I will see that in the chat, all right? So anyway, back to LA Reid. Okay, so let's start with Diddy and what's going on with him criminally. See, here's the issue. One of the reasons why Diddy is out there still barking, big and bad. Oh, I'm gonna do this. Shut your like if you don't go convert to Nation of Islam like everybody else, read a book, get in the gym. I can tell by that belly, that insulin is high. Get in the gym. Go find a way to patch your time. But one of the reasons that Diddy is barking so big and bad is for obvious reasons. See, when Diddy was first in New York a while back, I was the first to report he was in New York trying to quiet witnesses. People said I was a liar. They said he was so. It came out that he was in New York. You know why? Because he got arrested in New York. For what? witness intimidation, and obstruction. See, why Diddy is on the outside, people that are afraid of Diddy, what it says, people that were afraid of Diddy, okay, they're afraid to speak their mind. They're afraid to come forward. And I understand that, especially after the way the feds fumbled the Cassie case, right? And we now see that it was the jury, right? But the whole point about it is, as long as Diddy stays powerful and as long as he's out on the street, he will always be a threat to people that are afraid of him. A lot of legal experts say that the reason why Diddy is willing to spend his last dollar and he's fighting to get out of jail is because he's afraid of being inside, and more and more and more charges come. Again, you cannot be a threat and a crime boss and all this stuff and all these things people say Diddy is while you are in jail. The threat is only while you're out there. And let's be real, it doesn't look like his sons have the same mental strategy as he does. It doesn't look like his sons are master manipulators. It doesn't look like he trusted anybody.
Well, did she freeze?
No, I just paused it. Why only hip hop? Why are they focusing only on hip hop artists? What is it about?
It gets bigger. That's why it gets bigger into the Jewish execs and stuff like that. That's why it circles right back around to the Epstein stuff, and they don't want that, so they got to keep it on the black community.
Well, I think that she's talking about Diddy because of his connection with L.A. Reid. And this is the thing, because the L.A. Reid situation is about he's in court right now, federal lawsuit, or things are coming down the pipeline. I think even Fat Joe has a federal, like a RICO case. They are hitting everybody. I mean, anybody that was at the top that was making money, they are hitting all they pot. I don't know if there's like some, and it's all, I think it's all even based in New York. And I'm not sure if there is like a deal going on with the court system out there that like, listen, we're going to hit. Did they have a meeting and said, listen, we fixing to hit all these niggas up? And
You hear about Ray J?
No, what happened to him?
So I read this title where supposedly Ray J is in the hospital, but he's supposedly in the hospital because it has something tied to Diddy, because he said something about Diddy doing something to him. I don't know how true that is, but I'm just saying it's out there.
So you think he's still calling shots from jail?
Oh yeah, for sure. He's got to be. If Ray J is in that condition the way he is right now,
that would be crazy.
allegedly.
Yeah, because that would be crazy. Because why would he be doing that and risking his freedom even more? How much longer does he have in jail? Or is he in prison or jail? Where is he at right now? Is he in prison?
I think so. But yeah, Diddy, they have stuff where they can put in your drink or they can just touch you with that goes through your bloodstream, and you can end up getting like some type of pneumonia situation and just take you out.
Yeah, that's correct. Like it's a lot.
Toxic plants.
Well, I know that there's the burundanga, aka scopolamine, that they do on people. I know about that.
Oh yeah, and the stuff that he did to Albie Shore.
Yeah, that's crazy. So, anyways, this is getting really heated up, guys. And please hit the like button. I normally am talking about FBA and all this other stuff, but I think that this is a notable thing because this is all the old guard that are being taken down. And I think it's a money transfer. I think this is a transfer of wealth onto, like, you know what, they gave them, God giveth and God taketh away. That's what I think is happening. Let's go.
To actually teach them the family business or even a friend. There is no heir apparent. What does that mean? There is no muscle on the street, right? That if they know Diddy is going away for a longer while, we'll keep quiet. Why is this important? Well, there's a couple of things coming up on the front. For one, remember that Keith D trial? Of course you do. For Keith D and
honey, they must be hitting her little channel.
Anyway, every time I start talking about this, it starts acting up. They just don't want to see me be great. And that's a shame.
she's getting reported. Everything that she's saying, her channel's getting reported. That's why she's freezing up like that. But that's what's crazy about this stuff is deeper than we even thought. I don't know. I don't know I don't know whether they're trying to, because okay, now if you give a person a valuation of $1 billion, right, and they put that stuff in the stock, but then you arrest them, can you get access to their money if they get like a federal charge? Like, are they able to wipe their bank accounts? Is the court like instantly like this is like a conspiracy that goes deeper than just like the music industry? This might be even the court systems that are just like, you know what, this is how we're going to just get this money into the court system, or somehow take their money and funnel it back another way, you know?
Some of them probably do that, but what these people usually do, they have it in somebody else's name that they can actually trust, or have it in like some type of name where only alias name that only they have access to, so that way they can't steal their money. And they can just come back to it, you know. That's just how some of them do it.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what? I don't know all the details of the music industry. To me, it just seems like something is up with this. It does not make any sense how everybody's getting hit at once at the same time.
All right, you guys, I'm back, right? So anyway, when it comes to hold on, let me make sure my YouTube screen is going well. Okay. So anyway, this is a technical difficulty. It's not me this time, guys. It is actually, what do you know, YouTube. Okay. It says it's excellent connection. Hold on. Can y'all see me yet? I think y'all can see me. Where are we at? Y'all can see me. Okay, good. All right. So anyway, no, hold on. Let's get into this. Hold on.
She's gonna have to go to TikTok
Vegas.
sometime.
And also, he had meticulous records of.
Oh, they hitting her. They hitting her.
Where the cars were rented from. That car that was used allegedly, and this is what the Nevada PD is investigating right now, was rented, and the registration for the rental was in Bad Boy's name. They took all of the stuff they learned from the Diddy documentary, and people are saying that the Nevada PD are actually looking into this. Now, what do we have to substantiate that? Well, think about it. Kurt Burrell's trial was supposed to be going on, not Kurt Burrell. Keith D's trial was supposed to be happening right now. Instead, what do we have? The trial has been delayed till I think June or July for no reason. People are saying that it's because the investigators are looking into this. Again, people are less likely to talk when they see that Diddy is still on the street. A lot of times with dangerous people or people that the government thinks are dangerous, once they're in jail, they start getting charge after charge after charge. I mean, for God's sakes, look what happened to Suge Knight. Now, hear me out on this too. An interesting thing happened. When I woke up this morning, I saw an interesting article that a lawyer, Tyrone Blackburn, had retired, had recused himself and refused to settle law, do law anymore. I believe it was on the Diddy docket. I don't know how they got that because he recused himself from one case because there was a separate matter going on, but he's still very much suing Fat Joe. He's still very much suing Diddy. Remember the woman in the documentary that talked about Diddy and what happened and all this other stuff? And there's a few other women that are suing Diddy. Tyrone Blackburn is actually
bro, how many people are still suing Diddy? People are saying it's a distraction. It's like, bro, like, no, I'm trying to explain to y'all that this is like, okay, y'all saying it's a distraction. But what I'm trying to tell y'all, there's something going on here. There's something to this. Okay? Because I don't hear no one talking about this LA Reid lawsuit. Nobody. She's the only one I hear talking about LA Reid. Everybody else is talking about I Show Speed going to Africa. What's his name talking about Doechii, but I'm like, no one is talking about LA Reid in this case, this federal lawsuit. And you know, I get it, you know, it's a distraction, but like, come on now, this guy, like, what is going on where all these black men are getting put behind bars for SA and this, that, the other? What is going on here? And you know that there's other rock groups that have like this type of. You don't hear nobody talking out about that. Like, do they like have more money to like pay off their victims? Like, what is the difference between Metallica probably doing something and LA Reid?
They have a complexion for the protection.
Or like, did they make less money than these? Did they like give more money to the black artists than they get to the white? And so therefore now they got to get it back in somewhere. Like something is weird going on.
No, they have the complexion for the protection because just because you have your own separate dark little club that you might be with doesn't mean that you can come on over to their side. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Like
they have a higher level of protection, even though they made
yes, because they're white.
Do you think that the leaders of Metallica made as much money as a LA Reid or a P. Diddy?
Probably not, because they gotten into publishing, writing, having their own company, music, label, stuff like that, LaFace. So no, I mean, it's it all still ties back to Clive, but still, they're gonna make even more money than Metallica. Metallica, yeah, but L.A. Reid and Babyface have done just oh my god, crazy amounts of works for everybody in the music industry for sure. So there's no way Metallica has more than them.
So you think that the black artist really was able? They actually made way more money than rock and roll and all these different like things, or where do you think all this like?
It depends on the catalogs. What companies have the catalogs? Like for instance, with Michael Jackson and Sony and stuff like that. You get what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Right. So it just depends on the catalog, who owns those catalogs and the masters.
Yeah, Feds created a hip hop unit. Why did they do that? Why did they focus on the black artists and not the other artists? Because I know that they probably had just as many drugs on there. I mean, if you probably would have pulled over any of their these rock and roll artists busted anytime, you're probably going to find meth, heroin, all this stuff. But they hyper focused on the black artists. They had a whole unit, FBI unit of people calling the hip hop police that were pulling them over, messing with them, trying to get them locked up. What is really going on with this? And then now you have people coming out that are like just blowing the bell on them. So let's go.
Presenting those women, well, some of the women. Here's the thing that you need to know for Diddy's kingdom crumbling. And this is actually really, really important. So Diddy was asked to Diddy asked for a stay on discovery, a motion to stay discovery. What does that mean? They asked for information to confirm or deny. Because Diddy would not confirm or deny, they said, okay, well, we're going to have to go into discovery. All right. Diddy said, stop discovery. I don't want discovery to happen. And everybody's asking, well, why can't discovery happen? What's the big deal? Are you going to answer the question, yes or no? Diddy refuses.
You know what? Bye to this idiocy, honey. You don't have to announce your exit. Just leave. Like, what do you want? Peace. Like, why do you have to like make an announcement? Like, oh my God. Oh Lord. Oh. No, Robbie, don't leave. Bro, we don't need you to give an announcement, bro. Just click just go by.
This too, and right now he's asking the judge to do a firm hold on discovery so discovery can't happen. What
I'm trying to figure something out here because something is up. I can't figure it out. I can't put my finger on it, and that's why I'm asking. If anybody else got like something they could tell me that can like break this down even further, because I'm like, what is going on? Like, were these people getting more money than everybody, and they had to take them down to get the money back? Like, what is happening? Did they sign an agreement that said, you know what, you get to be popular for this amount of time, these amount of years, and then at the 10th year, it's gonna crumble. Something like that. It seems like it's like a thing where they all have a expiration date.
It's kind of like you ever watch that movie Kick-Ass? Where the high dope dealer like kind of exposes one of his men and just outs him. It's kind of like that for a bigger purpose. So for instance, if they don't want something, if they want to hide something, right? Because it's all tied, the government, all this stuff, how it intertwines. But if they want something to not be put out there to the masses. They're going to create a false flag or just something out here. Okay, this celebrity, we're going to expose this celebrity so that this doesn't get put out there. It's similar to that because I can look at it and say, okay, Diddy, Ray J, whoever, right? The lady with the ice. But then in the background, you got this situation with Russia and America with the submarine going to Venezuela. So it's just stuff like that that's being put all over to make sure that the other stories don't come out. That's what it's ultimately about. That's why this stuff is coming out.
Tell me, why does Diddy matter? The reason why, he's the first one. He's the example. See, you guys, y'all don't see y'all not looking at this is a cookie crumbs. To me, when I see something like this and then I see one go down, now I'm seeing another one go down, another one go down. That is not a conspiracy. At that point, you got to look and say, hold on now.
Diddy matters the same way Bill Cosby mattered when that guy was touching people. Remember, it was about him first, then all of a sudden it switched over to Bill Cosby.
It went from
R. Kelly.
R. Kelly, Bill Cosby.
Yeah. You get what I'm saying? So it's like the same thing.
Now, like, come on now. When you're seeing a pattern of these lawsuits coming out, and it can't just be all these people are now they see the money and now they could have been saw the money and then did. Like why or was it a thing that when one person saw they could do it, another person saw they could do it, it's like what?
But here's the kicker. What did that lead to? For instance, with the Bill Cosby and the R. Kelly situation, what did that eventually lead to? See, that guy that was whatever he was in Hollywood, it ended up leading all the way to Epstein. You get what I'm saying? So it's like they try to use us so that way they can mask up their people, and eventually leads right back to them.
But I mean, you're saying he don't matter, but no, it's a trail.
Exactly. It's a trail because they try to use us so that they can cover up their stuff, but it don't work like that.
Listen, I'm trying to show y'all something, because if they could do this on this, then they can start at this level and then think about this. They could just go the next level down, the next level down, and all like people's like stuff they get sued. Imagine like you make all this money and then all of a sudden, I mean, like how is LA Reid even doing music anymore? Is he really even putting out any artists?
You never know. He might be. They have plenty of television shows and stuff like that, so you never know.
Right, he's probably gotten into television producing. There's always something more to it. I'm trying to tell y'all, it's like a thing where the old guard of the music industry is being removed. Why? Is it to bring on the AI?
It's the cover. To be honest with you, the core of it, I think it's the cover of Israel, because these people are the ones who are controlling the whole industry. So how does, Harvey Weinstein lead to Bill Cosby, R. Kelly, which ends up leading to Epstein? You get what I'm saying? So it's just stuff like that. It all ties back to Israel. And that's why they ultimately cover it up with us.
This right here is a conspiracy. I'm sorry. There is a conspiracy to remove all of the black people that were moguls in the music industry. And I'm the first one that says it first.
You're right about that too, yeah.
And not just only black, also Latino. And then when you don't have all those moguls in, and then you don't have like the people that are able to bring up artists, younger artists, then people are just going to be putting their music out on YouTube and doing like stuff and just doing it themselves. And then guess what could happen? Then you have AI come in, and then all your stuff could be stolen and whatever. Something around that. I think. Listen, I be having predictions, y'all. My mind be ahead of time. There's something to this, guys. This is not just by chance people getting mad at LA Reid and people getting mad at. I mean, why is everybody mad at the same time? That is weird. When everybody is a cluster of things, it's called a psychological operation.
I'm gonna step down, but I'm gonna keep watching.
Right. So let's go into the psyop. Okay, I'm gonna go more into the psyop. This is psychological operations, y'all. Like and then here's the thing, LA Reid's thing, no one has heard about his lawsuit, a full federal lawsuit going on, guys. Let's see if let's forward it a little bit more past Diddy. Everybody's like, no one cares about Diddy. Okay, well, let's get into LA Reid. That's the part that we were going to really be talking about. Let's go.
But you know what it says, right? Now here's the thing. LA Reid was also at the helm of Epic Records during the time frame of the Intercontinental Hotel assault with Cassie. Let's actually go through. I prepared a handy dandy slideshow. Let's cue the slideshow. Here we go. So believe it or not, LA Reid also signed, hold on y'all, LA Reid, this is LA Reid with Cassie. Let me give you a little context. So LA Reid, for his, I think it's Gamma Records, he had a record label. Keep in mind that LA Reid, I think he signed Christian, okay? Now, we all know what's going on with Christian's rap career, but the point is he signed Christian, right? He also, as a matter of fact, this is a picture of LA Reid with Cassie a few days after the Intercontinental Hotel incident. People said LA Reid was made aware of what was going on. LA Reid runs a tight ship, and people said that he was always aware of what was going on with Bad Boy Records. More importantly, right, we see LA Reid with The Dream, right? The Dream has his own lawsuit for being a weirdo and a creep that is coming out in July, okay? We also see, sorry guys.
Come on. The Dream, LA Reid, P. Diddy. You're gonna like lose fingers to count on everybody's getting sued in a lawsuit at the same time. Y'all don't find that weird? What is going on? No, I'm not just talking about Diddy. I'm talking about LA Reid. I just use that as a segue into LA Reid. No, this is a whole thing. Like, LA Reid is way bigger than Diddy. Come on now. LA Reid? Come on. Isn't LA Reid behind like Janet Jackson? I mean, he's behind he's behind TLC, he's behind Pink, he's behind some really major artists. And here we go. Now Andre Harrell. Listen. But here's the part that's going crazy is that like now this is leading into other people, it's going into other people. Like it's not just about just LA. Everybody's getting sued. The Dream is getting sued. All these artists are getting sued. What is going on?
We also see, sorry, that was my alarm. We also see LA Reid and Diddy, they are super, super tight. Oh, but there's more, right? There is more. There's more. Again, this is the signing. I believe there's pictures of LA Reid and Diddy at the christenings. Where are we at? Oh, let's also not forget, right? We have LA Reid, that is LA Reid's wife, which she looks a lot like Pebbles. LA Reid is also the one with Chili and TLC, where at 19, he was talking to Chili and she was made to look like this big homewrecker. Maybe she is, maybe she isn't. But like, honestly, 19 and somebody that holds your entire career in this hand. Now, LA Reid's wife, sorry guys. LA Reid's wife looks a lot like, I think, Pebbles. LA Reid's wife actually also looks a lot like Drew Dixon. We see him with Jennifer Lopez and Alex Rodriguez. Again, this is at LA Reid's home. He has a very, very nice home. He is very, 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 very wealthy. Let's keep going. Again, Antonio, LA Reid, and Diddy, they are the dynamic duo. They are the dynamic duo. Again, you guys, I want you to know, I'm going to be covering Drew Dixon's trial. I believe Cassie started a match, right? And it's important we watch Drew Dixon's trial. I think it's starting January 12th or January 19th. Don't worry, I'll remind you guys, right? And I have a deep dive on this. But I think it's important that we keep an eye on what's going on with the LA Reid trial. The government, in my opinion, the jury, in my opinion, fumbled the Cassie case. However, if Drew Dixon is successful, and it looks like she will be successful, it looks like it will spark a wave for more and more women and men to come out and hold Diddy and LA Reid accountable, especially now that California has extended their look back window to till 2028. But there's
what? Come on. They extended their look back window to 2028? So that means that they are intentionally going after these people. Come on now. Why is the American court system going after all of these music moguls and industry people? especially mainly Black industry. There's something to this, guys. And are these people being paid off to like speak to speak out and say this and well, I don't know, he did this to me. There's something more going on than just a Jaguar Wright real life Street Stars interview. You know what I'm saying? There is something happening here that I cannot put my finger on, but there's something going on. There is no way that there is by chance all these people getting their A's handed to them all at the same time. Now, the Dream had a lawsuit like last year where he was, something happened with him. He's a huge songwriter for everybody. What is happening? This is weird. Okay, let's go. Let me be quiet.
Right? Let's look at Diddy's daddy. Here we see Usher, Diddy, standing very close to Diddy. Diddy, where's your hand at? I'm joking. We see Usher, Diddy, Babyface, and L.A. Reid. Again, L.A. Reid is deep in the industry. Some would say untouchable. Here we see L.A. Reid, right? There's Kirk Burroughs holding Justin, and this is at Justin's christening, and L.A. Reid was named Justin's godfather. Again, it is what it is. Take it for what you want, but he is Diddy Jr.'s godfather, okay? There's more pictures. Hold on, y'all. So, of course, with the Dream, another person who is infamously in charge with stuff. Let's look at this. The business of Justin Bieber. This was a report back in 2016 for Justin Bieber, okay? Let's look at this. I'm going to read you something from the article. Revealed how Usher bought a beautiful 14-year-old boy, Justin Bieber, to music mogul L.A. Reid as a gift, and how it paved the way for his friendship with Diddy. Now, here's the thing. I need to actually show you guys this. I'm going to read you the article because this article is wild and you need to actually listen to this. Also, Trishawn said, you mean the Dream was actually being the nightmare behind the scenes? He was. That's a good one. Not surprising at all. Also, make sure you got water on deck, Tisa. I'm charging my water bottle. I got an electronic water bottle.
I want to hear about what you got to say about the Dream because he had like some issues going on too.
Trying to get to 100 ounces a day. So anyway, right? Let's stop right here and let me read you this article because the article is wild. Where are you at, article? 1 second. Hold on.
We're not talking about Diddy no more.
Stop playing with me.
Listen, follow it. Listen, we talked about Will Smith. Now we're talking about L.A. Reid. Diddy is very connected in with L.A. Reid. That's why we had to like trace it into. All this stuff is connected. Will Smith, Diddy, L.A. Reid, Brashear Gray, all these people are all connected with each other. So you can't talk about one without talking about the other. They are all connected with each other. And it's like, what is happening to where all these people are all getting hit at the same time? And that to me is a conspiracy theory that I just will say that there's something to it. This is not when things are just connecting like this. And I can show you a thing about a psychological operation. There is something even more than the psychological. It's like, what are they doing? Like, why are they taking down all of the people that had that in the 90s, in the early 2000s had hits and was making all this money? And then what happens to the money when all these people get handled, get locked up? I think it's like some kind of a money exchange or to stop them from I don't know. Because Justin Bieber is a huge artist. His catalog, I don't know if the court systems are trying to get control of the catalogs of people. This could be a federal government takeover to try to get the owners of these labels to turn over these people's catalogs and to then own the music industry. Who knows? It could be a thing that's even deeper like that. Like once AI is out and then you have all these people that have like music, they might be trying to like say, okay, we need to control, get this music needs to like become part of the economy. Something is going on that's removing the people that is in control, that's at the top and that are really getting all the money Because imagine how much artists that P. Diddy's catalog is and how much money he's making off royalties. He ain't paying his artists. I'm not sure if L.A. Reid was paying his artists. I think TLC was bankrupt or whatever at one point. Like, imagine all these artists, these black moguls that were like had all these artists underneath them, including The Dream, because he wrote all these songs, probably signed artists and this, that, the other. And I believe this is a money grab of like people's catalogs because they need this is a constantly making money thing. Music is like residual income. It's almost like the stock market within itself. Human voices and that vibration. People, their albums sell, they go down, they go up, and they go down. Whatever, their value goes up and down, just like the stock market. Let's go.
One more second. Y'all know technical difficulties. Okay, here we go. The music mogul who discovered Usher and enabled P. Diddy to set up Bad Boy Records revealed how Justin Bieber was bought to him as a gift by Usher when he was 14 years old. Listen to this wording. And this is from L.A. Reid's memoir. In case some of y'all think I'm putting 2110, this is from L.A. Reid's memoir, y'all. Okay? So, the pop star, who was 15 when he gained worldwide fame with his debut single One Time in 2009, was originally discovered age 12 by industry entrepreneur Scooter Braun when he was covering pop songs like Usher, Chris Brown on YouTube. But his big break came when Usher bought Justin Bieber to music mogul L.A. Reid as a gift when he was a beautiful 14-year-old boy. Reid wrote this himself in a memoir in 2006.
He brought Justin Bieber to them as a gift. A human being as a gift? Like what? Like this is looking like trafficking, like human like the whole industry is based on human trafficking, you guys. This is what it sounds like to me. You can sing, oh, okay, well, you listen, if your parents are complicit, they're not gonna say nothing. Okay, well, you come and you join with us, we'll train your son, we'll get him out there, he'll be the biggest star ever.
2016. 1 year on from being signed to Island Records by Reid, Justin Bieber spent a now infamous 48-hour period with Diddy seemingly unsupervised at the rapper's home where they all went full butt crazy. Reid first met Puppy, as he was then known, while looking for a new A&R man, and was so knocked out by his creative talents that he introduced him to Clive Davis and ensured he got an advanced recording studio and everything he needed to create Bad Boy Records. When L.A. Reid, who himself was being sued for sexual assault and harassment by a former colleague, signed Usher as a teenager, he sent him off to be mentored by Diddy for a year when he was 14 years old, for 1 full year. Diddy was charged, y'all know this, blah, 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 blah.
So where is the Catholic Church in all this? What are we talking about? The Vatican, the Catholic priests. We're not going to get that. We're not going to sound like we need to put our tinfoil hats on. That sounds a little bit tinfoil hatty going into the Vatican and the Zionists. I don't know about the Zionists and all that. I don't know what that is. All I know is there is a conspiracy theory to take all these moguls down. And I don't know. Meanwhile, AI is becoming more and more popular over time. Now that all these artists have their voices and everything, have signed 360 deals, all the people that were in charge of those deals that signed these artists now are getting locked up or getting their whole catalogs, whatever. What is going on? And everybody's getting sued for sexual assault, right? Sexual assault, right? So here's the thing: if all this sexual assault's going on, and then they could probably go to prison for a long time, what happens to the catalog of the artists that were signed underneath them? Normally, it's going to the label. So what happens to that music? What happens to that label and all of that? Does it get seized by the government? What exactly is happening here?
Former X Factor judge L.A. Reid's memoir pieces together how Diddy, Usher, and Justin Bieber all became interlinked and how he was the common denominator. Listen to what he wrote. He wrote in his tell-all memoir about his first interaction with Justin, who, according to L.A. Reid, has a beautiful face, trendy hair, and natural charisma. Reid himself discovered Usher, and the pair remained close friends even after the star had signed to another label and would often exchange gifts. Now, let's not forget that Usher was on stage crying about what the music industry did to him. Usher was there when that Kevin Hart thing and they were having like the Wild King nights. I'm just saying, right? Anyway, blah, blah, blah. He recalled how Usher phoned him in October 2008 to ask if he'd be in his office all afternoon because he had something he wanted to bring me. At 4 p.m., this is in L.A. Reid's memoir. Just let you know the type of dude we're dealing with before I get into the court docs. And blah, 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 blah. At 4 p.m., Usher arrived with an adorable 14-year-old boy.
Oh my God.
This is how L.A. Reid described Justin Bieber.
L.A. Reid wrote this in his book? Like, what the heck is going on? He came in with an adorable 14-year-old boy. Creepy. What is going on here?
He said, this kid was beautiful. Like a woman can.
This kid was beautiful. No, oh my God. What is happening? What?
He recalled how Usher phoned him in October 2008 to ask if he'd be in his office all afternoon because he had something he wanted to bring me. At 4 p.m., this is in L.A. Reid's memoir. Just let you know the type of dude we're dealing with before I get into the court docs. And blah, 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 blah. At 4 p.m., Usher arrived with an adorable 14-year-old boy. This is how L.A. Reid described Justin Bieber. He said, this kid was beautiful. Like a woman can be beautiful, and men rarely are. He turned it on as soon as he stepped into the room. This man was talking about a 14-year-old boy. Again, this is out of L.A. Reid's own memoir. This kid was beautiful. Like a woman can be beautiful, and men rarely are. And he turned it on as soon as he stepped into the room.
What? What? This is a book that is written by L.A. Reid. This kid was beautiful. It's like a woman could be beautiful, and men rarely are. This is L.A. Reid. Like L.A. Reid. L.A. Reid and Babyface, LaFace Records, the ones that brought you Tony Braxton. I think that didn't they also bring do stuff with was it L.A. Reid? L.A. Reid and Babyface that they did so much Karen White, all these different artists, right? How does it start off from just an R&B duo to now turning into like what it is turning into now? I think also L.A. Reid was behind the Backstreet Boys or like NSYNC or one of those groups as well. L.A. Reid has done a lot in the industry. This is very ridiculous. Like I'm like, what is going on? Now I think Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis was behind Janet Jackson. But I think L.A. Reid and Babyface did do some stuff with Janet Jackson. I don't know, but this is crazy. L.A. Reid, let's go.
Bieber immediately sat down at the piano and started singing before playing his guitar and talking, almost like it was a nightclub act. Usher interrupted. Yo, this is Justin Bieber. L.A. Reid said, Usher didn't just bring me a kid with an amazing voice. He brought me a born entertainer, someone who would be the biggest of them all. When Usher said he had a gift for me, he wasn't kidding. Reid then decided to sign Justin straight away and claimed his hair was every bit as important as his songs and his voice. He said since he was a minor, it took a couple of days to get his parents involved and signed off. I was like, hey, what's up, B? Thank you for being a member. Everybody say hi to B. Black Anonymous said, I bet Babyface knows a lot. Where's his book? Listen, I'm waiting for everybody's book, but I'm stuck on L.A. Reid's memoir right now. He literally said, when Usher said, and this is what I mean about the arrogance of the men in this media,
right?
In the game, you have so much money, so much access. You don't even realize that you sound like a weirdo. You refer to another human being as a gift. You say since he was a minor, it took a couple of days to get parents involved and sign off. And on top of that, he said,
you say I'm focused on Black artists to deflect from the bigger picture, sir. What I'm showing you is that the Black artists are the bigger picture. These Black record label owners are the bigger picture. That's what I'm saying, is that I didn't realize how much pull, because I think even it was a Black artist, I forget who, even Lady Gaga is signed to. Like a lot of these white artists are signed, and these Black, Pink, huge pop artists are signed to Black L.A. Reid. They sign them first, then they get signed over to Universal and this, that, the other, and the bigger labels. They start off with Black labels first, then they get signed again but it's like they're like double slaves. They're L.A. Reid them, whatever his company is getting money off them, and then you get like Universal getting money off 'em. All these pop artists that you see out here, they 9 times out of 10 have like a black like label stuff. That's why it's this to me with L.A. Reid. L.A. Reid is behind a lot of your pop groups. So I mean, I don't understand. Maybe you just don't know that he's behind a lot of pop artists. Pink, one of the largest ones. I remember when she had a song. LA told me you'll be a pop star. All you got to do is change the way you are. I remember that verse in the song, right? It's something to that. She even put it in her music. Married to Pebbles, yes. It started off with Pebbles and what's the other girl? I mean, there's so much R&B music that was done by L.A. Reid and Babyface. They were like some of the biggest producers back in the day. Yes, they do. Black artists do own record. What are you talking about, sir? You don't even know. You must be young. You don't know. You don't understand that there was a whole Def Jam out here. There was a whole bunch of like labels, LA Face, LaFace Records, Clive Davis got behind them. A lot of these things were funded by larger entities, but there was black. But yeah, but he had his own label, sir. It's called LA Face, LA Reid and Babyface. Left Eye, right? But here's the thing: all those big groups, huge groups, TLC. That was a huge success, right? Under LA Reid and Babyface and Pebbles and all this stuff, Uptown, all these things, right? And now you're seeing all this stuff collapsing. You're seeing it all collapse before your eyes. All these people that I looked, I was like, man, LA Reid, was the stuff back in the day. Him and Babyface. And me, I'm old enough. I'm 48 years old. I saw the progression from, After 7, Babyface, L.A. Reid and Babyface, Michelle A, not Michelle A, but Karen White, Shantae Moore, and Kevin Lattimore, all these different R&B groups. It used to be all the R&B. It was a big R&B factory. L.A. Reid and Babyface. He's Babyface writing on the songs. L.A. Reid doing the business. This was a huge thing. And then Clive Davis, the money behind the situation, right? I think even Whitney Houston produced and stuff like by Baby. Some of the stuff by Babyface and L.A. Reid, they were a huge combination. I don't know whether Babyface got out the picture and just began to do his own thing, but now L.A. Reid became a mogul. And now you're seeing this whole thing, and it's like, what is going on here?
This kid was beautiful, like a woman can be beautiful and men rarely are. And he turned it on as soon as he stepped into the room. A 14-year-old is turning mess on when they said a boy, when he steps into the room, literally, it sounds like what men are like, yeah, she knew what she was doing. Anyway, right? Since he was a minor, L.A. Reid in his memoir said it took a couple of days to get Justin's parents involved and get them to sign off. They said the next time Justin Bieber came to the office with his manager, Scooter Braun, Justin had grown hair so that it was almost covering his eyes, which Reid described.
So his parents signed off for L.A. Reid and them to take over his career. So you bring your little young son that's very talented into L.A. Reid, Justin Bieber, at 14 years old. And he's looking at him like a beautiful young woman or whatever he's saying. He's playing his thing. He's singing his little heart out. And he's like, listen, it took 2 days for us to get the parents to sign off into allowing us to take over his career. And that means that, listen, just have him go with Usher, then go to P. Diddy and do all this other stuff, and y'all just chill. And we fixing to make him into a superstar. That type of stuff going down, right? And as parents, they don't even realize what they're putting their kids into.
Described as a catchy look that was all his own. I could see immediately that Justin's hair would be every bit as important as his songs, his voice, his face, and his presence, adding that teens would want to copy his hit haircut. L.A. Reid went on to gush even more about Justin in his book. He said, Justin was simply beautiful. His superpower was his face, but his hair and his appearance were only part of his charm. Justin had all this natural charisma that instantly transformed him into his own character. Whereas other artists had to, hold on, y'all. Did we just lose? Hold on. Let me try.
She getting.
We're coming back. We're coming back. We're coming back. Hold on. I think. Okay, there I am. I thought I lost y'all. Anyway, right?
Are you all
Whereas other artists had to work to develop.
Stop typing all that.
Oh my God.
Gonna say, but the whole thing. But she's getting.
He said, I'm just gonna just keep talking because this is getting on my nerves. Okay, I'm just gonna keep talking.
Listen,
if you're watching this on playback,
listen. I don't think the parents are always in on it. I think that they just know that their kid is talented. They bring their kid to a trusted person in the industry. They're not in on it. I'm sorry, you can't convince me that these parents are knowingly putting their kid in a situation where they could like be exploited in a bad, like other than music wise, not exploited to be on drugs and to get, assaulted in certain ways. I don't think that any parent would ever do that. I'm sorry. You can't tell me that. That's crazy, But let's go.
I'll cut out the dead times. Just rock with me, all right? Right? He said, whereas other artists had to work to develop the persona that they wanted to project, he was lovable and lively from the start. He was radiating personality. Usher played a huge role in jumpstarting Justin's career. While their relationship has always been seen as professional, Usher revealed that he felt like a mentor, and Justin was more like family to him. Anyway, hold on a second.
They're fans, exactly.
Okay.
They are fans. They probably seen NSYNC and other people that he's done music with, and they want their kid. They looking at the money. They saying, "Hey, look, we got a gold." They seen him singing and everything. They said, "We got a gold mine here," and they just took their child over there. Had no idea what they was even getting into. I don't think that anyone would knowingly put their kid into a situation knowing that this child would be abused and treated and introduced to drugs and all this other stuff. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people that, they might be from the backwoods somewhere, a little small town in Ohio. Where are we from? You know what I'm saying? Maybe whatever small town. I'm not sure where Justin Bieber's from, Canada, whatever. They just saw, like, my child can sing. I want him to be in the industry. He wants to be in it. I'm going to get behind him. They don't think that these people are going to bring him and start taking him to the club and watching strippers and whatever the heck they had him doing.
Anyway, Reid is currently being sued for sexual assault and harassment by a former colleague at Arista Records, Drew Dixon, who says he assaulted her twice in 2001 on a private plane and in the back of his car. Now, I want to draw your attention also, just because I want to give you context to who we're dealing with, right? The man that thought Justin Bieber was beautiful like a woman, right? Let's not forget this. Justin Bieber shares emotional posts about healing on Christmas Eve. He says, "I've been through pain. This just happened." He said, "I don't want to burn the music industry down. I want to see it made new, safer, more honest, more human." Now, let's get into that. So on December 24th, Justin Bieber shared an emotional post. He said, "Christmas time is that time to reflect and ask yourself what you really want, what truly fulfills." He said that Christmas is a reminder that Jesus is the free gift of forgiveness only he can offer. He then proceeded to reflect on his own journey, admitting that letting go of resentment is very hard. He says, "I hope wherever you are, you can lean into this love that meets us exactly where we are, no matter what." He also said, "I grew in a system that rewarded my gift, but didn't always protect my soul." This is the boy that Usher, literally, L.A. Reid said Usher gifted him. And L.A. Reid described as beautiful, like a way women are, and men rarely are. And he knew what he was doing. That 14-year-old, since he walked into the room, turned it on. More importantly, this is the man that Usher and L.A. Reid delivered to Diddy to be in the boot camp for God knows how long.
So Judy Garland was pimped out by Metro Goldwyn by her mom to Metro. Did she get pimped out, or did her mom want her to be? Probably heard her voice and then was trying to make her be successful. I don't know. Like Drew Barrymore was pimped out by her mom. Read her memoir. Maybe these moms are pimping their kids out. I don't know. Maybe they are. That's crazy. And maybe this is a part of Hollywood. Maybe this is the thing. They grow their kids up in California, and that's a part of the industry. I just, to me, in my mind, I can't believe that someone would do that to their child. like raise a child, see him Googling Gaga. You know, my daughter, if she cries, like if she's in the other room and she's crying, like, I'd run in there, like, oh my God, like what's going on? So I could never imagine like just unleashing my kids to someone and just letting them do whatever the hell they want to do with them. Like, no, I'll do it myself. If she want to sing, I'll write the songs. I'm not letting nobody do that to my daughter. I'm sorry. Hell no. This is crazy. But this is a lesson. If you have a child that's talented, you know what? You take control of that career and you be the one. Don't let people get confused, because now you're seeing. Look at the case. Look at the condition that they end up in later on in life. Orlando Brown is just now starting to be normalized. Now he's normal now. I guess he then got off of like the crystal meth, and now he's like opened up a chicken shack and he's doing his thing now. Shouts out to Orlando Brown. But even Raven Simone, all these people, they grow up too fast, you know? They get into the Hollywood, they get into these movies, they grow up too fast, they get exposed to a lot of weird stuff. And you know, no, I would not let my child do that. No.
And we all know from the videos and stuff, God knows what happens there, right? He went on to say, there were moments I felt, he went on to say, there were moments that I actually felt,
wow.
One second, guys. He said, there were moments that I felt used, rushed, shaped into something I didn't fully choose. This kind of pressure leaves wounds you don't see on stage. I've carried anger. I've asked God why, but Jesus keeps meeting me in the middle of the pain, not excusing what hurt me, but teaching me how not to become bitter. I've been through pain that shaped me before I had the words to name it. I was in a system that took more than it protected. He said that before stating that he's now healed and on a journey of forgiveness. He said, I don't want to burn the music industry down. I want to see it made new, safer, more honest, more human. He also said, I'm not speaking as a victim still bleeding. I'm speaking as someone restored. Again, he literally repeated that in a second also post. We all know that for whatever happened, right? We all know what happened with Justin Bieber, or at least whatever happened to him in the music industry completely broke him, completely left him hollow. His beginnings, Usher, bought by Usher as a gift to L.A. Reid. L.A. Reid talked about how beautiful he is, like a woman, and he knew what he was doing. He could turn it on, right? They then had to pull a few strings because he was a minor to get the parents on board. And once then, he was released to Diddy's Flavor Camp, a place that Justin Bieber said was full buck wild. We all know the way Diddy gets down, crazy adult situations. Usher said, admitted publicly on the Howard Stern show that L.A. Reid gave him to Diddy, right? And it makes you think, if you got given to Diddy and you sit in the Flavor Camp, you witnessed orgies, you witnessed grown things, and you said you would never send your children to Diddy's Flavor Camp. Why did you call L.A. Reid excitedly to hand Justin Bieber over as a gift? And again, these are not my words. These are the words. You would think that Usher would have tried to protect Bieber, but these are not my words. These are the words that L.A. Reid wrote in his memoir about Diddy. I'm not Diddy, about Justin Bieber. And before you say, oh, blah, 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 because why would he write something that's so incriminating? I truly believe that when people are on weirdo stuff, and everybody's on the weirdo stuff, you know what it's like? Have you ever been around people that do, okay, so y'all know, I'm a sober friend. I don't do drugs. I haven't drank for years just because y'all see me. I don't need it. I would probably be like on the top of the building. I can say if I ever took some illegal narcotics. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would probably be that person. You're just like, oh Lord, call the police. She's talking about she could fly and jump interdimensional. No, look, I just had to jump off the roof and I'll be intertime space travel, right? Interdimensional space travel. Y'all would literally be like, why did anyone give her anything? However, I've had people that they use drugs, right? And the thing is, the people in my life that are partiers, that like going and partying, this and that, they never realize in polite company how weird their use is, right? So we'll be all sitting there, and I got my church going friends, I got my party friends, I got friends from like all over, right? And they'll be talking to like my 9 to 5 friends, like, yo, like, what are you doing? They'll be like, yo, you want this, you want that. And the 9 to 5 friends will be like, oh my God, you're a drug addict. But to them, it's completely normal because they go out and party every night, and everybody they know is in the partying. So they are just asking, do you want some, out of courtesy? They don't realize how weird they look because they are in a partying bubble. You know what I'm saying? It's just like your church friends. They don't realize how weird it looks when they do certain stuff because they in the church bubble. I think that L.A. Reid and Diddy and that whole industry, they are in an industry bubble. And I feel like he's been allowed to do this stuff so much that he didn't even realize how weird he sounds. You know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying? Anyway, this is Diddy's daddy. I could tell you guys so many other stories, but let's talk about what's actually going on, because Miss Drew Dixon looks like she's going to be Cassie 2.0, and it looks like she is going to be absolutely the woman that takes L.A. Reid down. You guys, we keep saying how come nobody did anything. We need to find a way. Well, I'm covering this trial, but we have to ring the alarm and get the word out and start talking about it on blogs. I'm going to do a deep dive so we bring maximum media attention to this. Because here's the thing. I feel like these people are hoping and praying, right, that it just flies under the radar, that it does something. And you know what's so weird? I will say this, and I will say it once and I'll say it twice. The media and the industry picks and chooses who they want to target. Case in point, did y'all know that L.A. Reid was being sued? Did y'all know he was being sued for Diddy-like crimes?
Here we go. Let's go. Finally getting into it. So she led us into this whole thing. Now we're gonna get to the meat of it. L.A. Reid being sued for Diddy-like situation. Let's go.
Did y'all know this is the first time that he either got sued or settled? Did y'all know that stuff with Justin Bieber? Did y'all know any of that stuff? You could have or you could not. But you know what we woke up to? We woke up to, oh my God, Will Smith was accused of SA. And I'll do a video about it, but one of the reasons why I didn't write about it or do a video, because I was like, this doesn't sound right. I read the court docs. I'm like, I know I believe all victims, but something isn't adding up because I don't see how any of this is connected to Will Smith. And this has been all over the front papers, all over this. A man whose only sin, if anything, might be that he don't got the healthiest marriage. Okay, fine. What did they just release? Even with Variety, and Variety and all those places are owned by the same person. It's one billionaire guy. All the entertainment magazines are owned by one person. All of them. What did they just come out with? Oh, quietly. Never mind. None of this relates directly to Will. He's not accusing Will of SA. He's not accusing Will of this. No. He's saying that something happened in his room that had nothing to do with Will, and he got fired by Will's team because Will's team thought that he was lying and that he made the whole thing up. Again, he said that he walked in, he found a beer that was empty, an earring, a red backpack, discharge papers from the doctors, right? And the doctor from the hospital, so there was a name on it, HIV medication with a name on it, and a note saying, hey, Brian, we'll be back at 5:30, just us, whatever. And he tried to say somebody broke into his room. And the whole thing is, they had this whole story that went around the world about the way Will Smith is SA and this and that, and only for everybody to walk it back and be like, yeah, he's not even being accused of that. He's accusing Will of wrongful termination because Will's team fired him because they were like, we checked security tapes. That did not happen. You are lying. What is going on? But even if his story was taken as true, it had nothing to do with Will, but they put his name in with the SA allegations. But yet we have L.A. Reid, who's had plenty of allegations, right? Remember when he also, I think, discovered Lady Gaga. And I don't know what happened with Lady Gaga, right? But Lady Gaga said that she had her master's withheld because there was a top-ranking executive that she refused to sleep with. And because she refused to sleep with, he wouldn't let her record. He wouldn't let her do masters or something else. There's another young lady who was signed on L.A. Reid that told a very similar story. Now, I'm not accusing L.A. Reid of something. I am saying, who is this high-ranking executive? Because the only other person was Diddy, right? but I'm sorry, he said he was going to erase her masters. The only other person that would have the power to do that, I believe, is L.A. Reid or Diddy. Again, they go hand in hand. But it shocks me how all this history is about L.A. Reid and you haven't heard anything about it on that one front page. But you heard some bullshit, right? You heard some bullshit about Will Smith. That wasn't like, all they had to do was look at the court documents. He was, because I kept saying, where's he connected? And you know me, I never want to get sued. I'm like, where's he connected? And I kept saying, let me wait for more information because something's not adding up by the news reports. It doesn't add up. And then we find out when we get the actual legal documents, he's not connected at all. They literally threw his name right next to it just to get a headline, just to destroy his legacy. Because let's not be real, ever since the Chris Rock thing, the guy that...
So here's the thing. What she's saying is that you're hearing about Will Smith, you're hearing about Diddy, you're hearing about Dream, you're hearing about other people. You're not hearing about L.A. Reid. L.A. Reid has been having lawsuits going on for the longest. You never hear about any of them. So here she's covering it. She's telling you, okay, you don't get to hear L.A. Reid nothing. But meanwhile, L.A. Reid is behind all this stuff. You have people accusing him, saying, listen, he wouldn't put my music out unless I slept with him. You know, people have L.A. Reid stories for days, and I can even show you, okay, I'm just showing you her thing, but I got more. Let's go.
Owns Variety, and he owns every single entertainment magazine has had it in on him. And again, my thing is not to vindicate.
So he buys the magazines that even report. So he owns the actual media outlets that could ever report on him. Let's go.
All they had to do was look at the court documents. He was, because I kept saying, where's he connected? And you know me, I never want to get sued. I'm like, where's he connected? And I kept saying, let me wait for more information because something's not adding up by the news reports. It doesn't add up. And then we find out when we get the actual legal documents, he's not connected at all. They literally threw his name right next to it just to get a headline, just to destroy his legacy. Because let's not be real, ever since the Chris Rock thing, the guy that owns Variety, and he owns every single entertainment magazine, has had it in on him. And again, my thing is not to vindicate Will Smith. He was vindicated on his own. My thing is, how come we hear about certain things so loud and everybody else is so quiet, right? It was the same way with Diddy. Everything was so quiet on Diddy's end until the government got involved and it couldn't be quiet. I do believe this might be what's going to happen for L.A. Reid, especially the look back rule from California. I do believe that L.A. Reid has a house in California and he does a lot of business in California. You know what I'm saying? You guys, I apologize for the quality of the live stream. It has nothing to do with me. This is all YouTube restream, whatever you want to call it, you know? Anyway, right? Yeah. So listen, at the end of the day, it is what it is. But exactly, the only people that are protected are the ones that went to the island. I saw an...
Listen, she's slowly walking you into the lawsuit that L.A. Reid has. Y'all, you just came to y'all have the smallest attention span. Just chill, just wait. She fixing to get into the documents of this lawsuit. He has a lawsuit, a federal lawsuit, guys. Just chill. Just relax. All right, it's not clickbait. If you listen, if it's clickbait, get out of here then. Bye. Let's go.
Interesting TikTok that said Diddy and Jeffrey Epstein were each other's biggest competition. I've always said that I think Diddy saw Epstein's parties and was like, yo, I can do this, but I can do it cooler. They made a joke that Diddy and Epstein, even in the thing, they were so competitive. Epstein never attended one Diddy party. He was never invited. And Diddy was never invited to one Epstein's party. Not because they didn't roll in the same circles. It's because they were highly competitive and they looked at each other as competitors and they would never let each other come to their parties. Forget about what happened on the island. Jeffrey Epstein used to host the parties that all the New York elite, all the United States elite and international elite wanted to be on. But anyway, let me get into the lawsuit that looks like it is going to actually take, whatchamacallit down. Hold on really quick. Let's see if we can
L.A. Reid
do this. Where are we? One second, y'all. I'm just looking for, is this it? Is this it? Is it on? Is it on? No? Hold on really quick, you guys. I'm trying to, here we go. So L.A. Reid right now, let me see if I can minimize this. 1 second. Where am I at? Hi. Okay, I'm here. So L.A. Reid right now, right? He is trying his best to make sure this case does not get any media attention. He's trying his best to make sure this case does not get any media hype, okay? This case has been largely silent in the media. In the same courtroom that Diddy was sued in, L.A. Reid is going down too. He is Diddy's daddy. He has been Diddy's guardian angel. Every time people would start to get rid of Diddy for being a weirdo, L.A. Reid would come and swoop in and protect him. They are known in the circles as a dynamic duo, and they are so tight. They are so tight. Sorry. They are so tight that what's his name? What's the name? They're so tight. Oh, he's godfather to Diddy's firstborn son. That's how tight they actually are. Okay. Now let's get into this complaint. All right. So just to let you guys know, Drew Dixon is a music producer, entrepreneur, former general manager of John Legend's record label. She votes for the Grammy. She's former senior A&R executive and an advisory board member in New York University's Clive Davis Institute of Recorded Music. Over the course of her storied interrupted career, Drew Dixon facilitated the recording of iconic songs such as American and Boy, Estelle featuring Kanye West, My Love Is Your Love by Whitney Houston, Maria Maria by Carlos Santana, A Rose Is Still a Rose, Aretha Franklin featuring Lauryn Hill, I'll Be There For You, You're All I Need, Method Man featuring Mary J. Blige, and many, many more. So nobody can say, right, at all, that this woman ain't talented, that she's trying to sleep her way to the top, that, like, you can, all the stuff that people try to do to discredit people that want the truth, you can't use that on Drew Dixon. And here's the thing, Drew Dixon did what every person said, well, why didn't you walk away? She did walk away. She did. Why did you tell him no? She is the other coin to Cassie. Cassie, for whatever reason, was in love with Diddy, abusive relationship. She couldn't walk away. She couldn't tell him no. For all the people that were critical, okay? For all the people that were critical, Drew did what everybody tells you to do. Walk away, right? Walk away. Tell them no. Say, I'm not going to do it. Drew Dixon, even from this, is one of the most talented women in the music industry. She discovered Kanye West. She discovered John Legend. She's one of the most talented women, prolific, A&R, her ear. Look at the hits she's already been involved with. And because she told, according to her, Diddy's daddy, L.A. Reid, no, she got blackballed from the music industry. Blackballed from the music industry. Remember Capricorn Clark was testifying and she said that she tried to get another job and they were all like, yo, don't hire her, don't do this, don't do that. People are saying L.A. Reid was in that room too. So Drew Dixon did what everybody said she would do. Tell them no. And because of that, she lost a vibrant career. She lost a vibrant career. But listen to this, right? They said Drew Dixon's career was derailed when not one, but two of her supervisors sexually assaulted her. After the first sexual assault, I will say it is odd that Drew Dixon looks a lot like L.A. Reid's wife. They look like they could be twins, right? After the first essay, Drew Dixon showed resilience and used her tenacity and talent to secure another position at Arista. There, Antonio Reid, aware of the first essay at the hands of Russell Simmons, sexually harassed Drew Dixon and refused to allow her to succeed unless she acquiesced to his demand to be alone and in close proximity to her, where he would create the opportunity to SA her on two separate occasions. When L.A. Reid committed these essays, he did not use a knife or gun. Such weapons were unnecessary because he held full control of Miss Dixon's career and livelihood in his hands. Despite her well-recognized ability, her path to success in the industry where women were expected to yield would vanish if she did not remain compliant and silent. The proof? Anytime she rebuffed him, some of the world's most renowned talent paid the price of career stalls. This litigation is not only about the horrific physical assaults that Drew Dixon had to endure, but it's also about the irreparable damage done to the rare and blossoming career of an extraordinary talent described by one industry insider as the female Rick Rubin. This litigation is about the permanent disruption of Miss Dixon's previously why can't I read today? Dyslexia is kicking my butt. A huge ascension, her trajectory, decades of lost earning power and missed producer points on Kanye West and John Legend, and countless thwarted professional opportunities and suffocated momentum, all of which cost her millions of dollars. Moreover, the world has missed out on the talented, undeveloped artists that Drew Dixon attempted to promote while trying to avoid Reid's abuse.
So for those in the back that's saying that this is BS and there's a lot, whatever, blah, blah, blah. It's a clickbait. No, here we are. L.A. Reid had an A&R called Drew Dixon. Drew Dixon is behind some of your greatest hits. And she was one of the best A&R. She was able to find great talent. But when she did not acquiesce to L.A. Reid's sexual advances, she was blackballed. All of the artists that she actually would try to push on him to like get pushed, if she didn't have sex with him, he would shelf them. For those in the back that are saying this is clickbait. You understand? She's reading. This is the lawsuit. United States District Court, Southern District of New York. Okay. Plaintiff Antonio Marcus, L.A. Reid, defendant. Complainant Drew Dixon. Here we go.
On down to he is Diddy's daddy. He has been Diddy's guardian angel. Every time people would start to get rid of Diddy for being a weirdo, L.A. Reid would come and swoop in and protect him. They are known in the circles as a dynamic duo, and they are so tight. They are so tight. Sorry, they are so tight that what's his name? They're so tight. Oh, he's godfather to Diddy's firstborn son. That's how tight they actually are. Okay. Now let's get into this complaint, all right? So just to let you guys know, Drew Dixon is a music producer, entrepreneur, farmer, general manager of John Legend's record label. She votes for the Grammy. She's former senior A&R executive and an advisory board member in New York University's Clive Davis Institute of Recorded Music. Over the course of her storied yet interrupted career, Drew Dixon facilitated the recording of iconic songs such as American Boy, Estelle featuring Kanye West, My Love Is Your Love by Whitney Houston, Maria Maria by Carlos Santana, A Rose Is Still a Rose, Aretha Franklin featuring Lauryn Hill, I'll Be There For You, You're All I Need, Method Man featuring Mary J. Blige, and many, many more. So nobody can say, right, at all, that this woman ain't talented, that she's trying to sleep her way to the top, that, like, you can, all the stuff that people try to do to discredit people that want the truth, you can't use that on Drew Dixon. And here's the thing, Drew Dixon did what every person said, well, why didn't you walk away? She did walk away. She did. Why didn't you tell him no? She is the other coin to Cassie. Cassie, for whatever reason, was in love with Diddy, abusive relationship. She couldn't walk away. She couldn't tell him no. For all the people that were critical, okay? For all the people that were critical, Drew did what everybody tells you to do. Walk away, right? Walk away. Tell them no. Say, I'm not going to do it. Drew Dixon, even from this, is one of the most talented women in the music industry. She discovered Kanye West. She discovered John Legend. She's one of the most talented women, prolific, A&R, her ear. Look at the hits she's already been involved with. And because she told, according to her, Diddy's daddy, L.A. Reid, no, she got blackballed from the music industry. Blackballed from the music industry. Remember Capricorn Clark was testifying and she said that she tried to get another job and they were all like, yo, don't hire her. Don't do this. Don't do that. People are saying L.A. Reid was in that room too. So Drew Dixon did what everybody said she would do. Tell them no. And because of that, she lost a vibrant career. She lost a vibrant career. But listen to this, right? They said Drew Dixon's career was derailed when not one, but two of her supervisors sexually assaulted her. After the first sexual assault, I will say it is odd that Drew Dixon looks a lot like L.A. Reid's wife. They look like they could be twins, right? After the first essay, Drew Dixon showed resilience and used her tenacity and talent to secure another position at Arista. There, Antonio Reid, aware of the first essay at the hands of Russell Simmons, sexually harassed Drew Dixon and refused to allow her to succeed unless she acquiesced to his demand to be alone and in close proximity to her, where he would create the opportunity to SA her on 2 separate occasions. When L.A. Reid committed these essays, he did not use a knife or gun. Such weapons were unnecessary because he held full control of Miss Dixon's career and livelihood in his hands. Despite her well-recognized ability, her path to success in the industry where women were expected to yield would vanish if she did not remain compliant and silent. The proof? Anytime she rebuffed him, some of the world's most renowned talent paid the price of career stalls. This litigation is not only about the horrific.
When she didn't acquiesce, some of the world's most renowned talent paid the price. So she had artists that was underneath her, and if she didn't do whatever, he would stall the careers of the artists that she would bring to the table. So for those that are saying that this is clickbait, no, we're talking about L.A. Reid here. We just had to lead up to it. This is 100% L.A. Reid. Let's go.
Physical assaults that Drew Dixon had to endure. But it's also about the irreparable damage done to the rare and blossoming career of an extraordinary talent described by one industry insider as the female Rick Rubin. This litigation is about the permanent disruption of Miss Dixon's previously why can't I read today? Dyslexia is kicking my butt. A huge ascension, her trajectory, decades of lost earning power and missed producer points on Kanye West and John Legend, and countless thwarted professional opportunities and suffocated momentum, all of which cost her millions of dollars. Moreover, the world has missed out on the talented, undeveloped artists that Drew Dixon attempted to promote while trying to avoid Reid's abuse. Now, this is in the Southern District of New York. Let's get into our background a little bit. Drew is the youngest child of Sharon Pratt and Arrington Dixon, had oppressive ear at an early age. As a young child growing up in Washington, D.C., she studied violin and piano. She loved listening to her great-grandmother, Hazel Pratt, playing the piano. Miss Pratt would flow easily from gospel to show tunes on the piano, and Drew Dixon would lie in her bed and soak up every note after the baby grand piano. As a teenager, Drew's affinity for recorded music emerged, and she began to create eclectic mixtapes on her mom's stereo. She became fixated precisely on sequencing the songs in order to establish a perfect flow. She painstakingly created transitions. She began to study linear notes and credits on the backs of albums in her mom's recorded collection and her own. Now, pause this, because I know it's like, oh, what's the importance of this? But this is what I mean about the industry and how even when you tell them no, that's not the end of it. They still, tell me how Diddy, who can't rap, don't know how to make music, don't know how to read music. The only thing he knows how to do is exploit people. Tell me how he was given a record company, protected when people saw he was a weirdo, more and more money pumped in, looked the other way when he was beating every woman around him, according to his victims. Can someone please tell me how Diddy has a career, right? But Drew Dixon was denied one, okay? She began to study the linear notes and credits on the backs of the album in her mom's record collection and her own. She became increasingly interested in the roles of the album covers described: engineer, mixer, producer, arranger, background vocalist, session players. She rummaged through her mom's albums to find lesser-known tracks by artists like Earth, Wind & Fire, Parliament, Funkadelic, Luther Vandross, Anita Baker, Stevie Wonder, Billie Holiday, Hall & Oates, Bread. She loved to mix these songs with music by her favorite artists like The Smiths, Beatles, Doors, Echo, Bunnyman, Sade, Prince, and local DC go-go artists like Rare Essence, Junkyard Band, and Chuck Brown. She stayed up into the wee hours of the morning with giant headphones over her ears, experiencing music on a different level than others. As they say in the music industry, before she even knew it, she had great ears. She graduated from a Catholic school in DC. She went to Stanford University. Again, for all these people that overlook, Drew did everything right. She was a prodigy. She has talent. She went to Stanford University. Anyone that knows Stanford University knows, baby, it's harder to get into Stanford than it is to Harvard, right? At Stanford, she majored in history, but on weekends, she made her way to Oakland and San Francisco to check out the Bay Area's music scene. After Stanford, she worked in an internship at Jive Records, and then in an internship for Warner Brothers Records, and later as a recipient at Empire Artist Management. She landed her first job as a junior executive at Zomba Music Publishing in New York City. Where she signed, this is who she signed, because she was so good. She signed Nas. She signed the hip-hop producer Eric Sermon. Dixon and L.A. Reid met for the first time in 1993 when she attended the mastering session for the debut album from the band and production team she had heard on a sampler tape and hoped to sign. The band was Outkast. This is how prolific she was. She discovered Outkast, and the production outfit was Organized Noise. L.A. Reid indicated how impressed he was that Drew, a young publishing executive in New York, was aware of Atlanta's Outkast and Organized Noise, let alone already positioning herself to secure a deal. Before she was able to pursue her interest in a publishing deal with Organized Noise, Drew was offered a job at Def Jam Recordings as director of A&R. She left it to chance. While at Def Jam, Drew worked with prominent artists like Montel Jordan and Method Man. She was so inspired by the a cappella interlude that she heard while typing the credits for Method Man's debut album that she urged her boss at the time, Russell Simmons, who also essayed her, to let her explore the idea to transfer the a cappella vocal into a duet with Mary J. Blige. Do you hear this woman? She's the one that was responsible for You're All I Need, like Sweet Morning Dew. She's the one responsible for that. Drew oversaw every aspect of the recording of the song, I'll Be There For You, You're All I Need. She started by convincing Puff Daddy to secure Mary J. Blige's vocals, and she coordinated Puff Daddy's production of the song, along with the razor sharp remix by legendary Wu-Tang Clan producer RZA, booking the studios and equipment for the sessions, hand-delivering the reels each day to both Diddy at the Hit Factory, where he was working on the track, and Chung King Studios, where RZA was producing the remix. During this time, Drew was overseeing the production of the show, The Soundtrack. She called her favorite artists in an attempt to represent a wide range of hip-hop genres and styles and secured tracks for artists like Tupac, Bone Thugs and Harmony, Notorious B.I.G. Just as she had done as a teenager with her mixtapes.
Do you hear the influence this lady had and how this guy stifled her career? Are y'all listening? I mean, open up your ears. Do you hear how this guy, because she would not sleep with him whenever he wanted to, this guy was able to stifle this woman's career. And she was had a talented ear for music. This is sad, y'all. This is crazy.
Drew painstakingly sequenced the album and even chose interludes from the film that she had intersped throughout. Drew's work on the show, the soundtrack, earned her an executive producer credit, sold 1 million copies, and debuted at #1 on the Billboard R&B chart. At Def Jam, she also signed dancehall hall artists Capleton and Cali Ranks, inspiring the creation of Def Jam Jamaica imprint. She oversaw the recording of Wings of the Morning remix by Capleton featuring Method Man, a recording of a duet called The Perfect Match by Cali Ranks featuring Lauryn Hill, and Puff Daddy remix of This Is How We Do It by Montel Jordan. At the height of her success at Def Jam in 1995, and as the show and soundtrack sat at the top of the Billboard chart, Russell Simmons brutally raped Drew Dixon, forcing her abrupt departure from the job she had worked so hard to get. After reeling for 7 months following the assault by Russell Simmons, he is still hiding in Bali because of this, in my opinion. Drew Dixon picked herself back up and accepted a job as senior director of A&R at Artista Records. So she left. She did what everybody said you should do. Why did you leave? She left. And she was so talented, she was offered the job as senior director of A&R at Artista Records. A few years later, Artista Records founder and president and legendary producer Clive Davis recognized her talent and promoted her to vice president of A&R at Arista Records. She was officially backed. She was prolific at Arista Records. Over the course of her career at Arista, Drew Dixon tapped into her network from the hip-hop music industry and signed artists like Q-Tip from A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian, Dime, Andrea Martin, Edith's Wish, and Toya. Her most significant contribution came in her ability to identify hit songs like My Love Is Your Love, which was given to her by Wyclef from the Fugees for Whitney Houston, and Maria Maria, also given to her by Wyclef for Carlos Santana. Lauryn Hill, the Fugees gave her A Rose Is Still a Rose for Aretha Franklin. Montel Jordan played her 2 songs, Nobody's Supposed to Be Here and We Can't Be Friends, which became hits for Deborah Cox. In addition to those songs, Drew worked with Whitney Houston on Heartbreak Hotel and It's Not Right But It's Okay. And she received A&R credits for both songs as well as My Love Is Your Love album. She also worked on Angel Mine and The Boy Is Mine for Monica. Drew was involved in every aspect of the album recording process, from working with the artists, picking the tracks, coordinating the recording sessions, planning and managing the budgets, and ensuring on-time delivery and technical integrity recordings. She worked closely with the lawyers in the business affairs to close artist and producer deals, to secure features from artists on other labels, and clear samples. She also coordinated with marketing, promotions, publicity, production departments once the music was complete to help ensure the successful launch of artists, albums, and singles. As part of her deal with Arista, Drew was guaranteed a royalty point on any new artist she signed. Now, when she initially started with Arista, she signed a 5-year deal to join the A&R department. She reported directly to Clive Davis and worked closely with the general manager and executive vice president, Roy Lott. Her working relationship with Mr. Davis, Mr. Lott, and the legal team and other A&R executives, and the overall staff at Arista was professional and mutually respectful. Drew garnered the admiration of her colleagues at Arista and throughout the industry. Lott described her as a multifaceted talent, and that she was not only able to advise on albums in her known genre of hip hop, but her opinion was valued on projects in other genres such as pop and country. And her role.
Now, see, imagine she's doing all this stuff, and then guess what? Who becomes the president of Arista? That's the man. This is man.
To Clive Davis, she interacted with L.A. Reid, whose Atlanta-based label, LaFace Records, was a joint venture with Arista. And all her interactions with L.A. Reid, their rapport was professional, creative, productive, and mutually respectful, just as it had been since their first meeting with the Outkast mastering session in 1993. He often invited Drew to the mastering sessions for his artists so he'd get her take on new music. In all the years that Drew attended the mastering sessions with L.A. Reid while he was still running LaFace, she was still reporting to Clive Davis. L.A. Reid was professional and respectful. On one occasion, when Drew sat in the mastering of Fan Mail album by LaFace Records, Superstars TLC, Drew strongly argued in favor of changing the first single to No Scrubs. Shortly before she started reporting to L.A. Reid, he acknowledged Drew's role in helping him make the right choice, further bolstering Drew's confidence that L.A. Reid's interest in working with her was based on his respect for her exceptional ear as an A&R executive and music producer. When she learned that L.A. Reid was replacing Clive Davis as her boss, Drew was torn. Staying was highly encouraged by the CEO of the Arista's parent company, BMG. That guy was Strauss Zelnick, who called Drew several times during L.A. Reid's takeover, urging Drew not to join Clive Davis at J Records. I know she wished she could take that back. And before the change, Drew had contemplated starting her own label when her Arista deal expired at the end of 18 months. If Drew had joined J Records, she would have to sign a new 5-year contract. Her decision had been further complicated by a recent cancer diagnosis and surgery to remove one kidney. Although her initial decision to join J Records, she did not want to make such a long-term commitment, having just confronted her own mortality. So she decided to stay at Arista and report to L.A. Reid the remaining 18 months of her deal. She had no reason to believe that the nature of her relationship with L.A. Reid, dating back to their first meeting in the Outcast session, would take such an awful turn as soon as her career was in his hands. Thus, when Arista became under L.A. Reid's direction, Drew declined to go to J Records with Clive Davis. Again, she had just gotten over cancer and she wanted to get out of the deal and start her own label. She turned down the offer to work for Roy Lott, who had previously offered her a job as an executive at Capitol and then later Virgin Records. Drew decided to stay put at Arista and chart her course in the music industry in a more entrepreneurial light. She set up an LLC called Possum Records and laid the groundwork for the next chapter of her career, but that would never come to pass. Now they get into L.A. Reid's history. He was, by the way, in May 2017, following an accusation of sexual misconduct by an assistant at Epic Records, L.A. Reid abruptly exited the record label and expanded his Hit Code publishing company. In 2022, Hit Code sold his assets from recording contracts to contract. Okay, whatever. I don't care about it now. Okay, let's get to the assault. Again, for everybody saying, why didn't you leave it? She did everything right, and she still got screwed over. L.A. Reid's first assault of Drew Dixon. Sexual exploitation and power imbalance between men and women are pervasive in the culture of hip hop and the music industry. Oh, by the way, I think Drew Dixon's lawyer is the same lawyer that represented Virginia Giuffre, I believe, the girl that sued the royal family and Prince Andrew and got all that money. Tragically, she passed away, but under weird circumstances. But the whole point is, this is Drew Dixon's lawyer. Again, I think he is going to be held accountable. And people are saying that if he is held accountable, way more women are going to come out. Okay, so anyway. L.A. Reid has historically leveraged his position as a gatekeeper in an industry that thrives on the sexual exploitation of women trying to break into the entertainment industry and business industry. Women in the industry are also falsely promised opportunities and advancement by experienced and well-established powerful men in positions to derail the careers of women who reject their advances and report sexual assault. Almost immediately upon his arrival at Arista in 2000, L.A. Reid began sexualizing and harassing Drew Dixon. Again, it seems like he's evil, because when he was under Clive Davis and stuff, he was like, hello. As soon as he had power, her career, that's when he started sexually harassing her. Before he even officially started working, L.A. Reid asked Drew Dixon to join him and his new wife, Erica, with whom Drew had been friendly at various industry events, to look at new apartments for their move from Atlanta to New York. Drew felt it was an odd request, but thought perhaps he was planning to use his home as an extension of his office, so she said, okay, fine. Mind you, she's known him for years. It's never been anything weird. He just became her boss. After Drew arrived with a realtor to look at the first apartment with Reid, she realized that L.A. Reid's wife would not be joining at all. During the entire afternoon of showings, L.A. Reid made flirtatious comments. It was so pervasive that it caused the realtor to comment to Drew Dixon privately that he was left with the impression, right, that L.A. Reid was in love with her. In January 2001, Arista held a company-wide retreat in Puerto Rico. Arista handled the travel and hotel fees associated with the trip, and everything originated in New York. Karen Kwok, the then VP of A&R administration, told Drew at the last minute not to book her own flight because L.A. Reid had invited a group of senior executives to join him on a private plane flying from Teterboro Airport, that's the closest private airport out of New York, so they could go over all the presentations one last time before sharing new music with the entire company at the retreat. Drew was confused when she boarded the plane to find that L.A. Reid was all alone. He began flirting with her right away. She went to the bathroom on the plane and tried to buy time waiting for other executives to arrive. They hadn't taken off yet. Let's not forget she had just gotten over cancer and she had just gotten one of her kidneys removed. Eventually, she came out of the restroom and discovered she was still alone with the cabin with L.A. Reid. He asked her to sit next to him to go over materials for the presentation. He then began playing with her hair, kissing her, and digitally penetrated her blank without her consent. She spent the rest of that flight in the daze. Although all executives who were vice presidents and above were entitled to their own room at the hotel, Drew Dixon decided to share a room with her assistant to avoid any possibility that L.A. Reid might try to find another way to be alone with her during the retreat. Throughout their time in Puerto Rico, Drew Dixon stayed close to her assistant so she would not be caught alone around L.A. Reid. At one point, L.A. Reid complained that Drew Dixon and her assistant were attached to the hip, but Drew stuck with her strategy, which worked while she was in Puerto Rico. Drew flew back from the retreat on a commercial flight. Now, again, you can't say she needed to F for a job. They needed her. You can't say that she didn't have any bigger backers. You can't say anything except for the fact of she was talented. Her only crime was being beautiful. And she was like, she still is a beautiful woman, but she was that 90s fine, you know, very light eyes, like the ones that Russell Simmons and all the guys in the music industry were going crazy over. Okay. You know, every decade has like, oh, that's the ideal. For that time period, she was like the ideal. She looked just like L.A. Reid's wife. The only reason that she actually got in trouble was that she was beautiful and that she was very, very talented. And the fact that she didn't need to F for anything, she was already doing it. So listen to this. And also once that happened, this was her boss. She didn't know what to do, but she made sure she was never alone with that man after that for the rest of the retreat. Now, there was a second assault. They said once back in New York, Drew continued to avoid being alone with him. After Drew learned that L.A. Reid's patterns and characteristics, she used that information to avoid him. So I'm guessing she found out that he is like this with every woman he has power over. She was still trying to be cordial and do her job. She attempted to dodge his overtures without offending or upsetting him. Drew's reputation at Arista under Clive Davis was stellar. She only had a few months left in her contract. She knew well the pitfalls of re-signing and rebuilding. Drew tried to just do her job and get to the end of that contract so she could start her own record label. Though she tried to navigate the treacherous balance between maintaining a working relationship without succumbing to LA's sexual advances, Drew was unsuccessful at keeping him happy. He retaliated against her by embarrassing her in front of others and otherwise being curt and unprofessional. Drew began to plan her escape, but unfortunately not before L.A. Reid will assault her again. Keep in mind also as you read this was back, I think, in early 2000s or whatnot, right? Keep in mind that sexual harassment was not really a thing back then. Also, what's up, Potato Gun? Potato Gun Camper, thank you. Said, finally made it to live. Happy New Year's. Happy New Year's to you too. Drake, Aiden Ross, DJ, Rico might be in case in 2026. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go live about that. That's actually pretty good. And Stephanie, what's up, Stephanie? Said, love you, mama. Keep doing what you do. Thank you for always coming through with facts, truth, facts, and light. Thank you. And Potato Gun Camper, you guys, I will be covering. Who asked me about the Aiden trial before that? Somebody asked me about the Aiden trial. Experience and listening to a state-of-the-art sound system he had installed in his car. Since it was not a very long ride and Drew knew L.A. Reid's driver would be present, she agreed. She also knew that if she continued to avoid L.A. Reid, she would never be able to get anything approved for her artist. She assumed it would be safe to accept the ride and continue the conversation with the driver present. She was wrong. Shortly into the ride, L.A. Reid again, without Drew's permission or consent, began to grope and kiss her, who squirmed and pushed him away as L.A.'s driver stared straight ahead. When L.A. Reid complained and became visibly irritated with her lack of compliance, Drew Dixon froze. L.A. Reid again digitally penetrated her without her consent. Now keep in mind, this is a funny thing. So if you look at the court documents, it's put in an exhibit that L.A. Reid deleted 10,000 texts. 10,000 texts on his phone he deleted after this lawsuit was dropped. On top of that, this driver that she's talking about, it seems like L.A. Reid had completely lost touch with him. Again, this is like 20 years ago. However, when Drew dropped this lawsuit, he suddenly got in touch with the driver, but then deleted all their messages. So all they can see is that they texted back and forth, but they can't see what was actually said. Interesting enough, right?
I agree.
Once the car stopped in front of her residence, Drew jumped out the car while taking care not to anger L.A. Reid, because by this time she felt trapped. As soon as she was alone in her building, she cried. After the assault, Drew intensified her efforts to avoid L.A. Reid. She knew that the repercussions at the time of saying that she was the victim of SA at the hands of another mogul would be career-ending. The blame would lie at her feet. She only told her life coach. Drew Dixon began seeing a life coach a few years into her career at Arista while she was working for Clive Davis. Drew continued to meet with the life coach on a weekly basis through the end of her tenure with L.A. Reid. Drew only told her about the assaults. And harassment. Throughout the time they worked together, L.A. Reid had a pattern and Drew tried to navigate around it. For instance, L.A. Reid would instruct executives to advise Drew Dixon to wear skirts and high heels. As a result of the harassment and assaultive behavior, Drew Dixon started wearing jeans and Birkenstock clogs, which she knew L.A. Reid hated. She thought these clothing choices would make it less likely that L.A. Reid would assault her, even if she was sitting close to him. L.A. Reid began to invite Drew to meetings in his hotel room night after night. He asked her to come to his hotel room to listen to music. She told him she'd be working at the studio until very late. He told her that no matter how late it was when she finished in the state-of-the-art studio, she should call him and come over to his hotel room at the Four Seasons to listen to music. Drew never did, so he started calling her late at night. The first 2 times she answered, she said she would call him back. He would get angry the next morning in the office when she did not follow through. She told him she was tired and forgot. He told her not to forget next time. Eventually, she started letting his late night phone calls go straight to voicemail, and he became angrier and angrier. It was like a Cold War. He turned hostile towards her and her artists and her ideas.
Man, come on. This is crazy. What is going on here? This is crazy. She can't even like make music. He like, no, when you get done making that music, come over to my hotel room. Call me up at like 3:00 in the morning. I want to see and whatever. What?
It was a drastic reversal from L.A. Reid's enthusiasm about her creative instincts over the years. And the harm came from the fact that L.A. Reid would directly respond to Drew Dixon's rejection of his sexual advances by punishing the artist Drew had already signed, by blocking the artist she attempted to sign. Promotional and recording budgets were suddenly reduced dramatically or frozen altogether. Song demos and artist auditions were flatly rejected. Drew could not do her job at Arista, and she became increasingly concerned that her shifted success at Arista would impede her ability to secure a similar job at another label. When Drew and another colleague at the A&R department brought Kanye West in for an audition, L.A. Reid passed on Kanye and then proceeded to berate Drew Dixon in front of the whole A&R department at how bad she was at her job and what a waste of his time the audition had been, all while Kanye waited in the lobby. A few months later, Drew Dixon played L.A. Reid the demo for John Legend before he was an EGOT winner. L.A. Reid blew off the demo. So Drew Dixon invited L.A. Reid to join her to watch John perform at SOBs. L.A. Reid agreed to come and offered Drew a ride. At the last minute, Drew told L.A. Reid that she'd have to meet him there. Because she refused to get in a car again to get assaulted, L.A. Reid was a no-show. So Drew Dixon sat at the table near the stage at SOB and watched John perform with an empty chair behind her. Drew was so impressed by John's performance that she brought it up again to L.A. Reid at the next A&R meeting. She played the demo, and this time L.A. Reid listened. He was impressed enough by the material that he agreed to pay for John to audition in a private rehearsal space. Without LA's approval, Drew booked a performance space at the SIR rehearsal studio and invited the Arista senior staff. In the meantime, L.A. Reid resumed his request that Drew come to his hotel and listen to music. Again,
man, can you imagine all this is happening in the background? So this is what's happening in the background of John Legend. So John Legend is trying to do a show to show his talent off, and because Drew doesn't want to do what L.A. Reid wants her to do, he don't show up to the event. Then she plays the record. Okay, we'll reschedule it, but you're gonna come to my hotel room. So whatever she does, whatever artist she brings, she gotta get it in with him behind that. That's crazy.
Drew said no. So on the day of John's audition, L.A. Reid canceled and told the entire senior staff not to go. Since it was too late to cancel the performance, John and his band performed. And again, Drew sat in the front row and watched John's show, this time next to a row of empty chairs, unable to offer John a deal or even an explanation. Once she realized that L.A. Reid would continue to stifle her career and prospects of any of the artists she brought to him, and that he would continue to undermine the artists she had already signed, like Toya, in order to punish Drew for rejecting his sexual pressure, Drew gave up not just on Arista, but on her dream of starting a label. She left Arista to pursue an MBA at Harvard Business School in 2002, resigned to the fact that she would not ever be able to function in the music industry without being sexualized. After she graduated from Harvard with honors, Drew would try again. She came back to the music industry, but under different circumstances and leadership. She joined John Legend as a general manager of Homeschool Records. There she worked with John to co-produce Estelle's U.S. debut album, Shine. She was involved in every aspect of song selection, recording, mixing, and mastering the album. She also suggested Kanye West as a feature on American Boy and arranged for him to record his vocals at Platinum Sound. Drew worked closely with Atlantic Records staff on marketing and promotional aspects, the release of American Boy's single and Shine album in multiple territories to ensure Estelle's success as a global star. The resulting duet went on to win a Grammy. Unfortunately, by the time American Boy won a Grammy, Drew had already left the business. When the Cells album project moved from recording stage into marketing promotional plans, Drew had to shift her time from the recording studio to the record company itself. Many of the top label executives at Atlantic happened to be her former colleagues at Def Jam, who were both close friends of Russell Simmons and L.A. Reid. At industry events with Estelle, Drew ran into L.A. Reid and his enablers on several occasions. The consistent reminders of her humiliating experience with L.A. Reid triggered depression and drove Drew away from music again. She found it unbearable to attend the industry events that were necessary to promote and market an incredible album she worked so hard on, often because she encountered L.A. Reid, Russell Simmons, and their enablers and needed to be friendly and sociable. Ever resilient, she channeled her desire to make music by writing and recording original music of her own. When she shared some of her early songs with her friend Lauryn Hill, Lauren was impressed and encouraged her to stick with it. It occurred to Drew that she might be able to re-enter the industry as a songwriter and producer, which will allow her to return to making records. But instead of dealing with gatekeepers and office politics, she would spend her time in her favorite place at work, the recording studio. Again, in addition to Lauryn Hill, Kanye West also loved her music. He liked one of her compositions so much that he told her it had become the most played song in his iPod a month of their meeting. Encouraged by the feedback, Drew scheduled a meeting to drop a CD off of the songs with L.A. Reid, who was at the time the president of Island Def Jam. She still had not worked through the abuse she experienced in the music industry, so she blamed herself for not having thick enough skin to deflect L.A. Reid's advances without letting it derail her. Realizing she could not avoid him completely, even in this is in 2002, so there's no essay, like there's no being sexually harassed by your boss was not like people weren't suing for that, right? Realizing she could not avoid him completely, even in this new dimension of songwriting production, she asked one of the producers of her songs to join her at the meeting. As a married woman and a mom, she thought she might be able to interact with L.A. Reid as a peer long enough to play him a few songs and perhaps place one of them of the few artists on his label. However, immediately upon seeing him in person first time in years, she regretted her decision. It was so painful to interact with him in any way, and it was a mistake to think she could turn the dynamic she shared with L.A. Reid before the assault. She
is reading the court documents. She's reading the court documents of the lawsuit against L.A. Reid by Drew. So this is not just her giving her opinion. She is reading it verbatim from the court documents. These are court documents. You see this? These are court documents. She's reading the court documents, guys.
Studio to the record company itself. Many of the top label executives at Atlantic happened to be her former colleagues at Def Jam, who were both close friends of Russell Simmons and L.A. Reid. At industry events with Estelle, Drew ran into L.A. Reid and his enablers on several occasions. The consistent reminders of her humiliating experience with L.A. Reid triggered depression and drove Drew away from music again. She found it unbearable to attend the industry events.
She's reading the court documents, Conscious Black. She's not giving her opinion. She's reading the court documents per verbatim of the L.A. Reid versus Drew Dixon versus L.A. Reid court documents. These are the actual court documents. He's in court right now versus her. This is not about the Diddy trial. This is about, see, I started off with Diddy just to like lead up to this. But bottom line is, this is all court documents being read. This is not Keisha Taylor's opinion. She's reading the exact court documents. Let's go.
Events that were necessary to promote and market an incredible album she worked so hard on, often because she encountered L.A. Reid, Russell Simmons, and their enablers and needed to be friendly and sociable. Ever resilient, she channeled her desire to make music by writing and recording original music of her own. When she shared some of her early songs with her friend Lauryn Hill, Lauren was impressed and encouraged her to stick with it. It occurred to Drew that she might be able to re-enter the industry as a songwriter and producer, which will allow her to return to making records. But instead of dealing with gatekeepers and office politics, she would spend her time in her favorite place at work, the recording studio. Again, in addition to Lauryn Hill, Kanye West also loved her music. He liked one of her compositions so much that he told her it had become the most played song in his iPod a month of their meeting. Encouraged by the feedback, Drew scheduled a meeting to drop a CD off of the songs with L.A. Reid, who was at the time the president of Island Def Jam. She still had not worked through the abuse she experienced in the music industry, so she blamed herself for not having thick enough skin to deflect L.A. Reid's advances without letting it derail her. Realizing she could not avoid him completely, even in this is in 2002, so there's no essay, like there's no being sexually harassed by your boss was not like people weren't suing for that, right? Realizing she could not avoid him completely, even in this new dimension of songwriting production, she asked one of the producers of her songs to join her at the meeting. As a married woman and a mom, she thought she might be able to interact with L.A. Reid as a peer long enough to play him a few songs and perhaps place one of them of the few artists on his label. However, immediately upon seeing him in person first time in years, she regretted her decision. It was still painful to interact with him in any way, and it was a mistake to think she could turn the dynamic she shared with Ellie Reid before the assaults. She had planned to pitch the songs to Ellie Reid as possible material for his artist. Instead of listening to the CD that she handed him to play, Ellie Reid insisted that she stand up and sing for him when he realized the vocal and the CDs were hers. The armor of her MBA and her status as a married woman and a mom disintegrated. As the crass feeling of being objectified by Ellie Reid returned, no amount of time, education, marital status, or additional hits would undo the harm as a result. They said the effects are ongoing. She met Ella Wild, a young songwriter whose music inspired Drew to create her own record label, The Ninth Floor. Listen, at the end of the day, it gets into the fallout. It gets into how Ellie Reid quietly settled lawsuits, or she believes they did. And it gets into like, boy, one of the biggest, most prolific talent scouts, ears, coordinator, musicians of our generation was literally sidetracked, and her career and everything she stood for was actually denied. And it makes me so mad that when you talk about, because everybody like to talk trash about the Cassie lawsuit, talk trash about this. Oh, why'd you do it? Why'd you do it? Why'd you just leave? Dummy, this is what happens when people leave. Because when you leave, they don't magically get respect for you. They don't let you go. They look at you as a rock that needs to be cracked. And every time they see you, they're going to take their leg over and over and over and over again until you what? Until you crack and you give in, or until they hit you so hard that you crumble and you go away. That's the ugliness of the music industry and why things need to stop. Because you have two options. You either become a Cassie or you become a Drew Dixon. But the one thing people don't realize, unless your name is Diddy or Ellie Reid, you don't win the game. You can be a Cassie or you can be a Drew Dixon, but you don't win the game. You don't win the game. And it makes me so happy that Drew is actually standing up for what happened to her, bringing these charges against Ellie Reid.
Do you guys hear that? Either you become a Cassie or a Drew Dixon. So people are saying, oh yeah, Cassie stayed. I don't respect her, right? That's what someone said, you know? Someone said, I don't respect Cassie. He says, you know, I don't feel sorry for Cassie. We all have free will. She made a decision to stay. And trust me, it was because of the fame, the money, being around big people. But Drew Dixon decided not to. But she was behind some of the greatest hits that we even hear of today. And guess what? Her career was derailed. Cassie knew, shoot, well, I know I don't want to be like Drew Dixon. I'm sure she talked to Drew Dixon before. I can't tell you that she did. You can't tell me that she never talked to Drew Dixon. I would become a Drew Dixon. Yeah, I would too, because bump that. You know what I'm saying? And then he, you know what I'm saying, all that, get herpes, because you know he probably did that to all these different people and probably got something, you know? Let's go.
Holding him accountable. And hopefully with that look back law in California, there's going to be a lot more people that actually come forward. You get what I'm saying? Y'all actually get what I'm saying. Y'all get what I'm saying, you know? Listen, I think that anybody that still makes excuses for the whole bad boy that's labeled in the music industry, like who said this? Solden said it's as if they don't understand how abuse and manipulation works. I think anybody at this point, after hearing Drew's thing, it took away every excuse that people use for Cassie. Well, maybe she wasn't that talented. Maybe she wasn't this. Maybe she wasn't that, which is not true. Cassie was very talented. But with Drew Dixon, she got accepted in Stanford. That is the Harvard of the West Coast. That's actually higher than Harvard. No shade if you go to Harvard, right? She then went to Harvard for her master's in business, her MBA. She is well educated. She is smart. She produced, mixed it, her ear, some of the most prolific songs that we know. She discovered Kanye West. She discovered John Legend. She did so much. And even then, with all her talent and all her smarts and all her ways she's willing to look away, it still wasn't enough. And this is what I mean about abusers. It's never enough. It's never enough. You cannot do anything right. All they want you to do is open your legs and shut up. Right? And when you won't shut up, they want to be able to beat you, kick you, do whatever you want with abandon. Ellie Reid is lucky that this is the first lawsuit that Drew Dixon cannot be bullied. She can't be stopped. And I'm going to cover this because it's important that we see that it wasn't just Cassie. It was every woman in the industry that your only sin was they wanted you. They wanted to suck your life force out of you. They wanted you. And you know what? Especially after what we know about Ellie Reid and what he said about Bieber, and he's beautiful like a woman, and the way Usher was bragging that he gifted him to Ellie Reid. Y'all, it's a mess. Listen. Again, and said Drew got, so TGATP said Drew got further than hundreds of us black got. Drew is black. Drew got further than hundreds of us black girls. Many of us were never seen allowed to work because we acquiesced. Unless we acquiesced, we walked away from the industry before any job or success. Now, listen, she got further off of her talent, but she still met the same end. That's what I mean. You guys had, first of all, Drew is black, but whatever. People had to walk away before they could even start. Drew was able to navigate enough that she got so far, and then she was eaten. Cassie went in through a different angle, and she was eaten. The music industry is rotten. What Diddy created was rotten. But you know who gave the money? You know who gave the backing? You know who was right there lock and step that nobody talked about? L.A. Reid. And he's being held accountable. He's being held accountable. And we should be happy that he's being held accountable. I agree with all of you. It is ugly every which way. Some people couldn't even get through the door. Other people thought that Drew was literally, after having cancer and a kidney transfer, was months away from starting her own label. Had everybody in respect until he took over and derailed and threw away her career like it was garbage. Everybody meant the same end, just at different points. It's all the same story, you know? Listen. Yes, listen, somebody said it took this long for her to speak out. It did take a while for her to speak out, but you know what? First of all, she was the one that brought about the Me Too movement with Russell Simmons. This lawsuit with L.A. Reid has been brewing for a while, but L.A. Reid has been doing his best to dodge it. This lawsuit, they had to collect evidence, had to do this, had to do that. Her first lawsuit, Drew Dixon was the one that brought Me Too to all of us. And she was the one that brought Russell Simmons down. Drew Dixon is the reason that Russell Simmons is sitting over in Bali right now, you know? Yeah. Oh, Solden. Okay, you're saying that they got essayed at the door. I am so sorry. I misread your comment. TGATP. I'm so sorry. I misread your comment. Yes, it's horrible. Like the fact that from the door you had to open your legs to even get an opportunity to walk through it. I am so sorry that happened to you and countless other people. It's ugliness and it's evilness. And I'm sick of people making excuses for the people in the music industry. And here's it. It happens in rock. It happens in country. It happens in any.
And then victim blame Cassie and say, "Oh well, I don't, Cassie, she because she wanted the fame and the money and blah blah blah." Whoever said this, I don't care. I don't care about Cassie because she went along with it just to get the money and the fame. Like, no, nobody wants to be beaten down in a hotel room for money and fame. I don't feel sorry for Cassie. We all have free will. She made a decision to stay, and trust me, it was because of the fame, the money, being around big people. No, she had an album. She was signed to a deal with Diddy. She was signed and had like like how many several album deals. She was in the studio and none of her records came out. None of her music came out. All that music she did, it was just a smoke screen, overplay for the underplay. You know what I'm saying? And now you have a person that you see have created like she's bringing John Legend. She's bringing Kanye West. She's bringing some very talented people to the stage. And because she will not screw L.A. Reid, it's like, no, I don't want to hear it. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm not going to be there. No, don't go to that. You know, that level of just complete disrespect. The music industry is toxic. What does it say? Industry rule number 4080. Record company people are what? Shady. So kids, watch your back because I think they smoke crack. I don't doubt it. Look at how they act.
Time that men are allowed, right, to have power and to dictate what they can do, baby, this is what it happens. I think that's why they try to keep women out of the industry for so long. Because to your point, TGATP, let me read this. You said, I'm not denying Drew's talent or that she's black. Oh, okay. I'm just saying that this industry jacked up so many of us. Exactly. And I'm happy it's finally being addressed. Yeah, exactly. TGAP. I'm so sorry I misread your comment. Again, my whole point is that, and yes, yeah, we're on the same page. My whole point is, it's like, I think this is why, to your point, TJATP, why they didn't, is that thank God at this, what did that sound for? Anyway, I think that what they're doing right now, they keep women out of the industry and they only let a few select come in that are with the ish and giggles. Because if they actually had an industry that was half female, they wouldn't be able to get away with this mess. They would not be able to get away with this mess. Because women be like, hell no, I'm not opening second, but I'm not doing nothing if you don't get out of my face. And I think that's why they try to keep it in old boys club. And to TG,
I got another bar for you from Batin, my child's father. He says, how many licks does it take for a record to blow? Exactly as many licks it took from a hoe. Too many licks for that ass, you know. And it's the same tainted love in the music business. People will lose their brain just to get up in this. To be a star for the day. Everything in life is just okay. People will smile when they really want to frown. That's the way tainted folk get down. Just keep it simple and you will see, because when love is tainted, it is always free. Even my child's father, rest in peace, by 10, let me just go ahead and give him something. He talked about it. But the thing is that nobody was really hearing the lyrics that was going on, you know? Hearing what people were really saying in their music, how they were trying to doing all kind of weird stuff just to get ahead, you know? Her music didn't come out because they were crap. Two things can be true. She was abused by Diddy. However, she's a grifter and a opportunist. Okay, but we're not talking about Cassie right now. We're talking about Dixon. We're talking about Dixon right now. We're not talking about Cassie. But as many all them high end producers she got, like, trust me, she had some good music. There's no way that she had those high end producers and she up there just making music after music, have the best songwriters, that she didn't have like some nuggets in there. Get out of here. Let's get back.
ATP, mama, it's sad how much talent. And then you look at the Cassies that might have taken the deal, they get eaten up. Everybody is eaten up. And only the very rare.
And the good point that Tisa Tell says, she says, listen, Cassie came one way, got eaten up. Dixon came the other way with her ability to like bring up some of the best artists in the industry. Still got eaten up because she wouldn't sleep with L.A. Reid. Same. No matter which way you come in, unless you're willing to give it up and get broken, you know, give it up, you ain't gonna go nowhere. Good looking, whatever, they're gonna want to fuck you before they like let you put that album out.
Few can actually escape, but we don't see their battle scars. And you're right, to even become a Drew Dixon, a lot of people had to put out from the door to even be considered for that. It's just sad. It's very, very disgusting. But like just Drea Britt said, thank you for the super chat, Mama said 2026 is a year of all the ones all the ones in the backgrounds coming to the front. Yes, get them all. Get them all. Let's clean. Listen. Christy Moss said, I was a young woman of the 90s and we couldn't speak out, but in my own home, I had control. Exactly. Trishawn said, everybody put one in the comments if y'all agree. Tisa's the best in this deep dive and stuff. Thanks for all you do. Oh, thank you, Trishawn. I appreciate that. I am going to put like a deep dive that puts this all together with the timelines. That's probably going to be up in a day or two. And I'm going to do a bunch of breakdowns to see, and we are going to cover this case because, TGATP, like, again, the stories that I'm sure you can tell, the stories that so many women in the industry can't tell. There is a documentary called On the Record, and that's about Drew Dixon and others when they took down Russell Simmons, but it's sick. Again, Diddy did not move alone. And one of the reasons Diddy thought that it was so cool to do what he wanted and thought it was no big deal is because he moved in a system where all his peers looked like they were moving also the same way. Super, super dirty and super, super grimy. Kokamochi, thank you so much for the super chat. Listen, Quinn said, I sung for Maurice Starr, so I know exactly. Thank you all for the love with the ones, but it's just really, really sad. It's sad. It's a thing of the thing. But you know what? We are going to stay on this and we are going to keep exposing everybody in the industry until they run it back and start acting right. You know, it will be interesting to see with this AI music. You know, listen, sorry, I lost my business today, so my lips are chapped. It's been driving me crazy. I was out in the wind slapping me around. But listen, you know what's crazy? The AI revolution. Have y'all thought about this? This is the final thought I'm going to leave y'all with. Have you Everybody talks about how the AI revolution is going to take so many jobs. It's going to kill the industry. What about the songwriters? What about this? What about that? And you know what? Yeah, that is sad. But when you think about how many people are denied opportunity in the industry, how many women are harassed, men too, harassed, degraded, stole from, used, all because they just want to express their God-given talent, what makes them happy, what makes them feel alive, what their life purpose is. All because they want to like do that. Everything's taken from these people, right? And it makes me wonder that even though AI music is coming and it's probably going to lay off a whole industry, it still takes away the power from these gatekeepers that thought they were God and thought that they could literally make someone's career rise and fall just whenever they feel like it.
You understand? That's what I've been saying this whole time. The AI music, see, so they're getting rid of all these gatekeeping people at the top. That probably would have been able to stop the AI music and everything. Say, oh, copyright, you're using my artist's sound, the voice. This is what I'm talking about. She's on it. She knows what she's talking about. The AI music is going to be like the answer to it, but it's also going to put out a lot of artists out of a job because once they have their voice, right, they don't need them anymore. And when you hear some of the AI music that's coming out, it sounds exactly like your favorite artist. And I'm going to play some music. I'm going to let this thing in. I'm going to play a song that's an AI. You're not going to be like, who is, it sounds familiar, but you can't tell exactly who it is. AI has figured out a way to be able to mimic artists, their voices. It has learned how to use artists' paintings and redo it and refactor it and make it look like it's them. But bottom line, it is using all these people that signed these 360 deals and did all this like recording in studios. I believe they sold that, got released. They sold those to the AI company like a Suno. And they have a kickback somehow in the thing to where they're using those voices, and then they get like some money from Suno to be able to like refactor it and put out music based on those. Watch when I show you how this one AI song I did. I don't know whose voice it is, but it probably is a artist that had a deal at one point, but they shelved it, and then they get to take that voice, shove it through the system, and now you have an AI voice. And you don't even know who this artist really is, but it probably was a real artist that really was singing in the studio, had a 360 deal, whatever, signed up for that, got her little payoff. But because you have a 360 deal, guess what? They can like take your voice and then shove it through an AI thing, and then now you have a voice that sounds exactly like yours. Watch when I show you how the songs I wrote songs. It's like, dude, whose voice is this? Probably an artist that never came out. That's the part that I think is crazy. Watch this.
You know? Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah. Oh, okay. Thank you. So you guys, TJATP, that is short for That Girl at the Party. That's a blog. Let me go. I'll follow your blog. Is there a sign up thing? I'll show love at hold on. That girl at the party. Stu, Courtney's vegan chow e pepe recipe.
All right. So look, I think that's the end of that whole thing. But I wanted to like give you an example of a song that I wrote called Spiritual Attack. And I can guarantee you that this song, you're gonna be like, okay, who is this artist? This is probably a real artist that they took her voice somehow, because all this stuff is data now. Our voices are data, everything is data. And I believe that AI was able to go into the system when I wrote my song, find a voice, and then bring it into the system, and then create this song right here. Check this out right here, because I want you guys to see how they are manipulating things. That woman been bugging. Who you showing? Are you showing she hate black men? Well, come on up, Mighty Hebrew. I was just focusing on L.A. Reid and what she was saying. She read the documents about L.A. Reid. But I'm gonna play this song right quick. So come on up while you get a chance, and let's get into it. I mean, we're not gonna get into everybody that hate pizza tails. This is about what the industry is about to do, because this lady here is an A&R rep that was responsible for Kanye West, John Legend. I mean, and the list goes on. But L.A. Reid would stifle people just because he wanted to screw her, and she wouldn't do it. Now, Cassie, on the other end, she acquiesced. Both of them got eaten by the system. That's the point I'm trying to make. But let me go ahead and play this song real quick, because I want to give you guys an idea of how crazy AI is. You know, it's crazy how you could man. Let's go. Let's play it.
I cannot sleep. Ooh, thinking about what you could be doing. But babe, why would you ruin? Do this to me? Of all the people that had your back, I feel like it's a spiritual attack. Why you do what you do? Spiritual attack. We'll never do that to you. Get back, get back. Cut me some slack. I didn't deserve all the lies. Better off saying goodbye. Change right before my eyes. I'm not responsible for what you lack. Manipulation, a spiritual attack. Spiritual attack. I cannot breathe. Ooh, since you took the breath out of me. But peep, how did you do it? Ruin me. Of all the people that had your back, I feel like it's a spiritual attack. Get back, get back. Cut me some slack. I didn't deserve all the lies. Better off saying goodbye. Change right before my eyes. I'm not responsible for what you lack. Manipulation, a spiritual attack. A spiritual attack. A spiritual attack. A spiritual
Mighty Hero, come on up. Get on here. Get on the StreamYard instead of being in the chat. You already know what's up. Come on up. You know what I'm saying? Man, bottom line is that I'm just trying to show y'all, like, Mighty Hebrew is stupid. You deserve all the lies, okay? But I'm just showing y'all, this is someone's voice. AI ain't that goddamn smart. They used a voice. I believe that someone got signed to a 360 deal. they were in the studio singing songs, and then they took those vocals and sold them to Suno, and then Suno was able to create the actual vocals from these voices, and you can't tell me otherwise. And so now you have a new generation of people that are gonna like hear these voices, and the record industry is about to change drastically. What's up? Welcome to the stream.
I don't like that woman.
Okay, you don't like Piece of Tail. Okay.
Hell, oh my gosh, I can't stand her, man.
Right, but did you hear other? She actually was telling the story about L.A. Reid and how he was doing stuff to the lady, and the same this Dixon, her name it was about
Hold on.
Dixon versus L.A. Reid. Do you know about that?
I heard. Listen, I heard her bashing L.A. Reid many times. I heard her bashing P. Diddy, any black male, Jay-Z, whoever. The thing I don't like about her is she don't really do primary investigation. Any black male who is accused of any type of sexual deviancy, she automatically attacks them without first finding out if it's true or not. And this is a pattern with this woman. And what I'm saying is, and I'm not saying that every male she attacked is innocent. I'm not, so let me make that clear, because you do got some deviant brothers out there that need to be held accountable for their actions of hurting women in such a barbaric, savage way. And they supposed to get whatever's coming to them. But there's a difference when you want to inform the people versus an all-out assault on the black male image. And this is what she does. Like, her whole thing is, I'm going to hate black men by this avenue, so to say. And that's the problem that I have with this woman. And she have, as of yet, when she bashed Jay-Z about so-called being with Puffy, raping this, excuse me, because I can't say that word. Cut that out. Raping this woman or this child or whatever supposed to have occurred. Come to find out it was a whole lie. It wasn't true. And I'm not saying that Jay-Z is innocent of everything. I'm just saying that situation that was said, it wasn't true. But before she even found out the truth of the lie, she automatically attacked Jay-Z and went with that fake narrative that now she's a woman. At the time she's supposed to have been a teenager, put out. And that same teenager, she admitted that she lied. The father says he didn't know what she was talking about during this time that this alleged incident happened. So my whole thing is, we got to stop running with the narrative because it's put out there on social media. We don't even go by, remember back in the day, we would go by paperwork, where it's actually factual and that can be proven. Today, people don't do that. Whatever is put on social media, people run with that narrative. You know what I'm saying? So, and the person said they never do right in the music industry. And that person that made that statement just now is correct. I'm saying what kills me is, you got these Jaguar rights. You got all these people that claim that they're exposing these people in the music industry, but you're only exposing because you ain't get the shine that you felt as though that you deserve. And I'm not stabbing Jaguar right, but I'm seeing the pattern with these people. Y'all only tell after the fact that something go wrong with y'all. If y'all was so honest and innocent and felt remorse for victims, why y'all didn't just immediately start exposing these people? Y'all only expose these people when y'all don't see things y'all way. Whether y'all might have got a bad deal, y'all was in a bad relationship, something went left field for you now, I'm gonna be a whistleblower. No, you a rat, period. You a rat. That's what you are. You a snitch, you a rat. And you try to code it as if you exposed in the same way. Gene, you was there the whole time with P. Diddy, man. You was there. You ain't said a fucking word out your mouth until shit went sour. That is the truth.
So
that's the truth.
You're from Philadelphia, and it seemed like it's
Right.
about two. Okay, you have Will Smith from Philadelphia. Then you have, the whole thing with Jaguar. She's speaking out against it. What is the thing about Philadelphia? And I'm not sure if the guy Bilal, he's from Philadelphia. He's talking about. What do you think about the guy Bilal? Do you think that he is speaking the truth about what happened with Jada and the fact that she was, diddling herself in front of like a camera? I mean, like watching porn that she had filmed herself, doing all kind of like wild stuff with people.
I mean, these things may be true. The problem that I'm having is people don't tell about this stuff until 20 years later. Listen. Here's the deal. You got something in the court of law called tainting of evidence. So you mean to tell me, let's just say, for instance, I seen you steal a Snicker bar today, and then I try to regurgitate this information 30 years later. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of things that occur within that time frame from now to 30 years later. My whole thing, where is the motive behind now exposing what you seen? Why didn't you expose it when you first seen it?
Well, honestly, that's the question I was asking earlier. I said, listen, this thing is that when I did this live stream, I said, okay, is the music industry over as we know it? Because why are people kind of coming out right now about all this stuff? Is the black, and you see, like, you have Will Smith, you have L.A. Reid, you have Jay-Z, all these people are coming out.
Yeah, I'm hearing. I've been watching it now for over an hour. What you've been saying,
right?
What I'm saying is,
I was like, is there a conspiracy to take down the people?
I'm saying it's a conspiracy to destroy the black male image in general. Meaning this, why they don't do this to rock and roll stars, punk rock stars, country, man, them country motherfuckers be off the hook and everything go under the rug. Why is it that the black man is the face of deviancy and destruction? Like y'all, and you know what kills me.
I said earlier, listen, I'm not sure, you said you only been watching the past hour, but I've been on for 3 hours. And earlier I said, well, what is going on to the fact that this has been going on?
Oh, stop, Genesis, stop for a second. Hold on. Somebody said they've been talking about this for years. I mean, they've been talking about it in quiet rooms. I mean, come on, man, we got to keep it real with ourselves, man. Let's look at social media. We all watching social media. The black man is the face of negativity, man. Come on, man. We know for a fact that there are way more sexual deviants within the European or the European American community than black people, man. We know that behavior. They've been dealing with incest and all kinds of stuff in their communities, man. And they not exposing their community. Only ones that's exposing their communities is black people. And that's why the Euro Gentile can do what he do, because it be our own people selling our subs up the river, man. And I'm not saying that these people are good people. I'm saying, shit, if you're going to expose them, expose everybody. Don't just target us. We are the face right now, meaning black men from America are the face, okay, of deviant behavior, man. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about Guns N' Roses. Let's talk about Metallica. Let's talk about the Beastie Boys. Man, they been was doing all that shit, throwing the wild part. They try to send a Puff out like Puff, the granddaddy of that shit. Come on, man. Why y'all ain't exposed Hugh Hefner? That's talk. Hugh Hefner had Brooke Shields at the age of 13 on the cover of Playboy. Y'all ain't say shit. Y'all ain't say about how Elvis Presley married his cousin Priscilla when she was 14 years old. and he started banging her out when she was 12. Y'all don't say nothing. But when it come to black people, y'all always got something to say about your own people. Y'all, I'm not saying what Puff did was right or wrong, but the reality, let's keep it a beam. That woman, what's her name? That 50 Cent baby mama, and what's the other girl? What's her name? DJ Genesis?
Cassie?
Cassie. They was down with the program. They was down with it. Listen, Puff was found not guilty of all the major charges except the man law, which we know that was created by for Jack Johnson, who is a black man with his wife. And during the time of 1910, they didn't want black men with white women. And to lock that man up, they created that law. They gave him a Mann Act. You know what they really saying? They saying that 50 Cent baby mom and Cassie, they prostitutes. The charges that they left Puff with is defining them women as prostitutes. So what are y'all talking about? Y'all, listen.
Listen, this is not even about P. Diddy. This is about L.A. Reid, though. L.A. Reid.
But they all, listen, we've been hearing stories about L.A. Reid for a long time. But goddamn it, why y'all bringing this stuff out now when the man dead? He dead.
Is L.A. Reid
can't.
Is he dead?
Is L.A. Reid? Is L.A. Reid dead? Or what's the other? No. What's the other guy that died?
L.A. Reid is alive.
Yeah, he is alive. He is alive. I'm tripping. What's the other guy that just died? What's his name? Puffman. Yeah, Harrell. That's who I'm thinking. Yeah, that's who I'm thinking of. Harrell, not L.A. Reid. I'm saying
L.A. Reid is like at the top of the food chain when it comes to all the stuff everybody's doing, include Will Smith, P. Diddy, all this stuff. And so you have a situation where L.A. Reid, I mean, this lady has a new lawsuit, a federal lawsuit against him, and no one is reporting on this. I only saw Tisha Tales, but he has had several lawsuits against him.
I'm not. Well, guess what? I'm not.
His power that he abused.
And I'm saying, and that may be all well and true. Again, this is the problem that I'm having. The problem that I'm having is that these lawsuits, none of these lawsuits be updated, man. They're all the same pattern. Like, it'll be something a motherfucker did 30 years ago, 40 years ago, 20 years ago. Create a lawsuit that something happened to you yesterday, nigga. Not, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm talking about.
Crazy that they just made.
You know what I'm saying?
But hold on, they just.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, DJ Genesis. Things can change. Look at the situation with Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby is 90 years old. Some white women or some people, whoever said he was date raping them. And we know during the time what was going on, a lot of that crazy stuff during that hippie era, and they was taking them pills, and a lot of them women, they was with that stuff, man. And then out of nowhere, you come up 40 years later, 40, you want us to believe something from 40 years ago that we don't have no physical evidence. We don't have nothing. When it comes to them white celebs, you gotta have evidence. But when it comes to black people, it's just all circumstantial. And we supposed to fall. Social media, black podcasters are a bunch of snitches. This is what they do. They create a narrative that somebody did something. And what happens, now you got the federal government or the federal police, whether the FBI, the CIA, whoever, they're watching these outlets. And remember, we know, if you don't know, YouTube is controlled by the FBI. So when these people are watching, yeah. Listen, most of these cases are packed in based on social media. Look at the recent thing with Tariq Nasheed and what's my brother's name? Taharka Bay. And with the Tariq Nasheed, what did they put up there in that courtroom? They mentioned Sanetta's name, right? Shout out to Elder Sanetta. And they use video footage from Sanetta. So in the court,
that was
the point that I'm
that was Tory She's lawyers that did that. That wasn't like the thing.
but the point that I'm saying is that they're using social media outlets to lock motherfuckers up now, man. Like, let's say if I don't like you, I can come up with a lie, a smear campaign lie, and then I can get everybody involved in that shit to the point now you got the feds investigating you now, man. We getting our own people locked up without even digging ourselves. And I'm not saying that our people are doing these things on purpose to get people locked up. I'm just saying that the feds are using this information. If you got a Jaguar right, keep poking at P. Diddy, poking at him, and then other people getting involved. Eventually, the feds are going to get involved. But I'm saying that you don't see white people doing that to their celebrities. Where they at? I don't see it. I don't see Chinese people doing that to their celebrities. I don't see nobody doing that except black people in the United States. They're the only ones that do that. Nobody else does that. Our people snitch on themselves. What I'm saying is, if you're saying that these people are wicked, why don't you do street justice and deal with these people on the street? Why are you going to the white man to destroy your own people? I don't give a damn. I cannot agree with taking my people to the chopping block, to those that pillaged and plundered to get America by raping, murdering, lying, mutilating, molesting, castrating our people, then turn around and create laws, right, that's in contradiction to what they did to get the land, and then turn around and take my own people on the corrupted chopping block. That's dumb. Why, if these men are so wicked, why y'all don't just do street justice on these people? If P. Diddy was so wicked, why y'all ain't deal with him on the street? If y'all saying that P. Diddy has something to do with Pac and Biggie death, why y'all ain't handle him on the street? If y'all saying that P. Diddy did all this stuff to these people, L.A. Reid did all this stuff to these people, if what's my man named Aaron Hall, all these different people, if these people are these deviants, as y'all say, why y'all don't deal with them on the street? Why y'all going to a deviant, corrupt system called the United States government to deal with deviants? And the only reason why they came at Puff, because Puff bit the hand that fed him. And y'all know this to be true. You think that government care about people being hurt like that on the left? That's a part of their MO. That's a part of their MO.
Here's the
what
thing.
you say,
So
DJ?
here's the question I was asking earlier, and I'm not sure if you heard me ask this question. I said, do you think it's about like an exchange of power, like not or sucking the resources? I said, listen, how does Will Smith, L.A. Reid, P. Diddy, and all these people get into a lawsuit, including The Dream, all at the same time by the same law system? And and I showed the what he was being accused of. Like, okay, L.A. Reid, and I let her play it. I showed how she connected all these different things. I said, okay, this whole like overarching thing of power. And I said, listen, so does Metallica and all these other groups have like the same, like, are they different? And how, like, who's running them? That's billionaires or whatever. Like, and I asked, I said, like, do you think it's a matter of what happens if this person gets locked up? Like, P. Diddy's locked up right now. Does New York now own his assets? Or does it go to his kids? Or what happens? Because I'm like trying to understand, like, where is the money? You know, where does the money flow? And everybody that we know, Will Smith, L.A. Reid, you know, everybody that we can like think of that in the 90s were like popping hot. They ended up going to the top, owning their own labels, this, that, the other. But then they all get taken down through these allegations of sexual assault. Who, when they get locked up, who gets the money? Does it go to the court? Like, is this a money grab?
I'm saying they quoted on record.
I want to figure out how to find out what happens. Like, do they, because they have to go through the court system to like fight these cases? Is it about like getting some money off of them to fight through the judicial system to save their name? Like, what exactly happens? You know, and that's what I've been saying this whole time. So, you know, shouts out to Mighty Hebrew. Hopefully they'll come back up here. But that's the question I've been really wanting to know. Okay. So we heard Tisha Tales and what he said, what she said, but then there's also stuff with other people. When you would call it tether, like academics, where he was also talking ish about L.A. Reid. You know, what is really going on here? Is this a money grab? Is this something that people are using to be able to extort money out of people that are in power, that have a certain amount, that they've gotten up to like almost close to $1 billion? And then is it a matter of trying to get their people's like catalogs and then put it into the system, put it into the judicial system, like the whatever system, and then now all those things are owned by the government? What's really happening here?
That was happening. And any label, television show, anybody that hires him, you are hiring a predator.
L.A. Reid is a scary man. He's one of the most powerful people in the music industry, and L.A. Reid has used that power to violate people. He would harass employees and end careers if he didn't get what he wanted. L.A. Reid has even ended artists' careers because their managers wouldn't sleep with him. He's a part of the problem in Hollywood, and he needs to be exposed. So let's get into it. L.A. Reid is a big-time music executive and record producer, and he also seems like a creep because he's used his status to take advantage of many people. He supposedly left his position at Epic Records because of allegations of sexual harassment. Reports claim that L.A. Reid was ousted from his job nearly 6 years in after a coworker accused him of putting his hand up her shirt at a holiday party in front of other people.
L.A. Reid, you guys have been waiting a few days to hear Joe's thoughts. So on Thursday, we found out that he abruptly left his position as CEO and chairman of Epic Records. Sony didn't say much at first. 2 days later, they issued a very, very brief statement just saying L.A. Reid will be leaving the company. Now we're finding out that there are assault allegations against him from multiple people who worked in the company.
Now, Sony learned about these allegations because one of his employees actually wrote a letter. An attorney representing one of L.A. Reid's female assistants sent a letter to Sony's legal counsel regarding the harassment that this assistant had faced for a daily basis over a year. L.A. Reid was also accused of asking his assistant while they were on a business trip to lie down in bed with him and give him a hug, which no employer should be laying in bed with their employee. That's so weird. Also, they shouldn't be commenting on their appearance. Well, in that letter, she accuses him of making comments about her clothing and her appearance, as well as propositions that caused her embarrassment and distress and made it impossible for her to continue working at that label. It looks like this employee wanted probably a settlement or was threatening legal action, so I think that this employee was probably paid off, and this letter is legit because multiple outlets have seen it. So in this situation, that assistant fought for Sony CEO to read this letter and learn who L.A. Reid really is. But not a lot of people are this lucky, and honestly, this assistant went through hell dealing with executives who were essentially telling her, you're going to lose your job if you continue doing this or speaking on L.A. Reid.
L.A. Reid obviously, and it appears that he had a problem or an obsession with and not being able to separate from his work. It bled into even people that directly worked for him. He got fired from Epic Records because his female assistant wrote a letter that got to his boss. And when they read that, and given, of course, multiple allegations that are being hushed up and been quieted over the years, they said, damn, we got to get rid of this guy.
And he has a point, because once you leave your job, you can assume that you can get a job somewhere else. But L.A. Reid, he has this type of power to really blacklist you from entertainment, which is probably why she kept herself anonymous and probably handled this privately, because she doesn't want to miss out from other job opportunities. But Sony put out a statement saying that they are not allowing culture like this in the company, and that's part of L.A. Reid leaving the business. And it's not just assistants who are dealing with this, artists are dealing with this as well. LaToya Rodriguez, known as Toya, found some success on the charts in 2001 with her single I Do. And that's all about what we heard from her, because her career fell off quickly. As of 2022, Toya hasn't put out anything new, and some interesting information has come out on why her career stalled. Well, it wasn't Toya who was actually preyed on, it was her representation. And because her representative didn't, I guess, comply with what he wanted, Toya had to suffer. She actually claims that he R-worded her. Her name is Drew Dixon, and she was working as an executive at a record label when L.A. Reid began making moves on her and unwelcome advances. Reports claim that L.A. Reid would turn cold when Drew denied his unwanted overtures, which reportedly included invitations to late-night catch-ups at his hotel. She actually claims that when she did deny his invitations, she was worried for her artists like Toya because he was budgeting it. L.A. Reid did end up ending Toya's career, and it's all because Drew didn't give him what he wanted.
L.A. Reid is now my boss, and all of a sudden it was like, wear skirts and heels every day, Drew, to work. I started wearing jeans and Birkenstock clogs because I knew he hated those. Okay. There's even it's not even in the movie. I signed this artist, Toya, from St. Louis. She had this record called I Do. It was the #1 Churban record in the country.
Churban,
okay.
I heard that language
right?
a long time. Crossover
we made
urban.
an album that was dope. LA loved it. And he kept saying, come to my hotel after you finish in the studio and listen to the album. And I was already knowing what that was. So I would just always pretend I didn't get his message or be like, yeah, let me hit you back. And they just wouldn't. And there was a meeting one day at Arista where all the promotion people were psyched to talk about Toya because I Do was testing so well nationally and how we were going to break her. And then L.A. Reid literally looks down the table at me. He's like, everybody take out your pens, draw a line through Toya. I listened to her album last night in my hotel room. And he looked at me and I hated it.
Honestly, kudos to Drew for standing true for herself and standing up for herself. But it sucks that
All right, welcome back, Mighty Hebrew. What do you think about what she's saying? She's saying that she was trying to push artists through. L.A. Reid just she wouldn't do what he wanted her to do. He's like, nah, bumper. What do you think about that? You think she's telling the truth?
Okay. I mean, we know that there's truth to that. We know that there's truth to that because even when I was in the music industry, I was in a group called Poetic Alliance, and y'all might have heard of my old rap partner, Big Shell. Now he known as Shelliano, and we was working with Rough House Records out in Philly, and I've seen people get blackballed. You know what I'm saying? If you didn't do with a executive producer, somebody that was in power, and we know L.A. Reid, he's one, if not one of the most powerful men in the music industry. The same with what's that other dude name? What's that white guy name? Clive Davis. And I mean, we know that Clive groomed all these cats. You know what I mean? He's the godfather, all that. So we know that
they're trying to be disrespectful to other Black artists. He everybody learned from him on how to be.
I mean, that's the case. We see that even in the movie. Is it the movie The Temptation of 5 Heartbeats with Big Red? So we've always seen that house nigga, in the midst of our people, and that's just the reality when you dealing with dark forces. You got to remember the music industry was built on evil and corruption from the rip. It was never, when you talk about Walt Disney, all these movie industries, these music industries, none of this stuff was none of it was founded on truth. None of it. If it was all founded on a lie, we're just going to come from out of a lie, more lies. So for anybody, and then you got to understand the ritualism behind it. Ask yourself this question. Why is everything predicated on deviant behavior? Just ask yourself that. Everything is all sexual allegations. Whether you're talking about Mike Tyson, even though years later it was found out that that was a lie about Mike Tyson. Tupac, years later, come to find out that was a lie. Tupac didn't grape anybody. That was a lie. You know, y'all don't remember the Kobe Bryant thing when they try to get Kobe Bryant with that.
People, you think that they'll hire a person just to accuse the person and then it'll go from there on? What do you think? What are you saying?
I'm saying in some cases, yes. I'm not saying in every case, but I'm saying in a lot of these cases, yeah. Listen to, we've heard this before. You know who was the first one that was exposed in the music industry? And a lot of people never bring him up, but I'm going to bring him up. Give a shout out to Professor Griff. Because Professor Griff been exposing these people for years and making book, and y'all laughed at that man. And now it's all coming out. And the thing that I'm saying is this. Just imagine you're a good singer, Genesis, DJ Genesis, you're a good singer, and you're a dope DJ. And say, you know, this is a hypothetical, as you know, my lady friend would say, example, right? So here's an example. DJ Genesis is a banging singer, and you shopping your music all around the country, trying to get, you know, music producers to hear you. So now you run into a hypothetical L.A. Reid. And L.A. Reid come to you with a deal. He come to you with a 360 deal. And you deny that deal. And he say, okay. And like a month later, he invites you to a party. So now you go to this party and they done slip something in your drink, right? They done put something in your drink and you doing all kinds of wild stuff and they video record you. And then that following week, they call you in the office and they offer you that 360 deal again. And you say no. And shit, they say pop in the tape. Pop in that tape. You all on the tape with that say 8 niggas. You don't even know what happened, but this is what happened. You on the video. Guess what? What you gonna do? You gonna sign that 360 deal. So the point that I'm saying, a lot of this was going on. You know what I'm saying? A lot of this was going on. You got men, you know what I'm saying? Men being date raped. Why y'all ain't locked up Cardi B when Cardi B openly admitted that she had participation in date rape and slipping drugs in men's drinks and then turning around and having transgender women strap up and grape them men? Did she not say that?
I didn't know that she said that. She said that she would like have transgender. Like,
yes, she did. Yes, she did. Yes, she did.
Why?
That's a fact. She said when she used to strip, she used to be a stripper. She told the whole story and how she was recording these men having these intercourses and they don't even know because she would drug them men. She would drug them, rob them, do all kinds of stuff. And she said this. Ain't nobody lock Cardi B up. Ain't nobody lock her up.
So is it like a thing in the industry, like to do this, to extort people, to like make them do what you want them to do?
Say what?
Do you think that
how Bob said she did say something like that? And then the Sinner Phoenix said, yes, it's common She said it's common out here in New York City for these street strippers to do exactly what Cardi B mentioned. She was telling the truth. It's true. Why they ain't lock up? All I'm saying to the family, and I'm gonna make this clear, I do not agree with anything that these celebrities are doing. It's wicked, it's demonic, and Yahweh is gonna have a field day with them. My whole thing is, don't try to use the black man of the United States as the face of deviancy when the whole entire country is built on deviancy. The whole United States governmental structure was built off the backs of foundational black Americans and natives, man. So that's not sit up here and lie like this ain't been going on. This been going on. Look at them Nickelodeon kids. All them stories about Nickelodeon and all the child molestation. Look at all the Walt Disney. Look at what they was doing to what's that little girl name? And they did a documentary on what's that little girl name? That them black and white movies they did on that little girl. What's her name? Not Marilyn Monroe. What's that little girl name? Them black and white movies she made, that little girl. Somebody in the listening audience put her name up there. What's that little girl name?
Shirley Temple?
Yeah, Shirley Temple. That's her name. They was raping that little girl, man. Molesting that little girl. They been was dealing with this stuff, man. But y'all don't expose these people, man. Y'all want to expose Puff. Expose the creation of Puff, the creator of Puff. Expose. Look, now all of a sudden, Clive Davis is senile. He don't know what's going on. You don't never hear them really talking about, you hear them talking about Clive in the shadows. They talk about him here and there. But shit, they've been talking about Clive Davis back in the day, raping Will Smith. When they said that he had to do that movie, what is it, 60 Seconds or whatever, and how they made that boy, because he was a boy, man, he was a young man, and how they had him watching them porno movies, them gay porno movies, to play that role. Come on, man. You even watch Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Good. And you see Will acting like a Blade Runner all throughout the show. A cold Gipper. The father was a Gipper. The damn butler was a Gipper. Family Matters, he was a Gipper. We can go back to Sherman Hensley in the Jeffersons. He was a Gipper. All them. See, you got to remember, y'all ain't say nothing when they had Flip Wilson cross-dressing. Y'all seen Flip? He was the first Black American cross-dresser live on TV, and y'all ain't say nothing. Dressing up like a woman. They always had the black man as a part of their ritual. You gotta understand, that's all spell magic. They always try to break the black man to make him dress up like a woman. They couldn't get Denzel, but you got to remember, didn't they recently, not too long ago, they tried to expose Denzel on some crap.
Yeah, they did.
They tried to expose Morgan Freeman on some crap. They tried to expose Judge Joe Brown on some crap. Every black, like this is a pattern, man. Y'all can't tell me that.
Every black man everyone that, especially the ones in high positions, they are
right
down. And I'm like, okay, what is really going on?
Y'all forgot about the judge, the Supreme Court judge, Clarence Thomas, talking about he's a womanizer and committing adultery on his wife with all these white women. Remember that? Remember the belly guy from DC, the mayor, got caught in the hotel smoking crack with prostitutes.
Yeah, Marion Barry, and they did Kwame Kilpatrick the same way. They tried to say he killed a stripper. The stripper got killed because of him. Yeah.
Yeah. And talk about how he stole all the money when he was a mayor over there in Detroit.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Every y'all can't believe that all this stuff is true, man. I know y'all not that dumb to believe that every single black man, everyone, Alvin Iverson, he just a corrupted basketball player. He don't listen to authority. He beat on women. What's the football player name? How they say he murdered his pregnant wife and all that. And that was true. That was true. But the whole point that I'm saying is,
Stefan is about to
huh?
get his ass handed to him.
Who?
Welcome to Stefan right now, the guy that's with the. Hey, what's up? Welcome to the panel, Lenny Lewis. Welcome to the panel.
Yeah. Everyone. Just everyone. They do not do that to their own people, man. You'll see the only time they do that to their look, they so wicked now. Y'all know Epstein had that damn island bringing them children on their board. Now they trying to cover it up and say, oh, there's no evidence of that now. Now they trying to cover it up. This is what I'm saying. These people are so wicked. They'll cover up their own people. Y'all know that Epstein was a madman that was bringing women and children and whoever else on that island. Y'all been knew about. Even Donald Trump said it. Even Donald Trump said it out of his own mouth. And now y'all trying to cover up, oh, we investigated the whole thing and there's no evidence of such and such and such and such. But when it come to the black man, y'all got all the evidence in the world that we did this, we did that, and we did this. We are the face. And when I say we, I don't mean as individuals. I'm talking about as a collective body politic. There is something going on. And it's not in the interest of black people. And we need to stop jumping on the bandwagon to every single story that we hear. We're not doing no ground footwork research. We only regurgitating what we heard, not what we know. We don't have no investigative reporters. We ain't got nobody in our team that's dealing with forensics, no evidence, no nothing. We just going about what they say. And that ain't cool. And again, I'm not saying Puff is innocent. I'm not saying L.A. Reid is innocent. I'm not saying any of these guys is innocent. What I'm saying is we were not there. We not doing no research ourselves. We only going about what we heard. Oh, somebody put some information.
Hold on,
Go ahead, Jensen.
Lenny Lewis is on the panel. Did you want to say something?
Yeah. Hey, how y'all doing? Peace to the panel, peace to the chat. These are already established institutions. People like L.A. Reid and Puff Daddy and anybody else you name who starts a label. Jay-Z, Dame Dash and them with Rockefeller. DMX and them had a label. Irv Gotti and all them had a label on Def Jam. Right? These are already established industries. You don't go in there and start nothing new. You agree to the terms of the industry. Right?
That's right.
You go, they give you a place in their industry. And that's always been the case. If you look at black radio, right? Black television, we have to go off the medium or the media that they use, their networks. Right now, we're dealing on what? YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, TikTok. These are already set up networks. It's the same thing. And you go by their rules. So when we see them get there and they show us that this thing is so great and we all want to be that, and they market it to young people. Somebody my age, in my 50s, or somebody in their 40s or 30s, we're not falling for that. But young people back in the 70s, 80s, 90s, they want to go to Hollywood. They want to be movie stars, young white girls, young white men. It's not just for us. That's just what the industry markets to young people. And they sell them that dream. The same with us. But when we see our people in higher places, we think, oh, it's one of us. Oh, yeah. Yo, he came from the hood. He came from the projects. He came from food stamps. And then we looking at them like, hold on, how they on a jet plane? How they dealing with a whole different politic that I would deal with? A whole different, different group of people that I would deal with. Like I wouldn't. No, we ain't going to do this. If Colin Kaepernick said fucking kneel on some shit because somebody got killed, you can't have Jay-Z going, well, we gonna run the halftime show. That's a die. It's they're
or say, hey, y'all need to stop kneeling. That's what he did.
And sit there with the head of, and I ain't even in sports like that, but that's the head of the NFL, Goodall, Roger Goodall, whatever his name is, sit in a boardroom and go, we beyond kneeling. Kneeling was a show of respect on the field. They didn't kneel on the street corner. They didn't kneel at work in the lunchroom. They kneeled on primetime television on Sunday in the NFL where the world could see it. That's a different type of kneeling than we beyond kneeling. So Jay-Z and them took it one level up. We gonna run the halftime shows from here on out. And we're beyond that. And we're gonna sit next to the same people that despise us and use us and abuse us. But again, that's a part of that industry that's already set up. If you want to get into the music business, you're going into a system that's already set up. Every generation has a new chance to change that shit. Right now with social media, ABC, CBS, MTV is gone now. Record labels are gone now. All that shit is gone now. They tried to push it to streaming, but young people all over got their own pages, their own channels. Older people got their own channels, got their own subscribers, got their own followers, and y'all pushing against the system. They hate that. They hate that. But that's what has to happen every generation. You have to push back against that. We thought black record labels was to push back against white record labels. They did that in the 40s and 50s with Motown and Philadelphia and Detroit and house music and club music. We can go on and on. So now the young people have to keep pushing against this shit with the technology that's available now. Even though they own it, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, all that shit, we are the superstars all the time. All the time. We're the creators. We're the influencers. We are the reality TV before that shit was reality TV. We was. Black people. We just have to learn, okay, we ain't going to get caught up in it this time. You know, we ain't gonna let them catch us off guard this time with the okie doke. But it's a constant fight.
But here's the thing is that when I first started this thing, I said, listen, we have this. Is the black music industry over? Why do I ask this? Is because all of the major players are being taken down, like Will Smith, L.A. Reid, now Jay-Z. If you watch all the information that's coming out, they are taking these ones down, and they are the head of all this stuff.
Right.
Go ahead. You got it. Go.
No, I just wanted to read just a quotation real quick to build on with the brother's saying. He's absolutely correct. One of the things that you just said, brother, that stood out correctly, I must say, is you said that these institutions were already established before these key players were even involved. There's a book I have in my hand. It's called The Resurrection from Judgment to Post-Judgment by the late Ben Ami. And on page 16, he says this about institutions that I found very interesting. He said this. He said, thus, the message being conveyed is that the earth's institutions are out or off course and misleading. Then he jumps down and says the buildings are immaculate, campuses are extensive, the equipment is state of the art, instructors are plentiful, and salaries are rewarded. These are the lures to attract innocent souls to enter within her walls. They are called institutes of higher learning. They are the heartbeat in the pulse of the European or Euro Gentile anti-God social system. Institute or institution. One, an elementary principle recognized as authoritative. Two, a collection of such principles, a significant practice, behavior, relationship in a society or culture. Two, institutionalized. One, to make or give the character of an institution. Now, when this brother said that these institutions were already established and these men like Puff Daddy, L.A. Reid, whoever, they get into these institutions, they become 100% in excellence participants with the degree of wickedness. Because you only can reflect what you involved in within that institutional structure. So if you're talking deviant behavior, then this is what's going to proceed from the souls of these people. You see what I'm saying? So we once the brother basically, without saying many words, destroyed the whole argument by saying these institutions were already established before these players even got involved.
Put their picture back up on the screen. I mean to interrupt. I just want their picture back up on the screen. There you go. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah. So and that's a dope. And whoever did that picture, it's dope. So what I'm saying again, y'all, get the book, The Resurrection from Judgment to Post Judgment. I mean, Ben Ami, he really hits it, and the whole joint is breaking down how institutions were well established to create a corrupt government. You need institutions to create functional illiterates. So if we talking institutions of higher learning, then we're just coming out of that. Even the movie y'all should rewatch, Higher Learning. It showed you with Ice Cube, Busta Rhymes, all them in that movie. It showed you the behavior that is brought out dealing with these institutions of higher learning. So it was already well established that before P. Diddy even got involved in that situation, he was going to be a deviant. Will was going to be a deviant. These guys was going to be deviants because of the people that they were dealing with. Quincy Jones, Ben was labeled as a deviant. Barry Gordy, Ben was labeled as a deviant. You even when it come to Michael Jackson's father, you see LaToya writing about the deviancy of Joe.
The Jacksons, the Jacksons were the Kardashians before the Kardashians.
That's a fact.
Crazy, right?
That's a fact.
Crazy, right? Now, hold on. Just looking at the picture. Because, and it's not no in-depth analysis. It's just how history works. If you like a certain thing, you study the history. I'm a DJ. I like music. I study music history, technology, shit like that, right? I look at the picture. Black music industry over. Is the black music industry over? Stop at black music. That's separate than industry. Those are two separate things. Black music is black music. Once you enter industry, it's a whole different realm. You got Will Smith out of Philly, DJ Jazzy Jeff, and and the Fresh Prince. They had records before they had a TV show. Jazzy Jeff was a 86 DJ world champion in New York. A new music seminar in New York. Girls of the World Ain't Nothing But Trouble. Parents Just Don't Understand. Out of Philly. Before that, you had the Philly sound. Go over to L.A. Reid and them. Those people are under Clive Davis, who are under any major record label, MCA, RCA. Go over to Jay-Z, Rockefeller, under Def Jam, Russell Simmons, and what's the white Rick Rubin? That's who started Def Jam.
Rick Rubin.
They went
Rick
to
Rubin.
they went to Arista Records and all. They all got bought out, but they all under certain industries that are already. The Puff Daddy documentary. The one thing I noticed about every hardship he had, he got more money thrown at him after. His first event, 9 people died. Him and Heavy D over there in Mount Vernon,
Remember that.
they had that.
You talking about when he had that concert? When he had that concert.
I thought 3 people died. I'm like 60 miles north of New York, but 9 people died. He ended up with L.A. Reid and them over there, Uptown Records. From that, when that died, he went to Bad Boy. They kept throwing money at him. Ciroc, MTV, and then with his little TV show. Every downfall he had, he ended up coming out of there with more money. They throwing money at him to show people die. People got raped. People got murdered, just assaulted, and you get more and more. Jay-Z had to leave his whole crew 3 times. Rockefeller with Dame Dash and them, the whole state property and all that shit. Every connection Jay-Z had with people in the music industry, he had to get rid of to keep going further up. In L.A. Reid, I think he's part of Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. That was 80s. These people been in the music industry. And how my brother says they're demonic, I say it's monetary. It's the same thing. They chasing money. What will you do for the money? Will you promote negative shit to your people?
So here's the thing. Okay, so these 3 people, do you think that the reason why they are having a downfall is because they did the sacrifice to get to the top, but it's like there's only a limited time you could be at the top, and once that time is over, then guess what? Now you get accusations and this and that. Because I'm like trying to figure out how is it?
On my channel, I have a saying: low key genius. That's my channel. The industry giveth, and it taketh away.
Yes, and
Period.
I said that earlier. I said, listen. I said they give it to the take. I said the exact same thing.
There you go.
I was like,
my bad, I wasn't here earlier, but yeah, that's it. It's simple. It's not complicated.
People get up to the top. It's like, I don't know when they sign their contract, if they know that, okay, you're going to get to the top, but either you get out early or you stay in there and you risk the chance of just being ridiculed and then demonized.
But it's not up to you. It's not. The only part that's up to you is when they kick you out, you try to fight it. You could take somebody like Kevin Hart or The Rock.
Yeah, because you can't stop. You can't be like, oh, just like a drug dealer. Once you get to the top of drug dealing, you can't just stop drug dealing. I quit.
Because that's all you know, right?
No, because once you have set them things up and you have people relying on you, you got to keep on doing it, right?
But hold on. Say right there. If you are a top drug dealer, you're working with the police so you can stay there. Right?
Right.
You not gonna be no top drug dealer no fucking where, and not, pardon my language, and not be working with law enforcement that they cut. But the difference is they're on the right side of it. You're on the wrong side of it. They're on the right side of it. So when they decide to go, yeah, we can't do this anymore. It's looking bad for us. You got to go, or you got to chill. You like, no.
I can tell you a story. Listen, I used to be a raver. I used to be in the house music scene, right? Listen, you go to the clubs, you'll see one drug dealer and when they get to a certain point, they get busted. Then another person comes up, they get to a busted, boom, and you'll see the whole thing. Like it's like a cycle that they keep pushing through the club. And I think that's what it is. I think this is what's happening is that they get pumped and dumped. And so what's happening, you're seeing a pump and dump happen. You know, okay, y'all, that's it. That's enough, y'all. Yeah, all right, that's it.
And so society stays.
Taking your earnings and just went on somewhere, you know. But instead, you kept trying to like still siphon money out the thing. You should have like left when you had a chance. But now you get like now it's a thing where you have this. Like watch the and this guy is a gay dude talking about like L.A. Reid. Watch this.
But it sucks that artists like Toya, who had so much potential, had to suffer as well. And I think it's important that she keeps mentioning Toya and the fact that her album never made it because L.A. Reid killed it because she did not want to go to his hotel room, which probably a great choice. She wrote on Twitter, "I'm calling L.A. Reid a predator because he pressured me to become intimate with him when I was VP of another label. When I refused, he wouldn't let me sign Kanye West or John Legend. He buried the album that I executive produced on with an artist named Toya." She was quoted saying that his mentality was that he has the power. If you want access, then you have to sleep with him, or I'll be really mean to you the next day and there will be consequences. What's terrible about this industry is that it happens so often. Drew also has a story about Russell Simmons, who we've spoken about before. At 24, she just landed her dream job at Def Jam Records when he started harassing her, and he would constantly show his erect you-know-what to her without her wanting it. At a restaurant, he allegedly pushed her into a closet and attempted to kiss her. And at one staff meeting, he even asked her to come and sit on his lap. Ugh. She said that she was too scared to confront him because he was so powerful. She actually told one of her male coworkers,
Dude, what do you think about this? Do you think these guys are so weird and awkward? They don't even know how to like approach a woman versus like throwing her into a closet and trying to kiss them. Like, what is going on here? Like a man like a Russell Simmons that could probably get any woman in the world that he wants because he got the money to get it. He gonna throw a woman into the closet and try to kiss her? What kind of like incel? This is incel level. Like you just are a weirdo.
But there's probably like three things going on. Like one, he got a whole lot of money. Two, he got power. Three, he's in a exclusive place where people are just used to doing weird shit. Like it's not just one thing. Like I couldn't do that. If I walked down the street, grabbed a woman, threw her in the closet, I'm going to jail, or she gonna scratch my eyes out, or whatever. It's
and why are we just hearing about this now? Exactly, that's a good point. Like, you know what? It must have been a certain type of place where they just throw women in the closet and do that. You know, why would that be a thing where it'd be like, oh, and I just keep that to myself? Like, and then now 20 years later, you're like, oh, back when I was 15, he threw me in a closet and did it. Well, honey, it's like we're in 2026 now.
Well, I think he got enough new problems. I don't think, I think that's why he don't live in America or in the Western Hemisphere no more. It's because he got issues. And these things, I think when you get to that tier, that shit is like almost built in. That if you ain't doing it, you're around people who do that shit.
So do you think these? I want to ask. Do you think these guys are like kind of like incel type of dudes, like really awkward and weird?
That's Run DMC's Run. His younger brother is Run from Run DMC. He was their manager, so he's an industry person. And Run DMC wasn't signed to Russell's label, Def Jam. He was just their manager. He was a manager for a lot of rap groups in the
but
80s.
when you hear him talk, he's not like the average, like, oh yeah, like I would give
but I don't know. They just different people.
right. You know what I'm saying? Like, to me, that to throw someone into a closet and be like, kiss me.
Yeah, there's something wrong with you.
You're a weirdo. Like, bro, what?
I can't never say I threw nobody nowhere, especially in a room and
like
closet.
It's like these guys don't even have like the regular. And this is what I really think is that when you get into the music industry, you have people on the spectrum, not like the autism spectrum.
Nope. Say that again. Nope. Say that again. Please say that again.
I think that you have a lot of people on the spectrum, like on like either autism spectrum
There
or
you
like
go.
retardation, some kind of level spectrum that where they don't even know, like they're weird, like they're just. Have you been around people in the music? They're not like when you around them, you're like, this person's kind of strange. You know what I'm saying? Like if you be around, because I've been in like different places with people, musicians, and they are not. They're kind of weird.
But
You know,
weird, standoffish, introvert is not the same as abusive, right? Um, R
but
A
if you
P
have a
I
person,
S T or
I would say this. Imagine if you are a kind of like a person that normally might have went to school and was in like the short yellow bus. You know what I'm saying? The class that was like you know had like a what's it called
you talk. You must be old. You must be old as me. You talking about
might
the
have,
80s?
they might have had ERP, might have had a
Special
a little
education. Go ahead and say it.
You know what
Special
I'm saying?
education.
Might have had a special education, right?
There you go.
And so when you encounter a beautiful woman, you don't even know how to. Because normally a person growing up in regular high school, they know how to deal with a beautiful woman. They're not going to throw her into a closet like kiss me and think that's normal. So that seems like a person that's like kind of mentally like not even on the level. And then this is who the white people will say, "Hey, I'm gonna give you $1 million because I can get it back." You give it to a person that's really smart, you probably either you'll get it back, but you'll get it back when I'm done with it. But a person like this, like kind of like not as intelligent, you might be able to give them $1 billion, and they're like, "Oh, okay, well." And they're partying with it. They're doing this. They're doing that with it. They're not like, oh, okay, I'm gonna throw this into some like some stocks and
But that sounds like that saying, right? If a person got rich, it doesn't make you different. It just makes you more of what you already are,
like
right?
a person with the special needs. I believe these
Yeah.
guys are
So
really
so so if you
special
got an
needs.
issue with your hands and you like to hit people, and you get somehow some money or you get popular or fame off of that, it just makes you more of that person. You're gonna hit people.
I honestly think these guys are people with special needs that people gave a lot of money to, and the reason why they did it is because they knew they could get it back at some point. Now, I sound really like biased and really crazy about what I'm saying, but
So hold on. You're saying they took advantage of special needs people, or that these people who were what we would consider quote unquote special needs, maybe an introvert, standoffish, got an opportunity, and they both took advantage of each other. The person that was an introvert took advantage of the industry took advantage of that person.
probably I
That
think both. I think that maybe both. One
okay.
was able to like get money where they probably would normally in the real world would probably be working at 7-Eleven.
Mhm.
But they just gave them a whole bunch of money.
And two, I think it has a lot to do with what you are willing to do for what you want.
Right.
Most of these people, I don't think they're like most of them. And anybody famous and now then they fall on hard times or it's some weird shit in their past or they weird now. It's what are you willing to it's damn near like joining the military. You take an oath. I
But
take
what
this oath
person in their
to
right
do
mind would take
whatever
that
to
oath?
get where I want to get. And it's insane.
What
Like
person
who
in their right mind would be like, oh yeah, yeah, I could lose a son, I could lose a daughter, I could like whatever, and then not think it's really gonna happen. A person that is not thinking like that, like people. I think that these people are really and very talented, genius, savant level. And I said this earlier. I said that these people are genius level in music, but savant level in thought. You know.
but if you're genius level, right? I'm not. But I know how industry works. There are books on it. You could read like tons of books on how publishing works, how record contract works, how performances work, how royalties work, how all of the instruments in a certain industry, just say music, not film, or dance or art, just to say music, there's they have lawyers, they have accountants. Those are all parts of a system. So if you're genius level and you disregard all of the knowledge that goes with that, you're not genius.
I'm
You're
kind of
not.
there's something to it because how do people be like? How do groups like what's called like TLC go through a whole record label contract and then go back and say, well, we didn't make any money.
If your contract is 35 pages, right? Even
Mhm.
if you read 35 pages, the wording is so difficult, you need a lawyer, right? It's a contract, should have a lawyer.
Right.
There's
So
money
how
in,
do they sign a contract? They're just so excited about
because they want to be stars. They are teenagers. These are young people. They want to be stars. But it's not on them to understand that. It's on the industry that exploit these people. Just like they called it the casting couch. If you went to
right. So they're
Hollywood,
exploiting people that don't know any better.
yeah, they exploiting them.
Think about
Now,
this. Beyonce, I don't even think she graduated high school.
I don't know.
No, I don't think she did. She didn't. You know what I'm saying? She didn't go to prom. Her father started her off at 8 years old. And then Destiny Child, she was about 13, 14. Then they just kept it going. Chris Brown, all these artists, right, started off at a young age, like the ones that are really at the top, started off young, like either out of high school or whatever, left high school. A lot of them, like that are really like big, and they just have a team around them that is trying to shield them from anyone knowing that they have no idea what the hell is going on.
Mhm. But they're all trying to do the same thing. Get into the what? Industry.
Think
They're
about this.
trying to get
Beyonce
into
is
the
worth
industry.
billions of dollars right now. Do you think she knows how to like balance a check?
I don't think she got $1 billion. She might be worth.
Oh no, she don't have it physically, but
Yeah,
she's
yeah.
worth, right. She's worth $1 billion. That means her catalog is worth $1 billion.
No, I get it. Yeah.
And but bottom line, she probably could not tell you
How she got it. Yeah, that's a fact.
all she knows is that, on Tuesday I have a show and I sing my song.
Because she's a
And
human.
that's just crazy to me.
Michael Jackson dead off of what? Drugs, trying to go to sleep. Prince dead off of what? Drugs, trying to go to sleep, trying to stay up. Many rock and rollers, many disco stars dead off of these are human beings. They travel the globe.
I wanted to do a whole documentary about are the majority of people that are signed to these labels in some either ADHD or some level of mental like thing, where they're not like 100% on point, whether it be, I mean, ADHD could be considered like a superpower if you really know how to use it. But if you don't know what you're doing, people could take advantage of you.
But that would have to be their general state from birth, youth, teenager, 20s, 30s. Look at it this way. If Fox TV called you up right now and said, hey, we want to take your show and make it national, put it all over the globe, but you have to broadcast, you have to do 4 lives a day, but we'll pay you all this money. You would either become a different person physically, which we can, or you would take something or you would do something. You probably eat better, more caffeine. You would sleep, no distractions, just to fulfill that contract.
Right.
So I don't think they're that way from early on. It's just the further you go up this ladder, the more demand that is on you. And somehow you got to do it. Somehow you got to go from New York to LA, from LA to Hawaii, from Hawaii to the Philippines, from the Philippines to China. Like, and sleep and eat and try to still be a regular person. and they will use you until you're gone and get another one of you. That's what they'll do. Period. So it's me, it's like a 60-40. 40 on your side, 60 on the industry side. The industry is gonna chew you up and spit you out. 40% on you. Is that what you want? Is that what you're willing to do? It's going to get you generational wealth. Is it going to be beneficial to you? It's going to help your ego. I don't know. But
So-
it's an agreement there somewhere.
So in this situation, do you think that these people outlived their contract and they?
No, I don't think they killed nobody. No.
No, I'm saying like
okay.
So,
I thought you was going.
do you think they like kind of like just kept like they probably should have like got out of the industry before it ate them up?
They got burnt out. Again, Michael Jackson and Prince both died from like drug overdoses. Michael Jackson, I'm not sure, but to the point where to get sleep, he was taking a drug that they give people, when you get in surgery. It's like anesthesia.
Right.
But I understand if you traveling around the globe and people it's just constant, you need to sleep at some point. Tylenol PM ain't gonna do it. Yeah, Benadryl ain't gonna do it.
Right.
And I think but the industry will burn you out. Most people don't get to that level. Beyonce right now,
50. And she could be risking her life right now as we speak. We don't even know.
They got kids. Like and now we in the social media age. It's a whole different type of burnout. She's got to keep up with who? Taylor Swift, Bruno Mars, whoever the next big star is. Like there's only one number one position. You could be top 10, but there's only one number one. Everybody can't be number one.
So do you think this whole thing with Nicki Minaj is her like saying, you know what, I don't even need to make music no more?
Who knocked her out? Cardi B. They gonna move on to the next one. Yeah. Sexy Red went to who? Glorilla. And I don't even follow like that new music like that, but I know that Dirk is gone. Lil Durk is what? Solitary confinement.
Yeah.
They gonna move on. Who they got now? NBA YoungBoy and 21 Savage. They'll be gone.
Yep.
6ix9ine proud to go to jail. I'm gonna be next to Maduro and whoever. What?
It's crazy.
Nah, it's.
So I want you to tell me what you think about the rest of this. Let's go.
That if she ever buzzes him and doesn't pick up, then don't call her back. Just come and open the door, because that means Russell's in there and he's whipping out his private parts. So she even like made a code with the other employees to try to protect herself from when these men would prey on her. Other people have spoken out about L.A. Reid because it's hard to ignore this behavior. Joe Budden shared that L.A. Reid liked to call 18-year-olds into his office and ask for intimate favors. He says that this speaks to the issue of powerful men and how they're able to come and go as they please. And I'm glad he is speaking out against this, because we rarely hear other men, in the industry calling out this behavior and talking about how gross it is. I mean, imagine being in an office space and seeing young 18-year-olds like going to his office and just knowing what's going on in there.
I'm just gonna say it. L.A. Reid is a predator. These rumors were circulating to Def Jam. There was an assistant, multiple assistants at Def Jam that said L.A. Reid liked to call underage girls in his office.
Underage?
Well, 18.
Okay.
I mean, that's of age. That's legal. So, but you calling 18, 19-year-old girls in your office and soliciting sexual favors? Yes, that was happening. That was happening. I don't think this is a secret to people in the music business.
He's absolutely right.
Thoughts? What are your thoughts on that?
I think they're playing people faces, right? Joe Budden stood behind a mental illness or disorder, right? Through the years, he's been open about that. Him and Kanye, I go through depression. I go through anxiety. They stand behind that. You got academics there. The single most detrimental person to drill rap. I'm from New York. Wouldn't have known about it if it wasn't for academics. Wouldn't have known about how bad it was. Could be looked at as news or just information, but to glorify it, no. So the two people on the screen, probably not the best spokespersons for what goes on in the industry. When both of them will and have sold their whole life for that shit. Not to say what they're saying is wrong, but it's the people in it telling you about it, and they're still in it. You don't have to be in it to tell people about it. It's nah.
So, so I want to show this real thing about, let's go into the Rock Nation. So I talked enough about L.A. Reid. Let's go into Rock Nation now. Let's go.
And their bad record contracts.
Yeah, I don't even know. Like, I can't even tell you that.
See, the internet keep treating it like random drama, but nah, this feel calculated. From Diddy's fall to LVMH stepping back to that $110 million copyright hit, there's a whole chain reaction going on that nobody's talking about. So we gonna dig deep, not just into the lawsuits, but the why. Why Jay's empire keep catching bullets from every angle, and who's actually loading the gun. Let's talk about it. So first off, this new lawsuit, wild. A dude named Royale Sharif K. Bush, stage name Royal, just sued Rock Nation, Atlantic Records, and Lil Uzi Vert for $110 million. Yeah, million. Apparently he dropped a song called Pain and Pleasure in August 2022. Then a month later, Uzi drops Just Wanna Rock. Same bounce, same hook, same vibe.
You don't find that suspicious?
Now Royal's like, hey, yo, that's mine. He got musicologists saying the songs match 93 to 97%, and the man came with receipts. He ain't just yelling they stole my flow. Nah, he broke down his losses like a Wall Street accountant.
Today your ass is gonna die, bitch. Say goodnight, motherfucker.
8 million from streams, 12 million from sync deals, 25 million from brand endorsements, liquor, fashion, auto, then 25 million for reputation harm, and 40 million for future losses. Bruh even threw in AI catalog exploitation. That's how modern this beef is.
AI catalog.
Can you hear me, DJ Genesis?
What are you gonna say? Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, good. I just had to come on my computer because my phone died out. What did I miss?
We talked about a lot about the L.A. Reid. We're moving on to Rock Nation now.
Y'all on Jay-Z now. Okay.
Yeah, we'll talk about.
Yeah, and two, Rock Nation, right? They pretty much control the major venues in the 50 states. I don't know about across the ocean, but they control most of the venues, right? So if you want to go do a show somewhere, you go through Rock Nation. It's like Ticketmaster if you want to get a ticket. Before that, Jay-Z was with Tidal, the music streaming service, which was a bunch of European, Swedish people, whatever the hell they were. And before that, it was the NFL. Before that, it was the Samsung phone or something.
Now he owns a portion of a Cash App. So
the Brooklyn Nets and getting the stadium built and all of these little
all
steps.
these lawsuits just back to back.
Yeah, that's all these little steps.
Jay-Z own a part of Cash App now?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yes. Jay-Z is not playing.
That's why Cash App is ghetto. No, I'm joking. But
you off the hook, man.
Again, you see an individual being able to maneuver, a black individual who was so prominent in the 90s about their drug selling and how they came from this and that and move into
right. How does that happen? Go into a billionaire stuff, but now everybody is suing him, and I heard that he's broke though. I heard that he can't even get a loan right now.
I think that's a debt to
on.
income
Who's
ratio
broke?
and
Who's
an
broke?
asset problem.
Jay-Z, I heard he can't even get $100,000 loan anymore. That's why
He
they
ain't
try to
getting money.
Jay-Z ain't broke. Who told you that lie?
Yeah, I don't think he broke
He's a billionaire.
on paper, like most billionaires, though, right?
On paper.
You know, no. Again, it's if the opportunity is presented, you have a choice. And all his choices, if you look at his past, there's a lot of gravestones and a lot of broken hearts and fucked up friendships and relationships just so he could be good. I don't know if most of us would do that. I wouldn't.
Yeah, you gotta be willing to just sacrifice it all. Let's go.
That oath, it's an oath somewhere that you got. Yeah, I'm gonna keep going.
Let's go. Here we go.
Behind it. See, this ain't just one lawsuit. Rock Nation's been fighting more cases than a UFC card. You got the Busby situation where Jay tried to swing back and lost every round. The Desiree Perez heat, her charges moving forward next year, and Ramir's paternity case lurking in the background. Add all that up, plus lawyer fees from Quinn Emanuel, and you see why people whispering that Rock Nation bleeding cash. I ain't saying they broke. Nah, Jay's too strategic for that. But even billionaires hate losing money, especially when it's going to lawyers instead of yachts. And here's the catch. Even when you win in court, you lose time, focus, and brand heat. Sponsors start ghosting, deals freeze, artists get nervous. It's a slow bleed. That's why you see them doing weird collabs overseas or pushing products that feel random. They trying to refill the tank. But when that many lawsuits hit the same company, same year, same leadership, it stops looking like bad luck and starts looking like karma on a schedule.
Listen, and I said this about how is it hidden? L.A. Reid, Jay-Z, P. Diddy,
right?
That
right.
Irv Gotti. Go ahead, keep going. TikTok.
They're hitting everybody. They're hitting all the black people that was in charge at one
Right.
point.
Hey, I can't wait till they get 50. I hope y'all don't like 50.
To cut y'all off. Not to cut y'all. I just looked up Jay-Z's net worth. They saying 2026 he's worth 2.6 billion.
But we all know that don't mean nothing.
That's
if
what
they
say.
don't want you to have
Right
that.
now, I just looked it
Kanye
up.
went through that little headache. Kyrie Irving went through that.
Yeah, you see. That's
yeah.
a fact. That's a fact. When Kanye West exposed that the black people in America was the true Hebrews, what did they do? They turned around in front of everybody and took billions from him. Like that. Now, you've never seen that in history. How they just openly in front of everybody in a matter of days took billions of dollars from him in front of everybody. That was. So
you couldn't even hear his side of the story on the news. They would not even let his side of the story out. So no one is untouchable. 50 Cent and Jay-Z, those are the top two right now. Which one gonna fall first?
He's next. Because if you notice, he next 50 Cent. Because if you peep, they slowly exposing him now. They exposing him. You see what I'm saying? It's crazy. 50 think he exposing Puff, but in turn, they turn around now and they exposing 50.
Yep. Yeah, they gonna use
talk about he
again.
gay,
You gotta you have to wake up and go, I'm gonna do whatever it takes to keep all this money. And I don't know. They understand one day it's gonna go away. I think somebody wrote, what did Jay-Z do for the black community? Nothing. Lied to y'all, gave people a false prophet that you could do this too. You can come from the projects and be a billionaire and sit next to the head of NFL and marry Beyonce's. Nope. Yeah, you could do that if you willing, but you
bend over.
But hold on. You're amongst 10 million other people who are willing to just give up everything. I'm not.
Who is this?
I'm sure y'all not.
Who is this woman Jay-Z with in this picture right here, y'all?
That's his partner. She was a informant.
Perez.
Yeah. That's that Spanish chick that was an FBI informant.
It's like Rick Ross. This nigga was a cop.
Yeah.
She was an informant. For
I heard this.
A part of the cartel.
We praise these people.
I heard this woman right here was literally an FBI informant.
She is.
The Spanish
Google
one.
it.
Yeah,
She's an
I heard
informant.
about
She gave him up. Like that's fact.
So yeah, they still rich, but if this pace keeps up, they gonna need a GoFundMe before the Grammys. Let's be real, bro. None of this chaos started
And
by accident.
just like you
Everything
got that
changed the minute
informant.
Diddy got
Just
arrested
like
in
you got
2024. The feds ain't just cuffed one man; they shook the whole food chain. Executives, investors, brand partners, everybody started looking around like, wait, who else was close to him? And who's been Diddy's dinner table buddy for 2 decades? Jay-Z.
What were you saying?
And it's funny, and that's a fact about the relationship between P. Diddy and Jay. And you see how Jay tried to make it seem like he ain't even really know the man like that.
It's
which
all
we
right
know,
though.
right? Which we know is a lot. And you remember even with the situation with the BMF story and 50, and
Yep.
the boy, he just come home from jail.
Big Meech.
And come to
Meech.
find out the person 50 working with, Big Meech just come home, but the person that 50 Cent working with is a FBI informant. The one that he brought the rights to the BMF, she was a FBI informant, which is a fact. I've read
Yo,
the
you
file.
don't
I've
have
read the
no
paper.
choice, bro. You have no choice. You not gonna have all that. Come from the hood and be clean. This ain't the 50s and the 60s with the mafia. One thing that's different between black people and industry and the mafia had it baked in. They didn't give a fuck. Even though every time they got caught, they snitched on each other, but they had some bullshit code where we don't do this, we do that. This is how we stand. You can't touch this person. If you do that, they had some bullshit code because they all end up telling on each other or killing each other. We a little bit different. Like just looking at the picture with Jay-Z with her. Google her.
Right.
They was running the same brunch circuit, same private jets, same power circle. So when Diddy fell, every ally he had started feeling the tremor. That's the domino effect. Not just guilt by association, it's risk by association. When the first mogul goes down,
That's a fact.
the others
That
get out of it.
statement is a fact.
Banks start
That
calling,
statement- stop
sponsors
that.
hit pause,
Stop that. That
press
statement
starts
right
digging.
there is a
It ain't
fact.
about guilt.
Hit pause at DJ Genesis. That's a fact right there, because if you notice, when Puff went down, you ain't hear a peep out of nobody. One thing I can say about Puff, thus far that we know, Puff ain't tell on nobody as of yet. I mean, I haven't seen the paperwork. I haven't seen anything. You
He
know,
could have
ain't
told
tell-
on everybody and been on a jet ski right now. But he knew he gonna get what?
Say that
3
one
or
more
4
time.
years. Good.
Yeah, he ain't tell on nobody.
Nope.
He keeping it like, and watch, I'm gonna tell y'all something. And this from the Mighty Hebrew. When Puff get out, watch how he blow up.
Every
watch.
incident he had, that's what I'm saying. Every when Biggie passed, he did his own album after that. More money,
Right.
more money. When his career started dying, he got the Ciroc deal. He got the MTV show. More money, more money. It's just constant. So this is like a bigger fall, a bigger payday, and they're gonna throw money at him.
It's about proximity. And trust me, these big execs in Europe, Asia, the Middle East, they ain't playing with scandal. You 1 degree from a predator case, they pulling funding faster than Spotify removes a diss track. That's why you see Jay popping up in quiet Middle East deals, Kushner projects, new business fronts. Man's trying to move his money out of the storm cloud. But no matter how high you climb, when one domino falls, the vibration gonna reach your table too. So when people ask why Jay-Z catching strays, it's because the industry's cleaning house and the universe moving in slow motion, collecting dues. You don't always need bullets. Sometimes reputation do the shooting. Now here's where it gets deja vu. Remember Bad Boy Records? Contracts nobody could read, artists vanishing, hits recycled like old mixtapes. That whole era of shiny suits and shady paperwork. Tell me this don't sound familiar. You got lawsuits from artists saying Rock Nation stole sound, stole credit, underpaid talent. Bruh, the parallels are uncanny. Different decade, same hustle. The only difference is the lighting's better. And think about it. Both labels started with the same formula. Get the streets on your side, get the business suits to believe in you, and then start owning the pipelines. But when you own too much, you attract the same thing every empire attracts. Rebellion from the bottom, lawsuits from the middle, and investigations from the top.
Wow.
Industry.
Bro, he broke that down,
Industry.
bro. He broke that down real nice.
And again, he said what I was saying earlier, right? It is a new game, same hustle. It's an industry.
Right.
You're not going to recreate the formula of selling, creating, publishing, distribution of music. It's been that way since the 20s, since the 1920s, the 1930s. Look it up. Radio, record distribution, artist performances. It's an industry. So only thing about us though is it just seemed like we fall harder than like everybody else.
Than everybody else. Let's go.
Like Elvis died in what piss and shit. He was the biggest, the rock and roll star, quote unquote. But you never know that. Most people think Elvis is just Elvis. He's Elvis. Nope. We know how DMX died, or Gotti and them going down, and Diddy's in jail, and you name it. Sly and the Family Stone. We just Michael Jackson, Prince.
Right.
We just keep going down hard.
You see how they just exposed Michael Jackson, talking about he was a heroin addict.
It's that go to sleep medicine.
I mean, they showed like autopsy how he had all these tracks in his veins and all kinds of shit. Said Mike was shooting that stuff up.
Bro, gotta go to sleep.
But no, didn't like that.
Propofol.
Dr. He said that he was on. He tried to go through Dr.
Yeah, the doctor did. You said Dr. Sabi what?
Tried to say that he was trying to get him off of everything and like get his like thing to reset, but he wouldn't.
Oh
do
yeah,
it.
yeah, I heard about it. Yeah,
Yo, that's a good word in the comment. The industry. END industry, not industry. That's crazy.
They said,
Sam
and
Cooke.
that's true about Sam Cooke. I remember that. They got rid of him. They said,
So
one
any
even
young
buys
person that
records.
want to get involved, right? If they don't, all right, just like any other industry, if you don't do your research, if you don't understand, if you don't look into it, you're gonna fall victim to it.
Facts.
You want to be a star, it don't work that way. It don't.
Beats right out of studios. Now it's AI catalogs, publishing splits, and sync rights. The game changed, but the greed stayed fluent. That's why people call Rock Nation Bad Boy 2.0. Not out of hate, but out of pattern recognition. Every label that grows too powerful starts eating its own until the artists start biting back. And bruh, the lawsuit stacking now, that's the sound of history repeating itself, just with better lawyers and cleaner fonts. All right, let's talk ego for a second, because that's where the internet really lost its mind. A clip just resurfaced. Jay-Z on Twitter Spaces back in 2021 talking big. No disrespect. No one can stand on that stage with me.
You are dumb, unattractive, overweight, unworthy, untalented.
Bruh, nobody? You mean Drake, Wayne, Kendrick, not even Nas? I get it, Hov's a legend, but that clip sounds different now when you play it next to all these lawsuits, right? Back then it was the godfather of rap. Now it's giving CEO under pressure. And here's the wild part. Fans started doing versus fantasy battles online like, okay, if Drake dropped headlines, what Jay playing? Lil Wayne go a milli, what Jay got? And half the comments was like, wait, name 5 Jay songs without features. See it expose something. Jay's catalog is elite, but his ego marketing might be his biggest hit of all. Hov's always been that quiet power type. He don't yell like Diddy, he don't melt down like Ye, but make no mistake, he got the same ego energy just in a tux. He just learned how to hide it behind business meetings and Basquiat paintings. But when old clips pop up while the court cases stack up, that confidence don't sound legendary anymore. It sound ironic. The same bar that once sounded like a flex now sound like foreshadowing. See, the thing about ego is currency in music, but it's a liability in court. You can't swagger past a subpoena, bruh. Judges don't care how many platinum plaques you got. You walk in there talking, I'm untouchable, they gonna touch everything you own. That's what's happening now. That old Hove bravado, is being flipped against him. The media running side by sides of his quotes next to docket files. Every soundbite becomes an exhibit. Every flex turns into evidence of arrogance. That's how they dismantle power. Not with handcuffs, but headlines. And this is bigger than Jay. It's how America humbles every black mogul who reaches the top. They let you build, let you brag, then they hit replay on your own words when it's time to knock you down.
Oh, this is, I don't know who this guy is that's saying this, man. They are, whoever wrote that is, whoever wrote that thing is hitting it. Like,
He a regular person. He a regular person that if you just look at the history of anything and you see repetition, that's it. It don't matter the face or the name. It's just repetition. And we all go, every generation, oh, this person, yeah, nah, they can't. Nah, this person ain't never going to die. That's always going to be number one. Basketball, football, music, movies, actors, we all do it. It's repetition. Chew you up, spit you out. Again, I just think when it's us, it just looks and feels different.
Yeah, because I was like, is there like a thing against the black person? But seemed like to me like there's something more going on. Let's go.
And the wild part, they don't even need to fabricate nothing. You already said enough on camera. So when people ask why Jay-Z's empire keep catching strays, it's partly because his empire been built on ego energy. Once the ego cracks, the brand follows. In hip-hop, confidence sells. In corporate America, confidence is evidence. All right, let's follow the money, because it always tells the real story. Every empire that looks under attack usually just loses control of the cash flow. And bruh, Rock Nation's flow looking shaky right now. All these lawsuits, they don't just drain bank accounts. They freeze partnerships, delay deals, make sponsors nervous. Nobody want to collab with a label that's showing up in court more than in the charts. We already seen it. LVMH slowing down their Rihanna ties, brands whispering about distance, and investors doing quiet check-ins to see how deep the legal smoke is. You don't need to lose the case to lose the confidence. Once money stops moving, people start panicking. And Jay know that. That's why you see sudden global business headlines pop up. Middle East projects, equity talk, secret investments. Translation, let me stash the bag somewhere the lawsuits can't touch. But here's the bigger picture. When a system feels you built something too independent, too black, too powerful, they don't shut you down overnight. They slow you down with paperwork, lawyer by lawyer, case by case, week by week. It's not cancel culture. It's corporate constriction. They suffocate you with compliance. They turn your accountants into informants and your friends into consultants. That's what Jay fighting right now. Not haters, but high-level hesitation. The empire's still standing, but the money, it ain't sprinting like it used to. And when the money slows down, the wolves start circling. You can always tell when the streets smell blood, even if it's billionaire blood. Now here's where things get deep, the part most people miss. What if this whole wave of mogul meltdowns ain't random? What if it's ritual cleansing, industry style? Every few years, Hollywood and the music world go through what I call a power purge. They pick a few kings, tear them down in public, then reset the throne for the next generation they can control. It ain't.
Oh my God, this is what I said. It's a purge, a power purge.
Right.
I didn't even, like,
It's a purge.
They are
Right.
getting rid of people like L.A. Reid. They're getting rid of all of it. They're gonna elevate some new people up and make them the new people.
They need fresh meat. They need fresh meat.
But again, that is the
They need fresh
industry.
meat, man. They gotta get rid
These
of all
people
these
understand. I don't think any of them think that I'm going to be number one forever. They know that. I just think they don't know, okay, what is going to be my demise? What's going to get me out of here? Is it going to be public? Is it going to be horrendous? Is it going to be a car accident? Is it going to be, my divorce? That's the part I think they don't know. Ain't no easy exit because you can get money and leave the public eye.
Why is it only the black people that are right now that are like having this demise? Like, what is?
Because we influential on both sides. We super influential. It's just like you can't be super influential and not detrimental at the same time. That it comes with it. It's just us. It's what we do.
So it's
Hip
almost
hop.
build that, you know what they say on, you know, the movie Shaka Zulu, like they say they let the person build up enough steam to make the speech on the mountaintop, and then when they get up there to make the speech, they shoot them down and they destroy the hope of the people. So is that what it is that's going on here? Is that you're seeing like a bunch of our leaders getting shot down on the mountaintop? Not leaders, but like the leaders in the music industry being built up and then shot down in front of everybody. Like yeah, you thought that was somebody. It ain't nobody. LA Reid ain't nobody. Will
It's
Smith
a
ain't nobody.
anything in the industry is a cycle. If we talk in the music industry, you could look back at black music historically. That's how it goes. They exploit it. They make you a superstar, but they own everything. They own the means of distribution. They own the network, and they own every part of it. They own the rights to your music. Only thing you ever were was a star. Once that star is done, on to the next one.
About
On
justice.
to the
It's
next
about
one.
balance. When one gets too powerful, the gatekeepers remind them who really own the gate. You think Diddy, Kanye, Jay-Z all falling around the same time is coincidence? Nah, that's choreography. Different charges, different scandals, but the timing always hit the same rhythm. They don't hang you from trees no more. They hang you on timelines. They drag your name till the brand value drops, then the same machine that crowns you sells your downfall as content. And that's why you keep seeing these new faces pop up. Younger artists, cleaner image, safer energy. The industry constantly resets, replacing rebels with robots. It's the oldest trick in capitalism. Destroy the icons before they get too independent. So when folks say Jay-Z catching strays, I see it different. He's a warning shot, a reminder to every future mogul what happens when you get too big to manage. That's the real reason behind the lawsuits, the leaks, the sudden distance from allies. This ain't karma, it's a cleanse. The question is, who's next on the list?
So what can Jay really do now?
He's at that part of the movie where every move matters. One wrong deal, one wrong quote, one wrong exclusive interview, and it could snowball fast. First option, settle quietly. Pay the people, take the L, and disappear for 6 months. That's the industry detox. You don't fix the truth, you just fade till folks forget. Second option, restructure Rock Nation. Cut ties, clean house, bring in new management, make it look like reform. Translation, same game, new jerseys. He's done it before. Remember when Def Jam started looking dusty? He jumped ship, flipped the narrative, came back richer. Third option, go rogue, go independent again. Shift to legacy building, books, documentaries, ownership plays. But that move comes with risk. Less protection, more exposure. When you're not under the system's wing, you're flying solo. And that's when the Hawks come out. I think the smartest thing Hove can do right now, lay low, clean up optics, and move with silence. No interviews, no flexes, no brunch photos. Just make chess moves, quiet ones. Because the next misstep, it won't just be another lawsuit. It might be legacy damage. We've seen this movie before. Kanye, Diddy, Tory, even Will Smith. The higher the climb, the steeper the karma. And if Jay want to survive the purge, he gonna have to evolve again.
You know what this whole story really show, bruh? It don't matter how many billions you stack. You can't outrun what you ain't ready to face inside.
Jay spent decades building the perfect empire. Clean suits, art galleries, reform speeches, but even the cleanest glass house crack under pressure. And lately, them cracks loud as hell. Maybe that's the point though. Maybe every empire gotta break a little. So the man behind it remember he human again. Cause at the end of the day, the goal ain't just to win court cases or drop hits. It's to stay real enough that when the world come for you, truth still protects you. So whether you love Jay-Z, hate him, or just watching from the sidelines, understand this, power ain't bad, but power without soul, that's just a slow death with a penthouse view. All right, that's enough truth for one night. Now I wanna hear from y'all. Do you think Jay-Z's just catching random strays, or is this part of a bigger cleanup? A message to every black billionaire out here getting too free. Drop your thoughts below. You know
What do you think about that? Is it a message of like, listen, because I said that everybody's going through it right at the same time. LA Reid, Jay-Z, this person. I'm glad that played that because everything that video said, it applies to LA Reid. It applies to everybody that's on this picture right here.
Diddy, Russell Simmons, Irv Gotti. Who's left? Jay-Z and 50 Cent.
And 50 Cent is trying to wipe out everybody. I don't know.
Just give it some time, and like no one can beat time.
To fight too, as well.
No one beat the industry. I don't even know who, you know. If they did, we don't know them.
Right.
Like
this is crazy. So I want to like just I've been here for like 5 hours talking. So I want to give like some last and final thoughts. Let's go with you first. Hits. What are your final thoughts about the show?
The industry giveth and it taketh away. No one has beat time yet, and we have more lost people than we do have prominent people. It's a cycle. So that's I hope that's not discouraging, but if you get involved in that system, that's you're more likely to fail than you are to succeed.
So it's a failing system, that's what you're saying.
Yes. For the majority of people. And we are not, most people aren't that lucky or talented or will do anything to get to that point. So it's your chances are slim. Create a new system.
All right. So Prince Charlene Dean, what is your thoughts? Final thoughts? You there?
Shalom. Yeah, I'm here. Shalom, shalom. Like I've been saying, and as I'll quote it from the book, The Resurrection from Judgment to Post-Judgment, from the late Ben Ami, you if you talk at institutions, then you talk about institutionalized behavior. As the brother was saying, these institutions of higher learning were already established before you even get your L.A. Reids, your Will Smiths, your Puff Daddies, your Jay-Z's, whatever the case may be. They were already there. So it was never for the best interest of our people. It has never been in the best interest of our people to gear ourselves in the ways of the Oriental. You know what I'm saying? So that's where I stand. I stand like it's always been a failure for us. You know what I mean? To try to incorporate ourselves with these people. And at the end of the day, they're going to always use, the black male image as the face to the most negative, diabolical, ways of living. And that's what they do with these people here. That's why, like we was already talking about, you're not going to see your Guns N' Roses, your Metallicas, your Iron Maidens, etc. on there, because they're not going to expose their own backyard. But just realize and recognize that it's never going to work for the interests of our people, because our people don't really understand the magnitude of why they're here on this planet. And I'm saying they're here on this planet to be the best example to the world. And until we come to the grips of that, then we're always going to be the fall guy for these wicked, social, Eurocentric, democratic, liberal democracy ways of thinking. So that's all I wanted to say to the family. And may Yahweh continue to bless us as we redeem ourselves from this diabolical system now known as the United States of America. Hallelujah. Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom. Listen, have you guys, I know that Prince is subscribed. Are you subscribed, Hits?
Yep. That's why I'm here.
Tomorrow, we're going to talk about, man, I don't know if you guys realize that, if you have any children, tomorrow we're going to get into Roblox and also found out that even Minecraft is doing weird stuff with our children. So I hope that you can come tomorrow and give some knowledge on that.
Yeah, my son one of my sons loved that game too.
Well, they're saying that you should not allow your child to be on Minecraft.
Wow.
that
My kids are in their 30s. I got a nephew, he's 18, 19, so he's a little bit past that. But that falls into the technology realm, gaming, propaganda, all of that. Yeah, definitely interesting. So
Well,
yeah, I'll be there.
what they're saying right now is like Minecraft is really, really bad for young kids, and that we need to be very careful letting our kids be on these games with this Minecraft. Um, Let me play a little bit of what I saw so you guys can be ready for that. Tomorrow I'm gonna like do that. All right, let me just show this real quick. Why is Minecraft so addictive?
But why do y'all think Minecraft is so addicting to kids? Because it allows them to control. My kids make a pillow fort. And when they make a pillow fort, I tell them, okay, it's fine. Y'all made a pillow fort. Now clean it up. And think about it. When you're a child who's making a pillow fort at home, you have to break all of your work down at the end of every time you play. But in Minecraft, you get to build more and more and more. You get to create. Human beings love to create. We reward people who create. We reward people who build buildings. We reward people who write books. We reward all these things. So our brain is wired to reinforce creative behavior. But why do y'all think Minecraft is so addicting to kids? Because it allows.
So there's even something more even deeper that's going on with Minecraft is that there's also the same way that there are people on Roblox and this, that, the other, like the pedophiles and all the weird stuff, they're on Minecraft the same way. So we have to be very careful about letting our kids play these games, and then because there's a chat aspect of it and like a whole communication thing, and we have to be really careful about letting our kids play these games. And it's adults, weirdos that are like talking to kids, and so yeah, we're gonna get into like all that tomorrow. I'm gonna have my daughter, who is a Minecraft. She's 18, but she grew up on Minecraft and she's seen it like change over time. And so yeah, tomorrow we're gonna like get into like Minecraft. What is wrong with Minecraft, right? Because I'm like, okay, Minecraft is messed up. Now I knew that Roblox was crazy, but Minecraft.
Social media is messed up. Interconnectedness on the internet is messed up, especially for young people. So I'll be there.
Yeah.
I'll be there.
So I would definitely want y'all to come up here. I'm gonna play one more video, and because
Today, I'm answering a question I get all the time. Is Minecraft safe for my kids? The short answer is yes, but with some very important caveats that make a big difference. Hi, I'm Ben. I'm the family IT guy. I'm a dad and I'm a cybersecurity expert with 30 years of experience. My mission is to help parents keep their families safe online.
watch
When
this.
evaluating any game, watch for two major red flags. First, anonymous online chat. This is the primary channel that predators use for sextortion. And second, anonymous user-generated content. This can expose kids to sexual and violent material. Minecraft was designed with child safety in mind. The default settings for a young child's account have chat and multiplayer automatically disabled. There are two different versions of Minecraft you need to know about. Java, the original version, which is not integrated into Microsoft's safety ecosystem and is inherently riskier, and Bedrock, the modern version that is integrated with Microsoft's family controls, making it much safer. Most systems, gaming consoles, phones, tablets, Windows computers, support the safer Bedrock edition. Mac only supports Java, which I recommend limiting to single-player offline mode for young kids. The most critical step is setting up your child's account properly. Create both a Microsoft account for yourself and a child account that you manage. This prevents your child from creating their own account with a fake birth date. The default Microsoft child account for kids under 13 automatically has multiplayer games and chat turned off. For extra security, go to account.xbox.com/settings, review the privacy tab, and change the others can communicate with voice, text, or invites setting, and the others can see if you're online setting from friends to blocked. When your child wants to play with friends, consider Minecraft Realms. Microsoft's controlled multiplayer experience. Realms are private, subscription-based servers where strangers cannot randomly join. Players can only join if specifically invited by the Realm owner. As your child gets older, there are family-friendly public servers like the Sandlot that was created by a parent, or CubeCraft, which has strong moderation. To summarize, Minecraft can be safe for kids when you choose the right version, set up proper accounts, use appropriate
The bottom line is don't just let your kid jump on Minecraft and get to playing it and don't even realize that your kid could be like, they could be talking to adults. It's weird. Why are adults on Minecraft talking to kids? It's weird.
Every new technology is a new it's a new avenue for good and bad.
So
Everything
tomorrow
new.
we're gonna go into Minecraft. Any of y'all people that have kids, we're gonna go into how to make the settings up because listen, Minecraft and Roblox. I did a show with my daughter about Roblox. She told me some stuff. I'm like, what? Like it is ridiculous on Roblox. I mean, when she broke down how they have rooms that kids are going on, and you'll see people having sex and all type of stuff. Like it gets real. People are dumb. Why are grown-ups on these things doing this weird ass shit? It's weird, and I don't know why they're doing that for kids, but I mean I know why, because they're weirdos and they just are pedophiles and they just want to expose our kids to bull stuff. But my daughter broke the whole thing down. Like, when it really comes down to it, like you gotta be very careful having your kids playing these games because you never know like who's on there, what they'll be bringing to the table. They'll be like, there's like different things on Roblox where like they had kids going into rooms and the rooms will have people having sex in them and all type of stuff. Yeah, my daughter broke it down. So I want to bring more of that because I know y'all have kids and you probably like, you'll be like, oh, okay, yeah, go play Minecraft. And have no idea that your child will be watching porn on their little devices. There's some weirdo like that are showing people just getting it in, so I want to like really bring that whole thing to like the forefront. I'm trying to find the one where I talked to my daughter so you get like an idea because my oldest daughter is really, I mean, she's when it comes down to like computers and everything, she's really she knows all the information. But we have to like be very careful about our kids and make sure that we protect them. Trying to find it. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Just a little bit of it, so you'll see like that when she comes on there. I mean, you'll be surprised at how informed my daughter is when it comes down to some of this stuff. I'll find it. How's everything? How's everybody going? How's everybody doing tonight? I'm trying to find it real quick. Give me 1 second. Okay, can't find it there.
Everybody doing well, DJ Genesis. Everybody doing well. Can you dig it, War Machine? You reign supreme with a team pointed like Red Beam?
Can I do what? Do a what to the Red Beam? What?
You reign supreme with a team pointed like Red Beam?
Red Beam? Yes. Yes.
I said Red Beam like the beam on the dot. You know I'll be fucking with you, DJ Genesis. Listen.
All right, I think this is it.
I'm telling you, do you reign supreme with a team pointed like Red Beam?
I do. Yes, I do. Hold on. I found it. Okay. Hold on.
I'm messing with you.
All right. So my daughter, like, I actually did a whole show with her where she was breaking it down. Let's go into it. My daughter's personal experiences of some of the things that she's experienced on Roblox. So, and then tomorrow I'm gonna have her go into Minecraft. But let's go into this real quick. I think it's important for people that have kids to know about this type of stuff because it's one thing to just have your kid, you just like put your kids in front of an iPad, and it is what it is. But no, this is not cool. So let's go. So children. So how many? So is this like is there like a difference between what the kids are playing versus what is happening on regular Roblox, like the Hitler Roblox, and where they're doing this weird stuff? Is there a difference, or is this happening just?
It's usually in most of the social.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. There was a whole Roblox that was for like people like with Hitler and stuff. Let's go.
Evidence or proof, but like they essentially like carve like the Roblox spawn star into their palm for
What?
initiation. Yeah.
Like like in their real palm or like on
in the real palm. And they think they can like respawn.
I'm sorry. I gotta go back because so there's kids that like are carving like stuff into their palm and all type of stuff. Let's go. I don't know why I named you guys all with the same kind of like A sounding name. I should have always like changed it, but it's my daughter Aura. So she is going to join me today.
Hello.
Welcome to the podcast, Aura. How are you?
I'm doing good. I've just like got out of the shower and I have a little cold, so I'm sorry if my voice sounds like all nasally and stuff, but like I'm happy to be here.
All right, cool. So I really wanted to like talk to you about like some of the things that are happening in the gaming world because I think that when it really comes down to things like Roblox and stuff like that and all the gaming and things, you have iShowSpeed. One thing I did find about him, he gets a lot of like racial things. I want to find out, is Roblox racist?
A lot, tons and tons of games have racism. Dude, there's just like one game, it's like a booth game, and like people bypass their avatars and dress up as Ku Klux Klan members. And it's so crazy. It's constant. It's like so constant.
So there's like a whole like thing of racism on the Roblox. So kids might be actually like experiencing racism on these games. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. If you have a black
children, like actual children.
Yeah, if you have a black avatar, they say you're a road gangster. They call it road gangsters. Like it's an actual real thing. If you look up road gangster, it's like I think it shows up images. Wait, road gangster. I don't know.
So yeah, it's like so there's children playing Roblox. And if you are a child playing Roblox, there are racist people that are going and calling them road gangsters.
Yeah, and there's also like weird cults like Spawnism. They have like a whole Discord group chat, and I don't really know if there's any like evidence or proof, but like they essentially like carve like the Roblox spawn star into their palm for initiation. Yeah.
Like real, like in their real palm or like on
in the real palm. And they think they can like respawn from their hand after doing that.
What? Like so
a friend like said that to me. I don't know.
So you mean to tell me that they have a whole cult of Roblox?
Yeah, they have
that someone is getting people to like take their hand and like carve things into their hand, and they think that they can like do some kind of Roblox thing in real life.
Yeah.
What?
It's kind of like the blue whale challenge. If anyone has ever heard of that, like there was this thing called the blue whale challenge. It was like in 2020, 2021. And you had to carve a whale into your arm. I think it's a rumor. I think it's a whole rumor. I don't think it's real, but there's been like real images of the blue whale challenge, so I'm like worried that Spawnism is like an actual real thing. But people are saying like people are gullible and saying it's real. So
So
I hope it's not
Roblox has racism on there. It has cults on it. What other weird things does Roblox have on it? That's really
Nazis, Hitler. They have Hitler avatars.
They have Hitler on Roblox.
Yeah, they be bypassing like mustaches and stuff. They take like anything and make Hitler out of it. There was this like wolf roleplay game, and like I saw like a Hitler avatar, like wolf form. It was like super crazy.
So they're actually making Hitler avatars on the Roblox game. So children, so how many? So is this like is there like a difference between what the kids are playing versus what is happening on regular Roblox, like the Hitler Roblox, and where they're doing this weird stuff? Is there a difference, or is this happening just?
It's usually in most of the social type of hangout games where you can like usually like upload images and stuff like that. And there's like some building games where you can like put your own decals and like PNGs and stuff onto like blocks. I've joined this one game and there was just like this massive image like as soon as I joined, and it was just porn. It was just straight up porn.
What?
Yeah. It wasn't like real porn, it was like hentai. It was like 2D hentai.
What is 2D hentai? What is that? I don't even know what the
It's
hell.
just animated porn. It's like anime porn.
What?
And there's like
so you're on Roblox, and then they have like these 2D characters, like actually getting it in on the thing, and like a porn. Is it like a video or just a picture of like hentai porn?
Like in like games where you're not supposed to do that, they like use this thing called decals, and they like I think they do something different now, but like they encode the images to like look like something else on the website. But like when you join the game, it's like actually like crazy porn and weird swastikas and flags and Nazi stuff.
What? So listen, I just wanted to make people aware of the things that are happening on Roblox, guys. Like, so Roblox is wild, y'all. Now, so the kids, so even like little baby kids, can they see this, or is it only on a certain like level?
It's only if they get into like really deep into like social hangouts and like stuff where you can like pull up signs and stuff. Tell your kids not to go on those booth games and those rate my avatar games.
Rate my avatar. So there's a thing called
rate my avatar.
Rate your avatar. And
yeah.
See, the rate your avatar. That's where you get like the Nazi symbols and like the wow.
And there's also like stuff like pedophilia rings on Roblox, which is like actually super crazy. There's like this guy called Slep, and he has this he has a whole series where he just like catches Roblox predators. It's kind of like Roblox to catch a predator, and he's like doing a collab with Chris Hansen himself. He's doing a collab, dude. They got Chris Hansen on Roblox, and he's doing a documentary.
Really?
Yeah. I think I can pull up a video.
I'm trying to find it. So yeah, so please watch that video. I'm gonna put it in my link so you guys can see the whole thing. But she goes really in depth into all the crazy stuff on Roblox, guys. And so tomorrow I'm gonna have her talk about Minecraft, because Minecraft is equally as creepy with philia going on. So all right, much love, guys. Thank you, Hits, for sticking with me today. Yeah, we have a lot to like cover. So we're gonna like wrap the show up today, but thank you for being here. But yeah, Roblox tomorrow, Minecraft and everything. We're gonna like cover all that stuff. Shouts out.
No doubt. Thank you.
All right, peace, guys.
Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah, yeah, yeah. See, if you believe in the God